to capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper.
Good morning, boys and girls. Oh, it's been a busy 24 hours, lads. Let's get Once Human booted up. I've been quite looking forward to this. I don't like having to finish early, man. That was a weird day yesterday. I played a little bit of Starfield yesterday. Let me sort my coffee cup out. I've got double wham coffee. I've been doing my tomatoes, boys. I actually had a full 35 minutes this morning. How lovely is that? So I've trimmed some evil tomato leaves. You know, where they go a little bit speckly. Not got many this year. I've done a good job. And they're very nicely watered. And I've got hundreds, and I really mean that, hundreds of fruit, man. Probably got a couple of hundred plus little tomatoes. Crazy. And it's been a really bad year for them as well. Goes to show, doesn't it? Just let nature do its things and don't interfere too much, and they find a way. And these are grown in pots. I love my tomatoes, boys. They're my little babies, boys. You got some nice tomatoes on toast, mate. Or tomatoes and tomatoes. Tomatoes, potatoes. Alright, are you sure you want to exit the game? No, I don't want to exit the game, dude. I want to join the game. Now, we might have a bit of a problem here, because I had to switch the batteries over to my Xbox controller for Starfield. Okay, there we go. A morning, Shane. How are you, mate? How's things? How long you got before the little ones return to school, Shane? I should imagine it's not a nice day, is it? I should imagine you get some quality time with them. They spend too long in school, don't they, mate? They should have more family time. Morning, Bob. Morning, Alison. Morning, who else got Starkey? I thought I saw you down there. What the hell am I doing here? Oh, hang on. Let me turn the sound down because I've got the Starfield. I've been modding Starfield slowly but gently. My God, it's a fucking mess. Oh God, it's a mess. It really is, dudes. I mean, it's no wonder so many of the folks that I know through the Nexus, some of whom I've known like for Jesus Christ, I dread to think, dude. As long as I've been like streaming, I think, to be honest. But so many of them walked away. You know, there are so many good mods that have never been maintained because the modders have just stopped playing the game. It's kind of sad, really, because I think although it's not fully salvageable, I mean, already I've got the game looking a lot better. And I mean a lot better than vanilla. I'm not a big fan of the LUT changes, to be
Another
fair.
month, another time to say it. Nobber.
Oh, it's really quiet, my end. Those alerts quiet. Was that quiet for you as well? That sounded really quiet, mate. Quiet, thank you very, very much for the 54. Can I give a little shout out to Automated as well? Because Automated dropped some subs at the end of yesterday's stream. So sadly, I can't go back and see them, but I know you dropped me a message. So Automated, if you're out there, thank you very much for the gifted subs yesterday. And Quiet, thank you very much for the 54. Very much appreciate Quiet. I love the rain sound. Oh, you've got no game sound at all? Ah. That might be why. What about now? Is that a little bit better? Ah, that might be why it sounded weird to me, but not to you. What's that like, guys? Have we fixed the problem? Have I done my IC? This is why I should get paid big bucks, man. I should be like an ICT backup support crew for live streamers, you see. You see how fast I sort of solved that, yeah? I'll press the button, dudes. Press the button, turn it on and off again, mate. Hey? Hey? Oh, I tell you what. You don't know how lucky you are, chat. Skills like that, boys. Alright. Thank you very much. How are you? What are you up to these days, mate? Right, okay. So, let me have a little think. I've got like the sniffles, but it's not a cold. It's just, should we go over and see where Manibus is? It looks like it's really close, doesn't it? I think it's just because I haven't really like had any proper rest. I think it's normally if I go from like really hot to really cold or vice versa, I get a bit of a sniffle for a while. We used to get it a lot in the winter, didn't we? Because the girlfriend used to have the heating on in the morning, so I'd come back early hours just before the stream and go from like freezing cold outside to like quite warm inside. And also it's like that sort of moist air to really dry hair with British central heating. So I quite often used to sound all bunged up, man. But I think this is just actually just being quite tired more than anything. It's a lovely day outside though. Sadly, I'm too exhausted to freaking do anything, to be honest. I'm really not in the mood. I mean, I've done a bit of gardening over the last few weeks, so I'm sort of half on top of it, but I don't fancy sitting in the baking sun. Mind you, knowing my luck, it will start pissing it down in about half an hour. So yeah, I've been looking into Starfield a little bit. Like I said, I might stream it, you know, even if it's just for a couple of hours here. Oh, I do apologise because I've had sponsored stream up on this channel for like about 3 or 4 days. Well, we had a 1 hour sponsored segment, again, free-to-play game, so it's really just boosting my Twitch bounties. But, yeah, I forgot to change the title. I do apologise for that. It was just a 1 hour on Saturday or whenever we did it. I only spotted it this morning. I was like, hang on a minute, they haven't fucking sponsored freaking streams, bro. I need to boost my Twitch bounty numbers, man, because I failed so many of them in the early days, because I didn't really know how to activate them. So I'm sort of blacklisted, I think, because it's like I took the Call of Duty code a few years ago to play the campaign, and I did. You know, I honoured my end of the bargain. 1 hour stream, get a free copy of the game, or 2 hour stream actually. Get a free copy of the game, and I did it, but I didn't click all the right buttons, so it counted as if I'd taken the code and done a runner, and there was no way to resolve it because it's all automated, sadly. So I'm sort of probably hitting like a 30% success rate on Twitch bounties. So obviously it's going to reduce the chance of me getting anything else, sadly. At least I think that's how it works anyway. It would certainly make sense, wouldn't it? And that's how most sites manage it. Apparently, our energy links are carrying over, but they're going to carry over as like astral sand. Now, whether or not there's a bit of a fancy... I really wish things didn't home in on you. I find that an extremely annoying mechanic. I don't mind them honing in a certain amount, but these things seem like they're almost unavoidable at times, unless you completely run around a corner, you know what I mean? I'm not a fan of how they've implemented the tracking on projectiles. It feels like there's very little scope, really. You know, it takes you out of the action a bit too much. There's definitely a sweeter spot there, isn't there? Some nice loot in this town, actually. Yeah, exactly. Basically, it tracks a little bit too... They're a little bit too mobile, look. You know? Yeah, even like last minute dodging, you see? It's very frustrating, and it is a really piss poor implementation of the mechanics, sadly. There is a huge amount this team can learn from feedback if they take it on the nose as constructive feedback. Because they're perfectly fine. The projectiles themselves are fine. But they just need to think it through a little bit better, you know? There's just, they track a little bit too well, don't they? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not even sure I can be arsed to solo, man. I don't think anyone else is playing the game, are they? I think I'm like the last man standing, to be honest. I've got no drinks, have I? Does that count as hydration? It does, doesn't it? I've got no way to get rid of my side damage, have I? Because I haven't got any of my juice on me. I can take a gummy. And then obviously heal up, can I? You've been up to work and more work dealing with the kids, and yeah, just trying to keep busy and get shit done. Well, actually, have time. It's mad, isn't it? I've got a new rule that I implemented like at the beginning. Well, actually, it was a week before the beginning of August, the last week of July, right? And I call it the into a room one thing rule. And that's how busy I am quiet. So basically, what I do. No, it works, Tosca. I don't need to shoot the flowers because I can shoot the arm, dude. Because I still do damage on crits against it. I don't need to shoot the flowers. I do know how to play the game, mate. I have played it. I actually do more damage not hitting the weak spots, if that makes sense. With these buildings, yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, so basically I have a rule. Like every time I walk into a room in the house, yeah? Or anywhere in the house, I always do one thing. Like, always leave the room one thing better than you left it in. And it's amazing, like, how many little things that has resolved. So even if I open a cupboard in the kitchen, like, say the kitchen itself is clean, but I open a cupboard, I don't know, to get some bread out, to make some toast for the girlfriend, I might decide to clean up, say, the cereals, because she has cereal every now and again. So I might, like, just reseal them or, you know, organise them a bit better. If I go into the toilet and maybe there's, like, I don't know, like no toilet roll there, it's just the one roll in there, I might go and, you know, go and get another toilet roll and place it in there, you know? If I go into the garage and like the girlfriend's left her shoes out because she's been out in the rain and she's just letting them dry off, then I'll put them away. So it's like the one rule, one thing rule. Well, sorry, one room, one thing kind of rule. And it's amazing. Like, for example, I had a new carbon monoxide detector, right? That I bought. Well, I say I bought it. I actually got it for free. But I actually sort of like send off for it and things. And I didn't really need another one because I've already got two. But obviously, with a girlfriend and her history with carbon monoxide, we take it quite sort of anally, really. So I did get another carbon monoxide one. It's like a trial one where they're testing some new ideas with it. And I've had it for ages, but I've never put it up. And I'd even bought a battery for it. It's one of the battery operated ones. And I'd left them both in my little sort of corner of things to do. And of course, the little corner of things to do gets bigger and bigger and bigger every week, doesn't it? So yeah, the little things like that have finally, you know, gone up. And yeah, look, these things. You see what I mean? Even if you dodge last minute, right, you're gonna get hit by some of them, aren't you? It's very frustrating, to be honest. Very frustrating. Yeah, it's amazing how it ends up in a week, doesn't it? Little things like the recycling as well, I'm quite obsessed with. It have been so hard to manage because we only get a collection every 2 weeks now. So. Oh shit, this is bad because this is like really bad side damage, isn't it? I almost forget that. Shit. No, sorry. Is that a phase, or is that just if you get too close to it? It's just not worth doing this. This is just dumb content. This Manibus fight is just a total waste of time. It just serves no purpose. It's really annoying because of projectiles. It wastes ammo. You don't really get anything for it. I don't think it really helps the server get the Manibus rules. I think I can't be arsed. I just find this incredibly frustrating, to be honest. They really need to sit down with some of the players, I think. I think the game has got issues right now. I mean, what is the point in this Manibus event, like, without being horrible? What is the point in it? There is no finesse to it. It's just a pure shoot arms for half an hour, isn't it? You know, maybe they could add in, you know, some interesting... I don't know, like, maybe something could fall off one of the arms and, like, all sorts of, like, mutated enemies fall out of it and, you know, or spawn from it. And it's like an army that then assaults the town or something. You know, like a real plague of foot minions, perhaps, with, like, maybe one on-foot boss. And like have like an interesting reward, you know, count it as like a silo legendary drop or something, you know, because otherwise it's like, why would anyone do this, you know? the rewards are like pretty much non-existent, really. It's like all the ideas are there, but the execution in terms of incentivification is non-existent. I like to just kill one a day. I sort of have it in my head like kill one a day and feel like I'm doing my bit, you know what I mean? It could be like a War of the Worlds style event, couldn't it, you know? Oh my god, that's a, I think they're just part of the POI, aren't they? See, we know we get some spawns, but maybe like maybe they all head towards, I don't know, something, you know, like the arm itself. Look at this, look at all this incoming out. It's ridiculous, dude. It's just, it's such a badly designed encounter. Your only real choice is to hide behind like a wall, isn't it? And just like keep sort of ducking out when you need to, I suppose. Which is fine. I just think it's could be a bit more to it. I'll tell you what would be nice, like a shield, an activatable shield. I was thinking about that. Maybe a deviant. So you know, like when you go to res someone, you could have like a consumable that creates like a bubble shield that you can't shoot out of, but you also can't take any inbound damage, even if it's just like, I don't know, 5-6 seconds. I mean, physical things like maybe arm sweeps from Forsaken would still penetrate it, but projectiles and maybe even deviants physically, like, you know, smaller deviants can't penetrate it, perhaps. I feel like I'm just burning through my consumables doing this. One a day, boys. One a day. So the trouble is, if you get the flowers too often, it just keeps doing that as well. So sometimes it's just like we get there in the end, don't we? Like, and what about, like, say the manibus has descended because it's trying to get something. Like maybe something has spawned in the world, right? That has attracted manibus to come and try and get it. And that's what these hands are, right? Which is constantly trying to sort of, I don't know, penetrate something to get our hands on something that it needs. So we're having to, like, keep the arms at bay, whittling them down. But like when an arm goes, perhaps it triggers like an on-ground boss. A little bit. Let's just think of it as implementing a little bit like the silos, perhaps. You know? Oh, this is going to take fucking forever, isn't it? That means there's a camera dude on me somewhere. Oh god, they're so fucking annoying. I think the game's done, innit? I don't think anyone else is playing on our server, man. Quite sad, really. When you're actually legit soloing a manibus, you yeah, look at this. This is going to be almost impossible to beat these because of the tracking with the projectiles. Like, there's literally no way for me to get away from them. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it, that? Why did I get a bullseye on that? Oh, I did. I think I did. Jesus, my arm is wrecked as well, dude. Oh, I think it's time to leave, dudes. I think trying to take the manibus down on my own is just a bit of a exercise in frustration and futility, isn't it, really? Morning, Dave. How are you, bro? How's things, dude? Wonder why I didn't get the.
Morning, Grum and chat, Grum. Hi, Grum. Yes,
I think
Grum.
it was just a
Coffee, Grum,
visual. I
coffee.
didn't get a little less run and gun, I think, if you're soloing it, isn't it? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Whoa! You see that then? I just did some funky slide, dude. This is gonna be an expensive repair job, bro, I'll tell you. Oh, it's the same thing as that one when we did the Treant, isn't it? Do you remember? Like, where we had all, like, the little ones. Anytime today, mate. Jesus. I don't know, do they just keep spawning, dude? God, they take so much damage, bro. They just take so much. How's things with you, Dave? You alright, bro? What's the story in your neck of the woods, Neon Mucker? You up to anything? Yeah, I don't know if I can be bothered with this, dude. I think once the server reaches this kind of critical lack of players, there's not even a single person here, is there? I'll do this wob. I think I'll do this wob just to say we soloed it, and then I think it's time to get out of dodging it, because I'm burning through more consumables here with the projectiles, plus all the repair costs. There's just no incentive to do it, is there? Yeah, look at that. I just can't heal through it, man. I'm gonna assume it's just gonna keep throwing things, right? So I'm gonna have to try and I either take the arm out. There's no way I can stay on top of the enemy spawns, I don't think, if I'm gonna try it solo. God, they're so annoying. It's even the noise they make, isn't it? It's like I said yesterday, it's like one of those like really insulting wet fish slaps. So they do a lot of damage as well. I mean, I reckon like 3 to 4 of those, and you are looking very precariously low on health, like very low on health. So that it's not like you can even sort of. Jesus Christ, where did he come from? Oh, I'm fucked. There's no way, dudes. I think this is not gonna happen. Yeah, these are full-blown spawns. Look, as in manibus spawns. Well, that's nearly the end of the game for me, boys, I think. Let's get out of there. Can't even do a manibus. The server's that dead. You right, Dark Raider? How are you, mate? How's things? How's life, bro? Way too many of them. I don't believe you've soloed once, Sven. I think there were other people there and you were unaware. I don't think you can solo it with those amount of ads, mate. To be honest. You can't even get near him, bro. You're just constantly overwhelmed. Repair, yes. And click, 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 click. Yes, there we go. I'll go lay on the bed as well. Do I have, may I ask if you have follower-only chat on? I do have follower-only chat on, yes. It's about the only defense we have against the bots, dude. You know, the spam bots. It seems to work quite well, most. There's some of them still get through, but... Time for a breakpoint playthrough. I don't know about that, dude, because it's more of a multiplayer co-op game for me. So I'd have to have a... That's the kind of game that's like really nice for a Friday night, you know, when the lads are having a beer. Probably, I'd need to have someone to play with all the time on the stream, dude. Otherwise, we wouldn't be out. You know, I'd end up too much of it solo. Because Breakpoint really is an awesome co-op game. You know, if you turn off all the supports for it. So, like, remove things like the mini-map. Or at least, you know, like in some games, you can see the enemies. There's like a little red pit, but you can also see like the little visual field of view, so you can even see where they're looking and things like that. If you turn off all the assists and things, and play like the survival mode, you know, like when you've got, so say you've got, I don't know, like a magazine, and you've chambered one round, so you've got like 29 bullets left in the magazine, but you reload, and like you lose all 29 bullets, you know, that kind of slightly more simulation-esque ammo maintenance. All that stuff makes that game like really cool, dude. We need some content for we desperately need content for this game, like desperately. What was I gonna do? I'm just gonna do my quick save. I just need to go and get drinky poos, otherwise I'm gonna do. It's over here somewhere, isn't it? I have to zoom right in. They really need to work on this fucking map, dude. Where is it? Is it here? No. I know where it is. It's if I go right to the middle of the map down there, yeah. I think it's somewhere. God, it's so annoying. There we go. There we go. Do your Seribot? I don't know. I don't have a Seribot. I don't know what a Seribot is, dude. I'm not having another fucking bot. There's too many fucking bots on Twitch as it is, mate. I don't even know what a follow bot. A follow bot's different. A follow bot is something that follows you, right? I wouldn't want a follow bot. I'm trying to get rid of the spam bots, the ones that come in and advertise like dodgy anime channels and come here and we'll send you what is it, like followers and stuff, you know? I use Grumbot, and I suppose to some degree we have to have Streambot or whatever it's. Oh, Dave, I didn't know that was a sub, Dave. I do apologise, Dave. Thank you for the 11, mate. Talking of which, the Streamlabs bot's not working. Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate it, bro. Sorry, mate. It didn't come through as a sub on mine. Yeah, that's it. Like viewers and follows and subs and come and join us and we'll make you the most successful channel on Twitch. All at the princely sum of like $99.99 or whatever the fuck they are. Yeah. There's quite a lot of them out at the moment, but like I said, stick it in follower mode and it seems to stop most of them. Doesn't stop them all. Some of them will still get through. So it's a case of manually getting rid of them, but it certainly reduced it a lot, to be honest. I don't really care, to be honest, mate. It really doesn't fucking bother me. It was just an easy fix. The way Twitch is going at the minute, I think it will be an absolute fucking wasteland in a year or two. They're making it harder and harder for the smaller channels. It's just gonna. I think Amazon know what they're trying to do, and I think they'll achieve it probably within the next 2 to 3 years. I would have thought, and you'll end up with very few sort of mid-tier streams. I think, dude. It's you know, we are a bit of a drain on their resources, and it's only a matter of time before they remove the Twitch Prime sub, at which point it's game over. You'll either be a big streamer who's, you know, fully sponsored, branded, or you're someone who just pops it on a Friday night, you know, for a couple of hours here and there. Like it always kind of used to be, I think, dude. But the viewing experience is hugely diminished now with ads. So, you know, people are watching it less and less anyway. Twitch Prime will absolutely go. There is no doubt Twitch Prime will go. It's a huge part of things like money laundering and a whole bunch of other shady shenanigans that goes on Twitch. I was saying yesterday, I mean, one of the most demoralizing things is like having a channel with like 5 viewers that's got like 1,000 subs. You know, it's fucking ludicrous, dude. I know I've felt it more and more over the last 12 months in particular. It's, you know, people just... I'm just tired of people talking about ads. It's like I said, I just got no time to discuss it outside of when I choose to discuss it, really. But it's been done deliberately. I mean, Amazon are not idiots. Amazon don't make money from Twitch. It is hemorrhaging them cash left, right, and centre. You know, they're not stupid. That can't go on forever and a day, right? But, you know, it's... I mean, look at that. Look at YouTube, for God's sake. I mean, and things like Discord. What the hell? That was weird, wasn't it? Wouldn't let me, wouldn't let me loot for some reason. Yeah, things will have to change on Twitch. We're definitely starting to feel it. I think there's no doubt it's happening. I think it's just that the approach is do it softly and slowly, and there's very little backlash. And of course, the beauty of it is all the big streamers are making more and more money. And I'm not against that. You know, this isn't about me being butthurt. I absolutely totally that. They put in the work, they put in the effort, that they do the payday, man. But the bigger streamers are just soaking up everything at the minute. It's crazy, dude. You know how successful they are, given the sort of, you know, basic metrics on Twitch. You know, they're in the top, you know, 0.1% is just fucking crazy, man. It's fucking just insane money. So that's where the focus is right now. You know, make it. And you notice how very few of those talk about it. You know, they only talk about problems when it directly affects them. All those ones that claim they're really in it to support the smaller streamers and it's about everyone being in it together and all the rest of it. They only ever talk about it when their bottom line's affected. Because they don't want to rock the boat, dude, you know? It's kind of strange how far it's come. It was inevitable. I think we all you know. I think the big scale with DMCA a few years ago. It was like the SWAT team bursting in through the front door, wasn't it? And it was like, shit! Burn the dope quick, flush all the pills down the toilet. And like millions, I mean literally millions of hours of footage on Twitch was deleted by streamers, like in the space of like less than a week, wasn't it? You know, we've always known it's a pretty precarious situation. Right, hang on a minute. Where have I got? I think I've missed a whole section of my sage room because I normally get about 50 and I've got 22. I think I definitely took a wrong turn there somewhere. Wonder what happened there. In fact, I'm not even sure where I am. Did I come from up? I must have done, right? Let me go back. I think I fucked up from the very beginning there. I got exactly half of what I'm supposed to have. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Twitch is in a few years. I mean, I'll still... I mean, I don't get a chance to watch Twitch as much as I used to be honest. So I've noticed even myself, I watch more YouTube than Twitch these days. Which was never the case, man. I really like sort of the whole Twitch culture, you know? But... The adverts are definitely they're not fucking about with them, are they? But they need the revenue, man. You know, it's you can't expect them to just keep doing things for free, can you? As much as we'd like them to. It's all Amazon's got enough money. Yeah, but Amazon's got enough money because Amazon don't throw money away, right? Although one could argue with New World and other projects, they certainly they don't seem to make the best decisions, do they? I suppose they've got enough money to play with. Wonder what would have happened if Amazon had never bought Twitch. Now that would be interesting. Because I hearken from the days when it really was a proper, unscrupulous, dodgy platform, man. it really was a case of who you knew. And I think one day some of the bigger streamers, if something does happen, I was... Dr. Disrespect was a relatively newcomer, wasn't he, really? So I always wondered if he might shed a little bit of light on it. But he always kept his head down, didn't he? And then now we maybe know why. But I think one day something will happen to one of the early boys. And they might reveal a few things about what used to happen on Twitch. The thing is, there's nothing to be gained from it now because all those people have been removed because they knew how dodgy it was. I mean, there was some really shady shit went on behind closed doors at Twitch, and I knew about some of it firsthand, but not the really dark stuff, but the manipulation of, say, for example, partnership granting, if that makes sense. So like, I knew something was going on behind the scenes because we were rocking it, man. You know, there's no reason why people with significantly less time streamed, blah blah blah, metrics totally, you know, less than what we had, were being granted partnership, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's just so weird, you know? I mean, what are we doing wrong? And for example, I was specifically told that actually I shouldn't really say this. I think I have mentioned this before, haven't I? I probably shouldn't say anything, should I? Let's just say I was told that we shouldn't be doing something, and it's why I've got a stance on raiding. And in fact, fuck it, I'll just say it. So I was literally told that my metrics were skewed because we were getting raided regularly. Anybody that watched the channel back then, right, I can honestly say, hand on heart, you all know we were not raided regularly. And if we were raided regularly, like maybe twice in a stream, it was from people with 2 viewers. Alright? It was not skewing our metrics at all, as I could easily have proven. But it turned out, and I managed to speak to a couple of people that were not in the let's pretend we're all in it together crew, but really we're not. It's a cutthroat industry and we're all at war with one another. I did manage to speak to like one person in particular who showed me evidence. It's a private communication that technically shouldn't have been shared, where they had been told the exact opposite of what I'd been told. So I was actually told to not accept raids, which you couldn't do back then. There was no way to turn off raids. You could not do it. So I was told, like, until people stopped raiding. So I had to sit here, right? And every time someone did raid, you know, with 1 or 2 viewers, and say like, thanks for the raid, can you please not do it? Because it's fucking our metrics up. You got any idea how bad that sounds, man? That's like, it sounds, no matter how you cut it, that sounds fucking rude, right? But anyway, I found out and had correspondence direct from, you know, no longer employed by Twitch staff, that in order to get partnership, they should get more into community liaison and get more and more raids in to boost the metrics. I was like, what the fuck, dude? And it did. It turned out to be like, well, I won't get into the more nefarious stuff, but the beauty of it is all those people have now gone. They've all been sacked. Because like, obviously when Amazon took over, there were some real bad apples as the global moderators on Twitch. Like, real bad apples, man. Like, they were not the voice that you wanted as your upfront face of the brand. Where the fuck are the rest of them, guys? Morning, Swazzer. How are you, dude? How's things? So, yeah, I mean, even if, like, you know, one of them does decide to write their memoirs about the early days of Twitch, and I'm sure someone will one day, you know, when they're all retired and decide to write, you know, or do, you know, whatever the equivalent of a digi-hologram book is. And they talk about the Wild West days of Twitch. You know, a little backhander here and a little, you know, how do you do there? And oh, fancy partnership, mate? Yeah, I can get you partnership, bro. But, you know, as soon as Amazon were involved, the whole thing changed. You know, now it's very specific criteria for affiliateship, isn't it? Do this, stream a certain amount of hours, stream it a certain number of days a month, reach these thresholds, bang, there you go, affiliate. So it's there in black and white, isn't it? Partnership's still a little bit different, but it's so much easier to get these days than it used to be. But yeah, there will be some interesting tales to come in the future. It's like I said, though, it's like airing dirty laundry, but no one cares about the laundry anymore because everyone's moved on. You know, it's not how sort of drama works anymore, is it? People need the face in front of them, don't they? It goes to show how much money's involved, though, doesn't it? That people that have actually got some quite dark things to talk about won't, because there's nothing to be gained from it, man. Only things to be lost. But I'm sure we can say the same thing about anything in the world, couldn't we, really? It's quite fascinating, I think. I think Twitch culture's fantastic. I think it's been really interesting. You know, seeing it sort of rise out of... it was like the child of Justin TV, wasn't it? And I'll never forget the early days when I was watching the leaks of Red Dead Redemption, man. You're right, Freckle. The RNG for mods dropping is bad. What do you mean? Like as in getting your main core? I've never had any problems getting the core effects, Freckle. But then again, that's only the ones I've been after. So as long as you go to the right silo, you know, I mean, it's like, I can't remember what I was after, dude, but I think we ran it like 3 or 4 times on stream, and then I ran it twice after the stream. And the twice after the stream, I literally got the 2 drops, like back to back on 2 runs. So I haven't personally had any issues getting the core effects. The only one that I haven't got is my... In fact, let's do it today. Let's go and get my blue mod. I've got a load of controllers. I might as well just run the armor mod silo a few times, right? Everyone should read the books by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, The Black Swan. Fooled by randomness and anti-fragile. He has a concept called extremistan. And switches from it. Can you give me a brief idea of what extremistan actually is? I'd be really interested just to tick on my pickle of interest, because that actually does already. I think it would build on the things that I've been quite passionate about watching how Twitch has evolved, and also how Amazon are slowly trying to obviously bring it into a new era to make it profitable. You know, it would be very interesting to see. Also, the nefariousness of it, the dark, malevolent side of Twitch, which I've personally been a victim of, well, twice at least. You know, really, I don't mean just a bit of a Barney in fucking chat. I mean like some really dark shit behind the scenes, like police getting involved, which is a complete waste of time in the UK, and more recently with deliberate. I suppose deliberate harassment of the channel outside of the stream. Well, no, not outside of the stream, but yeah, you know what I mean. I don't want to say too much, but I think I've said enough on previous streams, haven't I? But burn through my list of things to do. Waste time until Outlaws comes out too early. Seems when it comes to wasting time and doing nothing, I'm overly productive. I was trying to catch up on Star Citizen yesterday, dude, but every time I did, I ended up getting caught in a discussion with Elite Dangerous, dude. I still don't understand what it is with Elite, dude. I do not understand why that team just doesn't... Why don't they just sit down, right, over a cup of coffee and say, right, what is the budget we've got allocated for Elite right now? Yeah, what's Mr. Braben willing to cough up? You know, because he's sort of technically sidestepped a little bit at the moment, hasn't he? Dude, they have everything they need. Everything they need to go toe-to-toe with Star Citizen. And yeah, it might be a slightly inferior version in some ways. I'm not trying to say it's going to maybe look as good or have the scale of Star Citizen. But it doesn't need to, because Star Citizen also doesn't have any of that. Star Citizen also doesn't work a lot of the time, or at least doesn't work particularly well. So people would flock to a more immersive Elite Dangerous. And it really, 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 really would not take any massive, breathtaking, game-changing, rebuild the engine from the ground up changes. It really wouldn't, dude. They're right there, dude. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? You've seen the slice of money Star Citizens taken out of their whale player base. It's so weird, dude. I'll never understand Braben. Well, I do. I think that's the point. We know he's just throwing his dummy out of the pram, doesn't he? You're trying to get a mask done. 40 runs. What? No, hang on. No masks at all. Hang on. Trying to get a mask. Oh, so you're trying to get a mask mod. Where are you running for the mask mod then? I'm confused a little bit, or at least I think I'm a little bit confused. Sorry, let me drink my coffee because this is my normal cold non-Yeti mug coffee. Which is already precariously cold, sadly. So what are you actually trying to get then, Freckle? What is it? So you're trying to get presumably a mask mod, are you? Oh wait, I think it might be too cold to drink. I'm so sorry, Shades. I've wasted, well, probably half a pod. So yeah, I mean, all you need to do is run a... Yeah, I was going to say Solo X1. Yeah, Blitz, let me see if I've got one. Can you give people mods? I don't think you can you? See that fucking no-scope there? Oh my god, dude. Mods... Armor mods, mask mods. What is it you're after, dude? What does that mean? What does Blizz thingy mean, dude? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. See if I've got one, dude. What is it? Blitzkrieg? Is that? Oh, there we go. Blitzkrieg Violent. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, dude. But you want Violent specifically. So that's that one. That one. I've got 2, dude. Not that helps you, but I've hardly farmed, dude. Oh my god, I thought that was... Jesus Christ. For some reason, I thought that was a friendly player's turret. Everybody's... Yeah, sorry. It'd be interesting what that is, Swanson. You don't want to work for Amazon, especially in their distribution centers, warehouses. I've heard some right horror stuff. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, Amazon's strange. I'd say, yeah, it's kind of weird, actually, to tie into that a little bit of a minor coincidence. We started watching... we finished House of the Dragon. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Really good. But it's going to be years before we see the next one, right? You know, so... And we enjoyed it. It was good fun. I'm sure over time it will prove to be... one that's a wonderful addition to our Game of Thrones viewing, but we started watching one called Supercell, which the girlfriend's not really into superheroes at all, but she did really like Sense8, and I said to her, I wonder if it's a bit like Sense8, you know, to try and plant the seed of happiness there. And we started watching it yesterday, and one of the guys in that is like an Amazon delivery driver who, or it's not actually Amazon, but you know, equivalent. And he has to deliver a parcel to like a housing estate in Lewisham or whatever it is. And it does make you wonder about some of the places some of these fucking drivers have to go to. But yeah, it's all right actually. I don't know if anyone's seen it. We watched the first episode. We didn't have a lot of time together yesterday. But yeah, we watched the first episode. Brilliant acting, like really, really good acting actually. I think it's only a 6-parter. Yeah. I popped it in the All You Need Is Love mug, well, which obviously isn't the Yeti mug, Shanes, and it's. I've got, for some reason, there is like, I mean, even though there's not a wind up today, there is a bit of a breeze in here for some reason. I know I've opened all the windows, so. It's going to be, I think it's going to be quite a hot day today. So he describes 2 categories in which random events fall. Mediocristan and Extremistan. Mediocristan and Extremistan. Imagine you rounded up a 1,000 random people and worked out the average height. Add the heaviest person in the world to that group, and it doesn't affect the average by anything meaningful. Alright, okay. Alright, so an alternative extreme within that pool that you originally... So we're looking at... Okay, alright, that makes sense. That actually makes total logical sense. Now work out that group's average wealth and add Elon Musk. It will massively distort. Ah, right, and that's extremist. Oh, I see. I see. I see what you're saying. And we can translate that. And what are we translating that to in terms of the contextual sort of position of Twitch? Are we talking about the fact that 99.9% of Twitch is the bandwidth? So in other words, look at all the bandwidth of Twitch and work out. Yeah, I mean, you could look at it from multiple metrics, actually, couldn't you? So, like, you can say, what's the average stream time of all the streamers on Twitch? But then you could throw in, like, say, a specific streamer and look at the income of that streamer, which would be like throwing Elon Musk into that similar pool, right? Even though the metric is purely on stream time or even viewership. Because, like I said, how and why does a stream with, like, 10 viewers have 1,000 subs? No, look, I'm not. This isn't about me being butthurt. If you can have a stream that's got 10 people that view it and you've got 1,000 subs, then fucking fair play, dude. No, I'm not just gonna immediately jump to shady conclusions, but that's fucking impressive, right? So you've got to assume there's a mega whale there, right? Now, if that mega whale enables you to stream and not have to, you know, enjoy your stream time. No one wants to have a streamer that's stressed out all the time, you know, because it'll weight the world on their shoulders, right? You don't want someone chilling out playing a computer game. So my argument would be, like, if you have got someone, you know, maybe 2 people gifting you 500 subs each month, then fucking fair fucking play, dude. You know what I mean? Like, fucking go for it, bro. So, you know, it's not that it's a bad thing, but it's... There's a lot of things that keep making you wonder why you fucking, you know, you boot up each day. If it's, you know, if it's to pay the mortgage, which, you know, which is why I've always avoided that. I don't think it'd be good for your mental fucking health, to be honest, man. I learnt that lesson. Like I've said recently quite a lot about the peanut butter jar, haven't I? So Twitch is extremist then because a very, very, very small number of streamers account for the vast majority of views. Very, very... What, do you really think so? What, do you actually think that is the case? So hang on, are you see, I'm not convinced that's actually right though. I know the other stuff I mentioned would be accurate, but do you think that if you add up all the channels with actually 1 view, because don't forget some of those 1 views are a bot, all right? So you know, like your moderator bot might count as a viewer or something, right? Do you actually think that if you added up the thousands of channels with 1, 2, you know, 10, even 50 views, whatever, they would account for a higher viewership than, say, the top 5% of streamers? Because I don't think it would, dude. Don't forget, and this is something that you, whether or not you're aware of it, a lot of people forget, is a lot of you probably only look at native language and English streams. If you remove that element from your directory searches, yeah, you will see an astronomical number of very successful non-English speaking streamers. Like an astronomical number. In fact, if you look at the data as best as they can ascertain it for things like viewership and subs, there are channels you will never have heard of if you don't speak that native tongue, for example. Do you see what I mean, Swazza? Be an interesting one to garner. Most of that, a very small number tend to stand off screen waiting for enough subs to bribe them to come and view. Oh, I know what you mean. Where they say, yeah, where like, the endless countdown, Dr. Gnosis. The endless countdown. 3, 2, 1.9, 1.98. I don't think that book size is going to matter. It's got what you read on the list. Oh, I'd be really interested in something like that. Yeah, it's quite fascinating, actually. So event sections are small for you can have huge impacts on the population. Yeah, I don't think it will ever happen with Twitch, though, Swazzer. I think there's a concerted push to remove smaller... The incentivification for anything other than casual streaming. You know, to allow the big boys to just continue to do, like, you know, the big stuff. And slowly make it, you know, the incentives, you know. See, before, a small streamer, like my bro, right, take my bro, right. So, my brother has, on occasion, streamed on Twitch. He had an Xbox, he's had a PlayStation, sometimes he's playing a bit of EAFC, or whatever it is, and for a laugh, he says, that's it, guys. He might be a bit drunk, and he says, that's it. Fuck this, you're all a bunch of assholes, I'm going live on Twitch. And he'll go live on Twitch, and some of the lads will tune in and sort of joke and laugh, and, you know, take the piss and all the rest of it, right? He don't even bother doing it anymore, dude, because the chances are that no one's ever going to be able to do anything because of the ads. The ads have become so aggressive. So, you know, it all make, you know, when you really think about it, it all makes sense, doesn't it? You know, they're trying to, yeah, you know, people will still pop on a Saturday afternoon. For a couple of 3 hours of playing, you know, whatever it is, Starfield or whatever, you know, Baldur's Gate. But, you know, but money's tight. People are less likely to sub these days. Twitch is now getting a reputation as being a really bad platform all over, really, isn't it? You know, just not a nice viewing experience. There's weird stuff. The mobile app is notoriously bad for the last few months. I mean, even some of you have been talking about it, haven't you? To highlight how bad I'm at doing things around the house, I've been looking for things to do, and the wife just went out and said, I'm off out. Please don't do any DIY or cook anything while I'm out. Why don't you go down the pub? Did she actually say that to you, or are you just like, did you try and do some DIY, like put up a shelf and you fell and you banged your head? Because it sounds to me like you've entered some like alternate fucking reality that doesn't fucking exist except in your wildly fucking broken imagination, bro. I don't know. How do we feel about this, chat? Bob, are you alright, mate? Can you type ABC? The Black Swan is more fun. Yeah, I might have a look into that. I'm still watching that stuff you linked, Swazzer. Don't tell me, dude. Don't tell me. Oh God, what was it called? It was is it Feynman? Feynman's Messenger or whatever? Is it Feynman? Feynman's? Yeah, Feynman. Fascinating stuff, dude. Fascinating. He puts the mass at the back. I was doing karaoke and the ads kill it for me. There you go, you see. There you go, Nick Nack. You see what I mean? So, like I said, it's just slowly, you know, less and less people watching it. And, you know, then the communities get fragmented a little bit. You know, there's a little less banter and, you know, a little less cohesiveness. And, you know, you might still have a Discord where a few people pop up, but, you know, maybe they don't sub to the channel or come into the chat anymore, and everything just starts feeling like less cohesive, doesn't it? You know, you might see someone in, say, a Discord or I don't know, like a gaming site or something that was a regular viewer, but they're never in the Twitch channel, and you're already seeing that happening across multiple communities. It's like that softly. You know, just make it so, you know, people are a little less inclined to go and watch anything other than the big ones, you know? It's like watching that great show on Netflix, isn't it? That's got the big budget and the early previews, as opposed to, and you know, so you fuck it, you know, I'll pay for that. And then you've got the shitty ITV with adverts every like 30 seconds and, you know, low quality picture and all the rest of it. It's only a matter of time. I mean, they're already looking into it. I mean, we already know some streamers are being allocated higher bandwidths, the ability to, I mean, AV1 encoding and things is clearly on the agenda, and you know, I should imagine partnership status will come with Not legacy though. I reckon they'll hand out new contracts to new partnerships for the real creme de la creme Twitch viewing experience, right? Yeah. So sorry. So it was a bad example I gave, but and that's why I sort of like backtracked about saying, yeah, I understand that we're on the same wavelength. I was just thinking actually about whether or not that metric was. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? If you sort of like. If you saw all the views, so each channel has an average viewership over a 30-day period, right? And you took the top 5% or even 1%, right, of that data, and then compared it to the other 99%. And I just think it'd be really interesting to see that, to be honest. So yeah, sorry, I probably murkied the waters a bit off topic what we were talking about. Yeah, is it fame? Yeah, the fame and stuff. It's so good, dude. Yeah, you mentioned him in one, or mentioned him on one stream, didn't you, Swazzer? It's fascinating, and it's so old school as well. But I love the format on the website. It's really cool. You know, with the like the captions, the capture. Morning, Larry. You love ads that what? Yeah, I've heard about this rack rerun. Yeah, because even if you have like a compressor on your stream, I don't think it changes anything. Well, what you want to do, dude, and that's why it's so hard getting volume right on stream for streamers these days. Is I think it's FrankerZ has its own built-in compression. So you know, like you've got Better Twitch TV and FrankerZ plugins for Chrome. Nearly everyone I know uses that shit, dude. And I'm sure it's FrankerZ has a compressor built in for use. And that will also work with adverts, I do believe, dude. Yeah, you know what? I just read that. So it was the inspiration for your first tattoo. So what was your first tattoo then, dude? I've got the same question, Swazzer. It's a bird sitting on a toolbox. We were talking about good communication and said he was the best. Yeah, he is very captivating stage presence. He just also, you know, rather conveniently, just happens to know a lot of shit and is very insightful, very articulate, very thought-provoking as well. There's a certain sort of cadence to everything that he does. Sometimes it's like he places that little seed of like query. And it's almost like I don't know, he feels like he's walking you through your own thought processes at times. It's quite a talent, isn't it? They always say, you know, I mean, whether or not there's a difference between that and, you know, the cascade of knowledge to a captive audience, or whether, you know, general sort of oratory. You know, there are people out there, aren't there, who, when they talk, it's like the room just stops, man. You know, there's something about them. They have that presence. It's you need to shut the fuck up and listen to this individual, right? Fascinating, really. Sorry, Rack Rerug. Yeah, but they do. Yeah, they do. But mobile and casting TV won't help. Twitch just needs to help. Oh, really? Oh, I see what you mean. So you can't use Frankers. Yeah, got you. So FrankerZ's not on a mobile, no. Yeah, I see what you're saying, dude. That's something that Twitch really should have some ownership over, isn't it? I never thought about it. It's a very good point, actually, Rack Rerug. Very good point. You're right, Valiant. How are you? Tired, dude? Yeah, just really tired, to be honest, man. Just enjoying wandering around in a little bit of once human murdering some shit, dude. I'm very tired today, but I'm gonna go and see if I can get my armor mod in a minute. It's just nice coming back through some of these towns I haven't been in for ages, dude. Did you make a decision on your Helldivers cloak in the end then, Valiant? I love the way he explains why you won't actually understand the things he's about to tell you and actually makes you not feel stupid about it. He's very caring, isn't he? He's definitely not an ego destroyer. Yeah, definitely. But fascinating man. I think I'm as fascinated in him as an individual as I am anything he actually has to say, to be honest. It'd be, I mean, whether or not there's, you know, a history about him and you know, his background and all the rest of it, it'd be quite interesting, you know, rather than just reading a quick Wikipedia page kind of thing. Fascinating. Yeah, I might not have seen that one, Dr. Gnosis. I don't even know where I am at the moment. I've actually watched the first 30 minutes of the first again, whether or not I'm watching the same thing as you, I'm on the website that Swazza linked in chat some time ago. It's the kind of stuff you can like almost throw on as a podcast as well, man. And then go back and watch it. Like, because he's a fascinating man to watch. He really is. A reference to his lecture on Sid Cat and the oldest kid and his dad explaining how different tools that explains the bird in different ways. I wonder if I have seen that. I wonder, maybe got me wondering there. There's a short clip of YouTube of him explaining why trains don't come off the track when they go around corners. He makes even mundane things. I watched a fascinating one about trains, about the way the whatsits are shaped. I can't remember the word for it now. It was a TikTok video. I thought, huh, that's cool. I can't remember the details of it, but rather than it just being like a normal cylinder, right? I'm watching it go off the track. It's I can't remember the correct name for the sort of shape. You're right, Mikios. It's amazing the weird things I discover on like TikTok or mainly YouTube Shorts, but half the time YouTube Shorts are of a TikTok video, which always fascinates me, to be honest. But yeah, so something like that. And then it's like, ooh, I'll just do a quick Google on that, or a quick... I'm quite fascinated by such things. The sad thing is, right, Swazza, and I don't know if anyone else is the same. As an example, a real-world example, when we were playing No Man's Sky, right, I took a sudden and very immediate and deep, profound interest in astronomy, okay? I was, wow. Okay, the universe. What the fuck even is that, right? What does that even mean, right? And then I started discovering things about, you know, the expansion, the accelerating expansion, all the things that we're not entirely sure about. I started reading about the difference between theories and hypotheses, and it was a very dark hole, right? I can honestly say, right, for whatever that period was, 2-3 weeks, right, I knew quite a lot about the universe. I could possibly articulate basic understandings of, you know, the physics that kind of maybe hold it all together, as well as some of the theoretical, I guess, ideology behind it all. It felt like, you know, I couldn't do a TED talk on it, but I knew the lingo, you know? I could picture it in my mind, regurgitating the information like a monkey would. And then as soon as I started playing No Man's Sky and started playing a shooter or something else, yeah, all that knowledge just vanishes, dude. It's like it was never there, bro. It's like I have this, like, short-term memory bank, you know? And very little is stored on the permanent SSD, you know? It really needs to have an immediate and direct impact on my day-to-day well-being or my family's well-being in order to actually be retained as valuable and pertinent information. Anything else, such as how the fuck the universe works, right? It's great, but as soon as I reboot after sleep, yeah, it's out of the random access memory, dude. It's gone. It just immediately... It's like I never knew it, dude. That is how my brain works. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd say that's great. I didn't know he had an autobiography. That would be an interesting read. Yeah, that would be really interesting to read. There's a lot of reasons that make you think you understand it, but you haven't really. Yeah, you've just got over the immediate hurdle. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, actually, dude. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Definitely plays an impact. Sorry, I just got a text message come through. So you decided to go with the red in the end, Valiant. See, this is real gaming talk. You were right about the red. Yeah, you know what else I thought? I didn't have a chance to... I took a phone call just as I was typing, Valiant. The other thing that I noticed was that if you looked at the red accents on the helmet, right? and then you looked at the, like, face insignia on the red cloak, they kind of look similar. You can see a face in both almost. And I thought it tied up quite nicely with the Terminators. You know, the Terminator faction. So it's like the back of the helmet sort of had, like, you can almost imagine it was two eyes. And then the face on the red cloak almost looked like, again, two red eyes. And I'm sure the Terminator dudes in Helldivers have two red eyes. So I thought that actually looked really cool, dude. Right, okay. So, let me just... So, hang on. Hang on. What is it that I want? I want... What is it I want? A jacket, isn't it? The jacket, which is, I think, 5. Let me head up to 5. The problem with the last... Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, Swansea. Yeah, sorry, I took... I had a text message come through there. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. I know what you mean. Actually, Feynman's very good at that. He's very good at getting you through the immediate major mental block to get to the point he's trying to make. But half an hour after you've watched it, it's like, hang on a minute, what the fuck? Hang on, shit, hang on. Why have I got no power? Oh, shit. You know what's happened, don't you? I haven't done my... Oh my god, 14,000 wood. Jesus Christ. You don't sleep? Exactly, Shanes. Exactly, yeah. Exactly that. It doesn't get a chance to sit there. Do you think there'll ever be a tie-in with, like... Oh no, actually I don't want to talk about that. It's too close to home. The bots, that is also a good point. Yeah. What are they called? What's the Terminator faction called in Helldivers, mate? It's been ages since I played it. The lads have been playing it quite a lot, and then, you know, it's not that they dislike it or they ran out of interest with it, you know, because of a specific reason. They just started playing other games, you know. It's totally normal, isn't it? You know, very few, it's like I was saying, very few games can capture any player's imagination, really, for any huge and extensive period of time. You know, we're always naturally looking forward to the next banquet, aren't we? The next flavour, the next visual tour de force, you know? I mean, I just linked up Stalker 2 this morning. I noticed they did the wonderful dev discussion. And, it is. I mean, I've only watched about 10 minutes of it so far. I didn't have a lot of time, but it is. It's something I'm very much looking forward to. You know, it's very, very hard to find a game that, you know, keeps you going back for more regularly. And I think in this world with games as a service and rolling content, you know, it's. Will we? It's like I said. Will you ever find the next MMO that will capture your imagination like it did when you first played an MMO? And I genuinely think the answer to that is no, you won't. And it's not. It's not because, you know, the industry's broken. It's not because of any, you know, major issues with games. It's just that, you know, it's a time in your life that doesn't exist anymore. You know. How are you ever going to taste something new in gaming until there's a major change in technology? You know, I think the last time I was absolutely mind blown by, like, genuinely mind blown by a video game was back when I played Grand Theft Auto 5 on the PlayStation 3. I could not believe the shit I was seeing. I still think in 2024 that game does things that so many open world games just haven't got right. The attention to detail in that game really got a PlayStation goddamn 3. GTA 5 compared to all the other games at the time, it was like somehow they'd sold their soul to the devil. I'll never understand how they pulled it off. But then when I played Half-Life Alyx, in actual VR, oh shit, I need to get this. Sorry, but I don't know what I was. Oh, let's have. I wonder if let me grab that Feynman Storm. I'll have a look at that later, dude. From 1973. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. This is it. This is it. Hang on. I'm back. Sorry about that. Going to a lecture in school about the cosmos. At first I thought this would be cool. Within 10 minutes of the lecture, you and your class were asleep. The wonders of the world did not excite. But that's the point, though, isn't it, Demon? I mean, they always say this, don't they? It's about who's teaching it. You know, I mean, you see it on YouTube, don't you? Some of these physics teachers. I saw the one where the dude puts like the piece of rope, doesn't he? Like at the front of the lecture hall, dangling down. And he puts like this big, massive weight on it, doesn't he? And then he stands to the wall on one side and he puts it against his nose and he lets go. And obviously it swings away from him and then comes swinging back. But there is no way it can hit him, you know? And it's that kind of stuff. As you see it in chemistry classes and things as well on YouTube, don't you? Where a teacher's done something really cool that gets like, you know, the class excited about science and stuff, doesn't it? And then you've got the dry, monotonous, bland tones of the, you know, the professors who's born out of his brains, never made it in his chosen topic, and he's just a dead soul, right? Like some streamers. That's it, the automatons. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. You've had your Forever Wow Classic. Yeah, but that's the point, though, you see. So just like you know, maybe you'll come to an end of that journey, and, you know, like so many people have, and then it's like, will there be something else to ever capture the imagination again? I think it revolves around a leap in tech, personally. Is that, have I got a combat music bug? I think I have, haven't I? I suddenly realised that shouldn't be there, right? How long has that been? Has that been like all fucking morning? I only just picked up on it because I've just taken that phone call. Okay. When you're at uni, Hawking's Brief History was the book for that. People would read it and go, yeah, that makes sense. Physicists will get to page 10 or 11, have to go have a lie down, then swear never to look at it again. What, really? So is he saying it's a bad thing, or is it a good thing because at least it got people interested? I mean, so sometimes that's the, you know, if that's all you've achieved is to get someone interested, you know, are they now a captive audience that who knows where they could end up, right? The bloody Bill Bryson book. It was at a party once, and a 55-year-old farmer walked up and said, "You did physics, didn't you? Can you explain why those high energy can you explain those high energy cosmic rays to me?" I said I was too pissed. You see, you ran away. You see, you ran away from the captive audience, mate. You never know. He could have been a new. You know, he could have quit farming to become the next Stephen Hawking, man. I'll drop that down there. It's been there since Manibus Sunset. Oh, God. I was wondering why I kept staying stressed. Oh, God. It's you have to let me know if you pick up on it. Shout out, guys, because obviously I have to sound quite low my end. So when I'm talking, I'm probably drowning it out, you see. So you can gargle with liquid nitrogen. Can you really? I wouldn't want to put liquid nitrogen anywhere near my fucking mouth, personally, but I suppose if I watched the teacher do it and they didn't, you know, immediately fucking die horribly and their, you know, esophagus froze and shattered or something. Hang on a minute. How can you gargle with liquid nitrogen? Because aren't you not even supposed to touch liquid nitrogen? Or can you then? I don't know. I don't think I'd fancy fucking about with that unsupervised at the very least. Right, okay, let's have a ganders. Get rid of all of that. Lovely jubbly, boys. Lovely jubbly. Let's put all of that away, and then I'm going to go and see if I can get my blue mod. And I might burn through all my controllers to get it as well, because I think oh my God, look at all the wood. Shit. Is there any way to only withdraw a certain amount from, like, the deviant containment units? All that wood from one little beaver that's just been left there, you know, like... Oh my God. This can't be right. There is no way this... I don't get it, man. It's like, you have to do it, like, multiple times, don't you? I need to start, like, doing a double click on it, don't I? It sort of has to accept the fact that... Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, where's my cursor things gone? Hey up, what's going on, bruh? I think it's just the wood that's left, isn't it? And possibly, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna guess I don't have any polydetoxidants in there, or do I? No, we don't. So they definitely want to go in there. And I think this one down here was my gravel, wasn't it? So hopefully I can get all the wood in there. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. You're right, Gas. What I hate with this season reset is the fact that it makes me not want to improve my base anymore. Well, I mean, the base you will keep though as a blueprint, right? And let's be honest, to make your base blueprint, most of the base building comes from putting it together, doesn't it? And doesn't all of that, you know, all the rotations and getting all the pieces in place, isn't that all part of the blueprint, dude? So, you know, I mean, I don't think wiring and stuff, I don't think that's part of it, is it? I don't think it is. You want to do a rebuild, but put it off for 10 days now, waiting. Yeah, but that makes sense, though. I mean, that makes sense, you know, to build bigger and better next time. Because otherwise you might never have bothered, right? So that does make sense. I mean, I must admit, you know, for the next rollover, now I've realised I don't really need a base that can be... I don't really need a defensively created base. I mean, I like it. I do like this. I think it's kind of cool that it does look like a self-contained defensive storage crafting base rather than just a pretty Steve Jobs windowed house on a hill. But I would also really like to build a more architecturally pleasing base, you know, an aesthetically pleasing base. But I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I'm really not sure. My base is not the star of the show in this. It's the content. I need content, man. Your solid giant with solid. Is that one of the things you have to do without taking critical damage or something? Where'd you find all that? I've not bothered with season goals much, dude. All this stuff that I could quite easily do, I suppose. Is it that one? Defeat the Forsaken Giant, maybe? Or was there a soloable one somewhere? Ravenous Hunter in hard. I've done it on fucking pro mode. That's fucking annoying. So I need to do Ravenous Hunter on hard, Araxium in hard. Yeah, I just can't be arsed. I just don't care about Mitsuko marks enough to bother. It's just not something I care about. Diablo 4 Star, is this the new season, is it, dude? How you getting on with it? So the Leiden Frost effect, which is what we're talking about, is why you can gargle with liquid nitrogen, because there's a layer of warm gas or liquid between your mouth and the nitrogen. Oh, as opposed to, and that isn't there on your fingers. Ah, got you, Dr. Gnosis. Interesting. So the whole point in that is that it showcases the Leiden Frost effect, is it? Ha, cool, dude. Nice. Deep Rock. I've thought about playing a bit of Deep Rock, Mikios. Yeah, I've beat it up a few times. I've actually, because I obviously always end up in a pickup group. The lads were playing the crap out of it. I don't know whether it came maybe on PlayStation or something. You know, as a freebie or something. But they really enjoyed it, man. They played it quite a lot. They don't play it as much anymore, but like I said, there's nothing unusual about that with gaming these days, is there? I never played the like the new one they made. You know, like the isometric. That looks a bit dreary to me personally. T3. Oh, wrong way. Shit. That's my bad. There we go. That's better. Alright, so what is it I said I needed to get the jacket, which is Phi, isn't it? Where the hell is Silo Phi, dude? Oh. You jammy little bugger. That's actually pretty close to me, isn't it? Oh, it's the hardest one to get to. Well, I suppose we could go there. You hate tick lists. I don't mind tick lists. I've got nothing against tick lists as long as the tick list stuff is more like, oh, have you thought about doing this? Oh shit, no, that actually sounds really cool. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind that, but I don't. It's like you said, if it's just to go and EP in it, go and do some, dude. Why would I want to solo dungeons anyway? I'm about to do it here, and to be honest, I'd really rather not. If anyone wants to join me, there's no point because I need to do this in normal mode to get a blue mod. That was interesting. So, you know, why would I want to do a tick list of something that I'm actually directly opposed to it even being a thing in the game? I mean, I know no one's going to like this because everyone plays MMOs as solo players these days, but I don't think half the content should be fucking soloable. I don't think we should be able to take down Manibus solo in the world, let alone during, obviously a bit different with the Prime Wars, but I don't think you should be able to solo a pro dungeon, quite frankly. I think it should be something that you get, you know, a better pat on the back if you do it as a group. Now, again, I know a lot of people are against that, but, you know, I play multiplayer games to actually, you know, I think the problem is, and tell me if I'm wrong here, I think a lot of people play multiplayer games solo because they're making up for something that is missing in the real world. I'm just going to say it as I see it. It's a chance to show off something that actually no one gives a fuck about. To make themselves feel better about things in their lives. A lot of people will play multiplayer games and get loot that no one gives a fuck about, but it's a way to like stretch some sort of like ego maybe, I don't know. I'll never understand why anyone would play an MMO to play it solo. I just don't get it. You know, those games should be built around multiplayer and let solo games do solo content, you know? There's a reason why we have them, but why should an MMO have endless solo content? There should be stuff you can only do as a group, you know? That should be the end game, you know? That's why I play MMOs, you know? If I don't want to do that, then I don't play an MMO. I don't want to solo a fucking dungeon in an MMO. I really don't. It completely removes any sense of satisfaction. I don't get any sense of satisfaction out of me accomplishing something, but if I'm part of a team accomplishing something, I'm super happy, man. You know, team effort is way better than individual effort as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to video games, MMOs, you know? I think single-player games. I love single-player games. Keep in mind that once you max out renown, you get 1 spark out of 4 needed to craft Uber. You need like, oh, you're talking gobbledygook, so you must be talking Diablo 4, yeah? What happens whenever someone reaches D4? It's like, oh, you've got to make sure you do the flange flapper dungeon, otherwise you're not going to get the uber craftable crystals of doom. Oh, right, yeah, sorry, mate, yeah. And then I've got to make love to Shakira and Shakira's grandfather, apparently. I love Diablo for that. Yeah, it's like a foreign fucking language to the uninitiated. I never even got to endgame before. My current rank is level 79 and the highest thing. Well, what's the level cap in Diablo 4 now? You play MMOs to have the options for both and not expect to have access to anything while playing solo. Yeah, exactly, Mikios. So, and that's when New World was the perfect MMO for me. And World of Warcraft was to some degree. So, absolutely, stuff that you can do alone. You know, like some basic questing, perhaps. I mean, in New World, you know, your chopping of trees and mining of ores and your crafting, building a home, all that stuff was fantastic. Because there is a time when you can't all get together, right? And I think an MMO is the perfect balance between single player and at least small group content. That is what defines a massively multiplayer online game for me. It's one of the absolute must-have elements. Stuff to do while you're waiting for your friends that is still making your character better. Could be something as simple as a reputation grind, or farming for the reagents to craft consumables for when you team up, yeah? New World was really good for this, you know, lots and lots of crafting, the harvesting of trees, the hunting of animals, etc., etc. Also tied in nicely to the trading systems on the server. But at its absolute beating heart, it was the dungeons. This all fed into the multiplayer focus of small group multiplayer content in the dungeons. Perfect. Really enjoyed New World for that. Really enjoyed it, dude. But at no point do I ever want to play an MMO where those dungeons become soloable. I don't want to. I want to look forward to doing them with my friends or even as a pickup group, you know? I haven't got a clue with Diablo before I play it. If you know, when I play ARPGs now, I just play them and murder things and don't watch guides, or I just find them so stale if you start doing that. I just want to I want to have the blue build, which is like the cold build, or the pew pew red build that's got like fire and shit. And just enjoy it like I used to when I played like Diablo Lords of Destruction, you know? Or even Diablo Resurrected, yeah. Stop looking at all the number crunching, you know? I just can't be arsed. It just sucks the very life of a video game. I kept the big hub TPS, but my map was all hidden, no extra skill points. It sounds like you're all really enjoying Diablo 4, which is great to see, actually. Revelry, how are you, mate? How's things? How's Bump? Star Citizen will be interesting to follow, see how single and multiplayer gameplay will meet in the end. Let's be honest, Mikios, they're years away, ain't they, dude? I mean, since whatever it was last, I actually need to do this on normal mode, don't I? Which is a bit silly, really. Oh, hang on. Did that say boots? Oh, is it boots and jacket from Fire? Shit. Maybe it is. This isn't the one. This isn't the one I need to do, is it? Shit. Which is the one that gives the shield? It's actually the one with the clown, isn't it? Is it the one with the clown? It's definitely not this one, is it? Yeah, I'm in the wrong dungeon. I'm sure I am. But what I thought the one. Oh, I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. How do I leave the dungeon? I know it's not that one, though. What's the? I'd like to get my blue. I'd like to get my blue chest. It's the only thing I need, really. Revelry is the blue chest piece, to be honest, mate. But I can't remember the dungeon it's on. Is this the one where we swoop? No. Oh, it could be Sigma. Could be Sigma. Is Sigma the clown one? Because Sigma is normally the gloves, isn't it? But is it different? I know I ran this. I know I've done it. So I'm confused as to why I'm not recalling it. What the fuck is that? Oh, should we go and do that? Didn't even see that. You need to log in with a non-seasonal character with whom you have the most progress on renown for seasonal parts of the game to register. If you have multiple characters, you see what I mean? This is why I don't play Diablo at this level. I just, all this just sounds like so much effort. I just want to log in, right? Get a sorceress, because I've not played the sorceress. And murder shit. I'm going to look forward to Path of Exile. I'm actually quite excited for Path of Exile. Because it'll be the first time I played an ARPG with the right mindset I've been hoping for an evolution of ARPGs for years, and not one of them has ever done anything beyond the get skills, power up skills, more things on screen, in order to get new things, to get more things on screen. And at some point, it just becomes like a literal fucking miasmic kaleidoscope of bullshit. And then you just wait to click the loot. And none of them have ever proven to me that they do anything different. They are just absolutely the most stale, dead genre of gaming right now. So I'm just hoping Path of Exile, at least I can go into it knowing that's what they are and have some fun by not worrying about micromanaging builds. And as soon as I get to the point where there's literally nothing visible on the screen except mobs and loot, and that's when I stop playing and go and make a new character. Because I literally find it like quite possibly it's the kind of thing that if I had all the time in the world and I wanted to catch up on, you know, an average TV show, that's when I'd play an ARPG. And I was hoping No Rest for the Wicked was going to be a genuine change to the genre, but it's proven not to be. So that is basically just an isometric Souls game. Which is great, and it's lovely to see that, but it's not what I wanted it to be. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Path of Exile, because it'll be the first time I go into an ARPG with realistic expectations. You know, I'm not expecting it to be revolutionary. It'll be exactly the same thing. You'll start off at low level, you'll manage some skills, you'll get into the skill tree, and then at some point the entire screen will be filled with hundreds and thousands of mobs that will all die in a cacophony of like special effects and explosions and all the rest of it. There will be no finesse to any of it. It'll just be the same skill rotations and the odd leap or whatever it's going to be, and it will just be absolutely brain dead gameplay once again. But I don't mind that. I actually, as long as the story is good and I play through the campaign and have fun with it, I'll be alright. I just need to know that, just turn it off before it gets stale and boring and start a new class. And I'm really excited to experience ARPGs now in 2024, and maybe one will come along. You know, maybe an ARPG, like maybe Titan Quest, a bit more, I don't know, maybe a bit more, I don't know. A little less pew, thousands of mobs all on the screen at the same time. A little bit more finesse. Maybe Titan Quest will do that, but probably won't. I don't think we will get anything like that. Grim Dawn's probably, and even Endgame Grim Dawn is the same, to be honest, sadly. That's what I do until I get bored. Yeah, you know. And it's like I said, you know, I've just got to stop expecting some magical... It's basically what I'm talking about is Endgame. So it's like all the time, isn't it? The end game of a game. I just need to start accepting the fact that these games are not forever games. That, you know, I don't need to play, you know, Path of Exile over and over and over for hundreds, if not thousands of hours to get that perfect build. To me, personally, I'm not saying other people can't get enjoyment out of this, there is no satisfaction in that. No satisfaction at all. Couldn't give a fuck. It's digital fucking EP, and it means nothing to me. I'm not grinding just for the sake of grinding, especially when there's no visual flavour to it and intricacy to it. You know, just hundreds of mobs exploding and dying in waves of chain-proc lightning bolts or fireballs or acid or exploding corpses. To me, that is no longer a video game. It's just a blur of colour. It's like playing a one-armed bandit waiting for the cherries to pop. Don't enjoy it, man. Don't enjoy it at all. But I will enjoy the campaign. You know, when things are a little bit more restrained, you can actually see the individual mobs, and it's, oh, well, what the fuck is that? I think that's a badass boss, dude. You know, I think I'll go into Path of Exile with the correct frame of mind. I won't be expecting some magical change to how ARPG endgames work, you know. Hopefully. I think I've got the right mindset. If your game doesn't lag from the things on the screen, you haven't got enough things on the screen. Yeah, which means that you need to grind further and harder to get more things on the screen, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. I missed the finesse, you see. And to be honest, basically, there was a turning point in my sort of... I suppose sort of theoretical analysis of my enjoyment of these games. Well, not these games, ARPGs in particular. And it was V-Rising, which was like this blend of like, yes, there's enemies on the screen, but it was more almost like MOBA-esque. And there was like, you know, the way it's hiding the shadows and light, you know, it wasn't just a gimmick. It really affected my positioning, the way I cast my AoE spells or my traversal spells, and I felt like I was very in control of the character. It was very skill based. It was much more like, say, I need to hit that, and V-Rising felt like I was doing that. I was aiming like this, whereas a lot of ARPGs to me just felt like, you know, you're just pointing approximately in that direction and spamming a load of buttons. V-Rising brought an intricacy, a connection to me and the character. I felt in control. A quite detailed level about my actions, my rotations. There were always things impacting the fight. You know, I needed to take out maybe the snipers or the crossbow archers, whatever it would be, or the healer before I moved in. And ARPGs just become this sort of blur of, if it doesn't die in the first 2 seconds, you've probably got a fucking problem. The finesse is lost. I don't think ARPGs will change, sadly, but maybe one day. I think that fully completed Renown gives you 10 skill points and 20 Paragon points, and the Paragon that you do through the season is carried over to the normal realm. You see what I mean? Like, to me, this is like, I kind of know roughly what you mean, but just need to log in once post-season on the character for Renown to register on your account. You enjoyed deleting last season's characters. Why did you delete them, Swaz? Was the reason? Yeah, exactly, start playing. I love the early game of ARPGs. Yeah, the first playthrough of the story mode, I love it, dude. Yeah. I don't think I've ever played an ARPG I haven't enjoyed the campaign of, to be honest, dude. I mean, I certainly haven't finished them all. But yeah, love the campaigns, man. Yeah. I swear it's just like, you know, what they've... I think it's just how gaming's changed, isn't it? You know, Grim Dawn, for example, is quite story-based, isn't it? But you can still grind the shit out of the end game, right? Was I a good druid? You were the best. Delete. So why did you delete it? I mean, because you haven't got character space, or was... why? What? Diablo 4, Alarian? Diablo 4 was awesome, dude. Everyone I think it's just cool to hate on fucking Blizzard and Diablo 4. But bunch of fucking whiny bitches out there, to be honest, mate. Perfectly good game, dude. Looks great, plays great, super responsive. You know, just don't try and get blood out of a stone. Or go and play Path of Exile, convoluted arse, mate. And just go and watch an Icy Veins fucking build and pretend that you came up with it, you know what I mean? Not good, I would have shot you when you came near me. The phrase "a corner beast" comes to mind. I just noticed my headset's just on. It's more like a desperate struggle, right? Mayfly, how about I give you a deal? I have some supplies with me here. And if you give me the activator, the supplies are all yours. Save him. Go on. What should we give him? An activator? Is your injury any better? Thanks to you, young one. It's hard to imagine you chose to save me. Just think of it as a momentary lapse in judgment. Head to the Rich Secure Zone, where there's a research institute with a safe. I'll give you the access card to unlock the crate. Remember, if we meet again, I will still shoot. I hope we don't cross paths again. Being too kind in this world is not a good thing. Beware of those who might take advantage of you. Alright. Is that actually any different to what I normally have? Let me just sort my headset out. One sec, guys. Did not enjoy anything after release. What, of Diablo 4? That's what I mean, dude. That's what I'll do with Path of Exile. Choose a character class and hopefully enjoy the campaign. And once the campaign's over, I might play a little bit in the end game. You know, maybe I'm missing, you know, something just to finalise the build, and maybe I can grind for it. But what I'll do is I'll go, okay, I've enjoyed that. Draw a line in the sand. I can always come back to the character, but let's go and play another class now. Let's go and play through that campaign and see how it feels with another class. Like, oh shit, I remember this boss. Oh fuck, you know, oh fuck, it's not working. Yeah, I think I'd be alright with it, man. It just looks great, man. The Diablo is just like one of those, you know, it's just a really nice comfort food, you know. I don't need to eat a 15-course Path of Exile meal. You know, after time, I swear most folks don't even play that legit anyway, mate. It's always reading someone else's builds and theory crafting in it, mate. Give me one sec. Right, I think I've probably got sound back. Yes, I think that's working. Right, 1.5 kilometers over that way. Yeah, I'm quite excited to play a new ARPG. Now that I've found my sort of sweet spot, you know? It'd be a bit like, the only way I can describe it, it'd be a bit like if I played New World again. What I would do is I would savor even more the story and the journey to end game and doing the dungeons at like level appropriate stages, because I know that ultimately the end game for me is probably going to be exactly what it should be. It's going to be finite. You know, if I go back to New World, there's a lot of new content for me. So I won't, you know, I think sometimes inherently, certainly is the case with ARPGs, is people just burn through the content to get to the end game, to get these perfect characters, right? That can do all the, you know, the nightmare hellish end game maps and things. But for me, it's always been about the journey, and I need to start remembering that that's where my gameplay roots were, you know. I never really cared about raiding in World of Warcraft. It's just that I reached the end game. You know, I did everything. I did just about every fucking quest I could find. You know, it took me a long time to get to the point where I was even thinking about doing something like Molten Core, right? But, you know, I did enjoy that. You know, as it turned out, I found that fascinatingly difficult, even at a logistical level, with that amount of people. So, you know, it's a slightly different scenario, to be honest, but... yeah, I've always been about the journey, not the destination. So I just need to remember that. I kind of lost sight of it. And I think some of it is because of streaming as well. There's always this, like, rat race. And there's always someone, you know, who races ahead, man. And you feel compelled to try and keep up, you know, because you want to play together. You want to see the new content, right? I've made that mistake. I won't be making it again. Is there a reason to do group content now in Diablo 4? Was there ever a reason to play Diablo 4? To be honest, dude. As group-based. Outside of the same reason in any game you do group-based. To be honest. I mean, it's the fact that you can even play it cooperatively or whatever. Is it even what most players give a fuck about? You know, I've never seen Diablo as a multiplayer game. I couldn't give a fuck about playing with other people. Because, to be honest, it's yet more visual noise. The first artist, the reason I stopped playing Torchlight 2, we actually streamed Torchlight 2. And we were quite enjoying it. But we suddenly realised that because there were 4 of us on the screen, none of us could see shit. By the time even a couple of people had started popping off specials, I couldn't see fuck all. I couldn't even see the fucking mobs, dude. And it completely... and that was early game. That was really early game, dude. So, I love couch co-op. Now, give me couch co-op like Gauntlet, Diablo. That's different, man. You know, that's completely different. You know, and I don't mind that. But I couldn't give a fuck about... what I would like is an MMO that is like Diablo. And I sort of got that a little bit with Lost Ark. But again, the end game was shit. So, for me, anyway. End game bosses need materials, farming from other activities. A grouping that makes best use of quite rare things. Yeah, you see, so again, it's just, so it's not really anything to do with synergy, it's just about efficiency, isn't it? That's all it is, you know, that is not enough for a player like me. Group, I think it's where this game has some issues, because I feel like the only builds that are viable are just high DPS builds. There is no healer, there is no tank, there is nothing. It's just a group of massive hitting DPSs. And, you know, I can't fault the game for that. You know, the game is clearly built around it. But I love my Holy Trinity, you know. You know, love it, hate it, you know, that's your choice. But I love it when I'm cheering on the tank more than I'm cheering on my fucking self, you know. I love it, dude. I love group playing this co-op. Always have done. You really got it in for barbs, Swazza. I noticed you're a barb. You're like a barb racist. You've never had anything nice to say about barbs. It's because you play all the pussy classes. You just like to try and make it out like the barb's grossly overpowered. But you just can't admit that the barb is a real man's class. Like up there, brutal, fucking swinging his axe around. And you just play all the pussy classes like little Necro with all his little mates or little Pew Pew Sorcerer sitting in the back. You just can't handle a man's class, you see. The hate is so real. Like, I can see it. There is no concept other than world boss that can't be done solo. Interesting. Yeah, I hate playing ARPGs with other people, man. It's just too much shit going on the screen, dude. I think Diablo's world bosses were okay. I quite enjoyed the world bosses. Like you said, Swazza, normally, you know, some barb up there kicking the shit out of it, right? And everyone else, like, standing 4.5 miles away, right? But yeah, they've never been a game... let's put it this way, right? If someone was to suggest, say, Gruff, let's go and play a co-op game, I would never think of an ARPG. Never suggest an ARPG, personally. You know, I'd rather play, I just fucking up anything. Ghost Recon, The Division, you know, things like that. I just have, what I really fancy is Dungeonborn, but as a really dedicated PvE game. Where, you know, it's a little bit like the Holy Trinity, but, you know, you really need the rogue to go and scout ahead, look for traps, find hidden switches. We really want the sorcerer, you know, for that hard-hitting magic, and, you know, a cleric class for some healing between rooms and things. The Dungeonborn could be, like, to me, one of the greatest compartmentalized random, so RNG dungeon spelunking games in the history of forever. And I've got this beautiful picture of like different taverns for different seasons. It would actually be DLC. And, you know, you'd be in your tavern on, you know, DLC 1, like primary launch, and you'd meet in the tavern like a little hub, you know, maybe with 15, 20 players in it, but you and your party members would sit down at a table, and that's where you then get your loadout sorted, and you then magic, you know, you wouldn't walk to the dungeon, you just almost like, think of it like almost like a visualization of sitting down as a tabletop game. You're sitting down to play D&D with your 3-4 friends, and you've walked into the, you load in, you go into the tavern, and you sit down at your table, and that's when you port to the dungeon, right? And sitting down at the table is kind of like a little bit, you know, sharing, oh shit, yeah, do you need some healing pots, mate? And you could like transfer some healing pots to your inventory. It's like, oh, you've not got a torch, you know, I have my torch, blah, blah, blah. And then you go into the dungeon, and that's it. It would be like an extraction. You'd have to make it through to the end of the dungeon. I wouldn't put time, I wouldn't make it like a battle royale game, but that's what it would be. It would be a randomly generated, procedurally generated dungeon with loot in it, with the idea of, you know, essentially moving through to more difficult dungeons. And then, like, as a new DLC, like a year later, you'd be in a new tavern in a new corner of the world, you know? There'd be a world map you could transfer around, jump around a little bit, you know? So some dungeons could actually be like crypts and things, classic crypts. Others could be cavern systems, you know, castles, etc. And I think there's a really good game there, man. Definitely a really good game, and super simple to make, relatively speaking. I'm not saying, you know, you could just knock it up in an afternoon, but budget-wise, I think I could 100% project manage that. Barb swinging his 4 axes around, do 35 billion damage. F Barb's, I'm out. I've always liked Barbs because I suppose I was never a big melee fan in most games. So I always quite enjoyed the barb leaps and things, you know, the classic sort of like dumb Conan leaping into battles, you know, axe swinging, not a fuck given. But I'd really like to play the I really enjoyed the sorceress in the closed betas, man. Like, really enjoyed it, man. I'd really like to play Diablo 4 again. I just need to install it. I just keep forgetting, dude. And it plays so well on the deck as well. You alright, Gimmer? How are you, mate? How's things? How's life treating you, bro? They're adding a new class, aren't they, to, is it to Diablo? Is it a new class? I mean, say you bought Diablo, right? Back when it first came out, yeah? You bought whatever edition it was. What, have you had to spend any money since then and now? I mean, obviously, I'm sure there are, you know, I don't know, mounts or whatever they've added over the years as skins and things. But is there... Oh, we'll go and do that over there. Have there been any, like, expansions or other things that, like, you really need to pay for? Or has it kind of, like, all been... you know, softly, and now we've got, like, the big expansion with the new class coming that's going to cost you, like, another 40, 50 quid or whatever it's going to be. Yeah, that's what I enjoyed Demon Seed, the Fire Sorceress. And you know what? You know the reason I enjoyed the Fire Sorceress? Because I didn't think she'd play very well on the controller. And as I was able to evidence on the live streams, I was actually able to put the Hydra pretty accurately where I wanted it. The game kind of did a really good job of placing it where I needed it. I mean, yeah, it might not have been pixel perfect, but my point stood. You don't need to be fucking pixel perfect in fucking Diablo 4. You really fucking don't. You don't in any ARPG, to be honest, mate. You like the barb. Just them having 4 weapons means it can't be balanced with the other characters. If they gave druids more, I'd love to try the druid, dude. I'd really like to try druid. In fact, what classes are in Diablo? You've obviously got the barbarian, you've got the sorceress, and you've got the druid, and you've got the... Is it called the rogue? What else is there, guys? Necromancer. Oh, was the necromancer free? Was the necromancer in there from day one, or was that one you had to pay for? I think necromancer was a paid one in Diablo 3, wasn't it? Maybe? Premium battle pass and skins. What sort of things, like, you know, like in this, you know, the battle pass is lots and lots of cosmetics and that's it really, you know, name badges and stuff like that. What kind of things are in the Diablo 4 battle pass? Again, is it all sort of cosmetics, is it? I tell you what, if they ever, I wonder how much easier it is to run it. I mean, it's not that it's hard to get Battle.net running on the Steam Deck. I'm just wondering, like, if you were to buy it on Steam natively, I wonder if it just makes it easier and more pick up and play with updates than maybe it would through Battle.net. I don't know. I'd have to ask, like, Caskell or someone. You've never paid anything. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not a problem if you... I mean, to be honest, I'm almost disappointed in a way. So I got no issues if you haven't had to spend any money. But it's kind of nice if there had been an expansion or something, you know, like Lords of Destruction or something, you know. I love it when... I'd much rather games were providing new fun content than endless endgame grind for the sake of endgame... Hang on a minute. Where's the... Oh, I'm still in the dungeon. That's why. That always throws me, that. In fact, say, where's my blue marker gone? The base game's on Game Pass. Yeah, well, I had the Super Mega Dick Edition of that. Yeah. Well, never sure if I was supposed to say thank you for that, as in publicly. But, yeah, a member of the community sent me the Big Dick Edition. So, I'd be a bit reluctant to get it on Steam because I don't know what extras I got as a result of that. It would obviously nice to keep the account sort of, you know, all tied in, but I'm sure sometimes it's going to pop up on sale on Steam, right? So I might consider it if it just makes the Steam Deck I mean, it's not that it's hard to set it up on the Steam Deck, but I don't know. Too much sun and a bit of swimming. Oh, Jesus, really good. You all right, Gimmer? What, bit of sunburn, dude? It was a very nice day here yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be a nice one again today, dude. Shane Lightning and Hyde. Oh, dude, you mixed. Oh, dude, you mixed electric and fire. You heathen. You see, I couldn't do that, dude. Even if it meant it was a really good build. So to me, it's either all ice, all electric, or all fire. You know what I mean? It's just the way I am, Swazzer. So the Barbarian, the Druid, the Rogue, the Necro, and the Sorcerer, plus the new... Do we know what next season is? Have they revealed it, or are they sort of like trying to keep everyone guessing? I'm surprised there's not like a classic Paladin or Templar, something like that. It always seemed like that was missing. Free battle pass has cosmetics. Premium has more cooler cosmetics. Animated ones dripping. All right, so it's all cosmetic, whether it be like a different piece of armor or armor with enhanced, you know, post processing and things. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. So that sounds perfectly reasonable. You also get portal cosmetics. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I must admit that whether or not that's changed, but they were ludicrous when I first booted the game up live on stream. Those portals, basically like little more than a different colour, and they were like about a tenner, dude. It's like, you've got to be having a laugh, mate. I mean, surely no one's that stupid. Whether or not they brought those down in price, I don't know. You know. They were ludicrously priced on launch, man. Yeah, I'm really surprised there's no classic cleric. You know, almost someone like maybe without a sword. You know, someone that, you know, I know you can sort of have what you want, but you know, like a mace or flail wielding character. You know, Templar, Knights Templar, maybe with some inherent healing-esque stuff, or your staunch paladin. You know, just little more than a, you know, obviously built around that shield and sword and board style of gameplay. Always seem to be like quite a classic stereotype character, aren't they? I think next new season S4 Diablo 4 will be, excuse me, I've got the hiccups, will be Spiritborn related, since the expansion and new class lands about that time. When you say spirit, so what do you mean by, you'll have to excuse me, dude, because I don't know what you mean by Spiritborn. What does that mean, dude? I'll go up there. Let me just head over here first. So new character is Spiritborn. What does that mean? What is a Spiritborn? Well, what is it? Are we talking like a ghostly apparition? You know, all the other classes, you know, Druid, it's going to change into different creatures, right? Barbarian, big fucking dumb lug swinging his axe around. Rogue, sneaky, backstab, flippy crossbow. Necro, summoning minions. Sorceress, pew magic. What is a Spiritborn? What does it mean? Just looked on the Xbox store. The new Diablo 4 season that's coming out, Season of Hatred, with the new class is £35. So that's totally reasonable then, isn't it? Providing there's a decent amount of content. I mean, obviously, if you log in and there's like one dungeon extra and one character class, you might feel a little bit aggrieved, right? But you know, whether or not they I mean, you know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how big Lords of Destruction was, because it was the first Diablo game I ever sort of really played. It was probably long after it came out as well, when I think about it. But, you know, so I don't know what Lords of Destruction added to the base game, really. It was just what I called Diablo back then. I don't know what people's expectations are of a £35 expansion. I like Diablo. It's like, well, should I say I like Diablo even when I'm hating on ARPGs? Diablo isn't immune to the ARPG hate. I still don't think the entire genre has done anything. I don't think it's done anything to move the idea of what you do forwards. The finesse of combat is, if anything, I swear, has been simplified over the fucking years. But you know, of all the ARPGs I've played, I like Diablo 4, man. Oh, you know, she's a slick puppy, man. She's a very slick game, you know. You're right, Sven. I didn't even notice you weren't there, Sven. It felt like you never left us, mate. How cool is that? Mr. Bad Habits, I do apologise. My alert's not working. Thank you very much for the... Oh, my God. Where's he going? Thank you very much for the 75, dude. Thank you very much. So they announced it as a glaive slash... Oh, so more like a monk, perhaps. A glaive slash quarterstaff, maybe. Looks like an Inca dude, a Beastmaster, and looks like he comes with a... Oh, I heard about the Jaguar. Ah, yeah. Okay, all right, you've sold me. I understand what they're going for. All right, yeah. So rather than a shape-shifting druid, a sort of it's a weird name. I'm trying to think what a more apt name might be in my head outside of marketing involvement. But yeah, I think I know what you mean. Mr. Bad Habits, thank you very much for the 75, dude. Thank you very, very much, mate. Thank you. Yeah, so a jungle warrior that can focus on the jaguar, which just does fire damage. So it's pets. So it's a full-blown pet class. So jaguar, eagle, gorilla, and centaur. Ooh. Or hang on, or are you a shapeshifter? You know, like the druid will change form. Is it a pet class like a WoW hunter kind of thing, or? Oh, so it is form. So that sucks. So that's a bit wank, actually. So basically, it's just a druid with different fucking abilities and skins. Then that sounds a little fucking boring. I'm sure it'll be a great class, but I quite like the idea of a pet-based class. Leveling up the pet as much as you're leveling up your character, kind of thing. That'd be kind of fucking neat, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll have to have a look. Is it? They haven't respawned, have they? This new... I missed this. This is why one of the other reasons I first thought about moving away from my... Oh my god. Getting oh my god. Just getting rat-tatted. Are they all dead? Oh, what the fuck? That was a terrible shot, bro. Oh, that was a bad shot as well. That's what I miss, man. I love the finesse of the sniper. Of course, now I've got the smaller reticle, which is just like fucking godly, man. Because before it was so hard getting a headshot with a sniper rifle and without ADSing all the time. Because like at 4K, the reticle dot was like the size of their heads, man. It was monstrous, dude. This thing is like pixel perfect now, dude. They did a really nice fix on that. I just wish it had never happened from launch. So hang on, so the druid is pet back. So hang on, maybe I've misunderstood this then, because you got to bear in mind, I do apologise, because I've never played the druid. So was the druid never a shapeshifter then? Or are you saying they changed the druid to a pet class? Because I can't imagine that would have gone down well with the community, right? I had 3 dogs, some crows, and a poison creeper last season. Oh, it can be both. Oh, right. So is that a change that's happened since launch? Because that's a pretty radical change, right? I would have thought. I mean, don't worry. I mean, I'm not expecting a big long thesis on the changes to Diablo since launch, but £35 seems pretty reasonable. I mean, you got any idea? Is it a continuation, obviously, of the story? Yeah. Post Lilith, or you know, do we know much about where they're taking it? So he can still shapeshift. I was going to say, because you'd be a bit gutted if you, if you'd built like you know, a lot of people really get into their characters, don't they? I tell you what, I'd love to play is the. I've said it a few times, haven't I? Does anyone remember a game called The Ascent? It's kind of like a cyberpunk-esque. How can I best describe it? It was like a cyberpunk-esque... Oh, I tried to kill the scarecrow. Twin-stick shooter. I really feel like there's a genre there that I've spoken about. So a bit like I've just mentioned about the PvE Dungeonborn, which is definitely a project I could put into action pretty quickly, I think. I still feel like you take the twin stick idea of the Ascent and maybe even look at a big branded stick on top. Obviously, you're not going to do this as a small startup, but how the Warhammer crews and you know, IP licensees haven't come up with a solution to this or a project to birth it is beyond me. But imagine a twin stick, the Ascent, but as a full-blown looter shooter, including co-op and dungeons. I mean, it's just begging to be made at this point. I must have spoken about this 100 times on the channel, man. You take the twin stick ideology, which is you know, it's so much more action focused than fucking boring ass turn-based shit, right? And you add a Diablo / ARPG style looting element to it, including multiplayer dungeon focus, and I think you've got a really cool game, man. Quite looking forward to Space Marine 2, but I have to see what the... Again, you know, play it without expecting it to be a forever game. You know, hopefully it will do well and they'll add lots and lots of cool shit to it. But... Oh, you can get a pet as any class in Diablo 4. Ah, yeah, but that's just a dog that follows you around. We're talking about combat pets, aren't we? Not just quality of life, pick up a bit of gold shit. I'm talking about, like, actual things that do shit, right? The Ascent was a really good game. Launched terribly. I mean, to be fair, the launch product was a broken mess. Multiple broken quests. If you stuck to the main campaign, it was relatively problem-free. But multiple issues with side quests that could then go on to break main quest. But they did fix it, and still to this day it's the worst video game map in the history of video game maps, outside of Path of Exile when it launched, and possibly even to this day, to be honest. But yeah, really good foundation. They did a good DLC, but I never played it. They did send a copy over, but I said I'm not going to get a chance to play it. So. The release of Ascent was better than Cyberpunk, and Cyberpunk was... Well, a lot of people would agree with you there, did you? Yeah, even with all its... See, the thing is, it's like I did, you know. I'd read about it. I'd seen it firsthand whenever we deviated too much from the main path. So what we did on stream was we just went through the main quest, really, didn't we? Stuck fairly rigidly to the main quest. And I always thought I enjoyed it so much I'd go back. I'd go back when a lot of the things were fixed. And of course I never did, sadly, but still got very fond memories of it as a game. That was a terrible shot, man. Oh, you little fucker. Could not finish it with a pistol build. I tell you what, I think I struggle quite a lot in the end. I sort of vaguely remember the end dungeon or end encounter. It was pretty brutal, if I remember. Because obviously I hadn't really leveled up through the side questing and what have you. It was a fairly linear run through to the end, you know. You can't describe it now. Hang on, what the Ascent variant? Yeah, I've spoken about as many. That and the Dungeonborn or Dark and Darker variant, which I know Buck and I've spoken about several times, dude. It's everything. It's just such a non-feature creep project. They're both incredibly compartmentalized. Could be done on a really solid budget, man. You know. They're just so focused in what they do, so sort of like almost niche that I think it would appeal. I think there'd be a lot of people interested in them. And like I said, although niche to some degree, niche still doesn't mean so niche that you're not going to get good sales from it, you know? You really enjoyed it? Yeah, a lot of people like the Ascent, yeah. A lot of people have also forgotten about the Ascent, sadly. I think I should get down to the bookings and place a bet on my odds and tell him a good job after today. I've only managed an hour sleep in 2 days, and I'm dealing with a critical life database being completely inaccessible. It's helpfully cloudified, so I can't even look at a physical server. So I'm dealing with helpful third-party support trolls who in 5 days have so far been able to confirm that our IP is whitelisted, and even less helpful users who can't answer simple questions. The thing is, right, what happens, right? Let's just assume you walked away now and nothing moved forwards at all today. What are the repercussions? What happens? Does the world end? Do people no longer have electric? Does their internet go down? What actually happens if you went, you know what, mate? I can't be fucking arsed today. And pulled a fucking sickie. I know the problem would still be there tomorrow. But is it life, limb, and danger? If it doesn't fucking... It sounds like, you know, it's already been 5 days without fucking whatever it is, so... We'll go at the top there, right? I had no issues with side quests in a sense, but I did bring my main character trying to co-op. That don't sound good. He got resets level 1 in... Oh my god. Well, there you go. That's even worse then, isn't it? I mean, anything that's just... I mean, that's game-breaking, right? Absolutely game-breaking. That's even worse than some broken fucking side quests that, you know, either wouldn't give you loot or would fuck up the continuation on the main story or... a multitude of other things or things that didn't spawn in the side quests, for example. And they all got resolved from what I understand. Apparently they did a good job of patching it all up, and like I said, there was even a DLC at one point, wasn't there? So you'd fall behind on UK attendance. So in other words, no one would give a fuck, yeah? I'd say walk away, Dr. Gnosis. Just don't worry about it, mate. No one's going to come after you, mate. Fucking hell. They can give away all our credit card and fucking passport information these days, and they get a slap on the wrist and a big fine that they can afford, mate. I'm sure you'll be fine, bro. Let some other asshole fucking deal with it. Let your boss deal with it, mate. You know what I mean? About time the fucking management sorted out some fucking shit. Hand over the keys. There you go, mate. I fucking got a migraine. I'll be back in a week. I can't imagine you're being reimbursed 1 hour's fucking sleep in 48 hours. That sounds like me, but that's through personal choice. I don't think any job would be worth that, would it? Like I said, I can, you know, if it meant like power to millions of people was jeopardized, or, you know, there could be a mass shortage of food in the supermarkets this weekend, or, you know, the internet infrastructure would collapse and... Oh, I think you make your manager fucking work for his fucking big fat fucking paycheck, quite honestly, bro. 1 hour sleep in 2 days. And I'm not normally against that sort of thing, but I've become a bit jaded recently. Best was servers not reacting. After 5 hours on the phone with a customer, he mentioned that he has to leave for 20 minutes to get new candles as they have a power outage on a Friday. Fucking hell, dude. You alright, Yeti? How are you doing, dude? Yeah, you're looking a bit pasty there, Dr. Gnosis. A little bit pasty, bro. Don't want to push yourself, mate. I reckon a little lie down, a couple of days downtime, bro. I don't think I've ever pulled an actual legit sickie, you know. Don't think so. Might have been a couple where I was a bit hungover and really thought about not going in, right? But I don't think I've ever legit pulled an actual straight up... I mean, I've had a couple of occasions where I've been in hospital, where I definitely can't go into work. But I don't think I've ever just, like, straight up been perfectly okay. Like, legit perfectly okay and said, nah, fuck it, I'm not going in. I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to, dude. The guilt would just eat. It would gnaw at me, man. Fucking gnaw at me. It would just be 9 times out of 10. It's just putting pressure on other people in it, you know. Oh, what was that? Oh. The blinker's doll. I swear I can hear the doll talking. She's saying, please look at me. Just keep looking at me. Maybe go round there and look at her. Can I go in the room? Oh, it's open. Ah. Oh, all these little little things still out here, look. Morning, Dot. How are you, bro? How's things? Where's my... I was going to say, I've got a light, haven't I? Don't use that very often. That's weird. Why is it all gone? What the hell? What's going on here, dude? Oh, is it open? Was it already open? I wonder if that was that just a graphical glitch? It looked like there was like a weird blur around it, wasn't that? Was kind of weird. You have pulled a couple of... Did you ever pull a sickie at a scan, Doc? I was having a few days away and wanted to carry on, so I thought, did it? I'll phone in. The only phone I could find was in the middle of an arcade, so you can imagine there's me. Cough, cough, I can come in. The best ones I've ever had is when other people might contact you to say that they're sick. And like the classic is like to like somehow deliberately just like so easy to do, man. I think people get so caught up in their own bullshit, right? It's why like I just don't know how you can live a life of that sort of level of subterfuge, to be honest, man. It must be ever so fucking draining. But you just get them off the topic of being poorly. And like, you know, when they'll ring up and it's like cough, 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 cough. Oh, God. Oh, I'm feeling really bad. Oh, yeah. I think I better not come in. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, my head's spinning. So I'm sorry to hear that. Like, yeah. Other than that, you were all right. Oh, yeah, I'm all right, mate. Yeah. Did you have a nice weekend? Yeah, not a bad weekend, mate. Yeah, it was all right. And suddenly, like, the cough's gone, the sniffles have gone, and it's like a completely normal conversation. So you're not coming in today? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm still feeling a bit rough, like. Yeah. People are full of shit, mate. You own an Antonov. I own an Antonov An 225. I have no idea what that means, Emmy. What does this mean? An Antonov. It sounds like a Russian gun. An Antonov 556. Now, isn't 556 European? I don't know. Someone once told me about this. Like all things gun related, I forget. On the coach transfer home to the airport in... Oh, hang on. Isn't an Antonov a plane? Airport plane. Isn't an Antonov a plane? The girls behind me were trying to figure out how they could explain their tan to their boss after fact. Oh, yeah. We've had this conversation before about parents that can take their kids away abroad, but they can't afford to take them during the school holidays, so they take them out. And like little Johnny's apparently had chicken pox for a week, but he's come back with a cracking tan, right? and it's only on the upper half where he was in the swimming pool, right? Yeah. Yeah, the first one was whilst I was at a scan. The stress first triggered a migraine. Never had them before. And well, to me that sounds like fairly legit. Having a migraine doesn't sound like pulling a sickie, does it? I mean, pulling a sickie is when you're not sick. What the fuck? It's a cargo. Oh, well, yeah, that's what the Antonov. Well, hang on. So what do you want about? You've got what do you mean by you've got an Antonov? That's a big fucking motherfucking Russian transport plane in it. Where have you... What, you bought one on eBay? I've got a bridge to sell you, Emma. You interested in a bridge? cargo jet, yeah. Morning, Daxos. How are you, dude? How's things? How's the family doing, bro? Okay. Isn't that the absolutely huge plane? Yeah, I think so, dude. Yeah, the Antonov, yeah. Eventually, I got so sick of the planes, I spent 4 days a week away. What? So that's when you started pulling a sickie, was it? So you started just ringing in. Sick all the time, though, yeah. I was behind a bloke leaving a voicemail at his lad's school as we were boarding, saying he wasn't well. Maybe like, nice. Yeah, I say fuck him, dude. Fine me. Pay about 50p a fucking year, mate. Go fuck yourself, dude. Not getting ripped off by the school and by the fucking airlines. No chance, bro. You bought it on Temu. What we say is Temu that bloody one that's like shop like a billionaire? Oh my fucking god, dude. That thing's everywhere, right? Shop like a billionaire, or however it fucking goes. It's a catchy little fucking thing and all, to be honest. Yeah, pulling a sickie is when you're not poorly, doll. Pulling a sickie is when you're perfectly okay, but you want to go and watch the football. Having a migraine ain't pulling a sickie, dude. It was very hot in Greece. They were not British garden tans. They There's no explaining it, is there? Fuck 'em. You've taught your children to lie. Yeah, well, welcome to the fucking real world. It's a primary skill. You should teach that in fucking school. I like a sniper rifle in these lower level areas, man. Reminds me of the good old... Did that go through but didn't actually... I know this was the place I used to get. This was a confusing one. Isn't there like a weird... Isn't that dude up here like a major pain in the ass? He was like grossly inflated in hit points, wasn't he? It was like one of the hardest fights in the game if you came here at the wrong level. This is a... Yeah, it is. This, yeah, I remember this. One of your dates pulled a sickie to watch the snooker and he got caught on live TV. Yeah, it's this fucker here, isn't it? Oh, yeah, he's, even with this, I mean, obviously this isn't my main weapon, but... Oh my god, that didn't kill you either. Is there not someone else? Yeah. Takes a lot of damage, doesn't he? You can certainly see why you'd struggle coming here early on. Just that little bit trickier, isn't it? What, you haven't? You've never done that, Dr. Gnosis, no. I saw a good one, I don't know if it was like YouTube talking about a car crash one, where someone, you can download like the background noise of a car accident. I mean, it's pretty dark, to be honest, but it's done in quite a funny way because it never stops. So it's something that like you ring your boss while you're in your car, right? And then you suddenly start playing this really loud audio file, which starts with this almighty screech of like burning rubber as brakes are applied, followed by what sounds like a bit of a prang. And it's like, fucking hell, dude, that actually sounds like you've actually just been in quite a nasty little accident. But it doesn't stop there. It goes on for about 5 minutes, as if it's like the world's biggest pile-up, dude. So obviously it's meant as a joke, but... I have no doubt people have tried similar things, right? Oh, I better call you back. Someone at my work did it for the Grand National. I didn't realise that company runs stuff there. He bumped into the executive VIP area. co-worker. But I suppose that's the thing. Like, I'd be one of those people, if I did pull a sickie, I wouldn't be able to do anything fun with the day anyway, right? I wouldn't dare leave the house, you know what I mean? Answer the phone or anything. Yeah. The guilt would just be too racking, man. When your kid was in school, you'd have the 6 weeks off, then it'd be time to go back, but we'd get a message on the school saying it was closed to you. That's always happens, doesn't it? It always happens. Don't they like always tie in like an extra teacher training day, like right at the start of the fucking school year? Did I get that? Good. Co-worker of mine was sick for 3 days in a row. Walked past the office with his guitar repeatedly on his way to and from busking on sunny days. I admire the audacity of it. I 10 out of 10, mate. Go fuck yourself, right? I suppose it's like you say though, Dr. Nosis, it depends, doesn't it? You know, like, 1, can you live with the guilt? 2, are you just putting pressure on your fellow teammates? You know, just because you can't be asked or have had a bit of a fucking bad day. And you know, as your manager kind of treated you nice over the years and done you right, you know? It's a tough one, isn't it? But yeah. There's amazing how many people do fuck around though, man. Yeah, perfectly alright to go to work, fucking permanently on the fucking sick, right? Story of the fucking UK, that, mate. I'm telling you. Crazy, man. A lot of places have, like, I think if you like what city and county councils and things, it's like 6 months full pay as well, isn't it? And then even after that, it only goes down to half pay for another 6 months, doesn't it? I mean, obviously it's different depending on where you work, but you can see why some people do fucking take the piss. Oh my god, really? Holy shit. Bad shot, bro. It feels like the old days with my AWS Panther, man. I love these fucking sniper rifles, dude. Oh my god, that was 2 very bad shots there. 3 very bad shots. Oh, I've gone off, dudes. I've lost the mojo, boys. It's kind of a nice way to conserve energy. Bullets as well, isn't it? Playing with the sniper rifle in the lower level areas. Did I have a quest to do? Did I actually do the quest? That's actually a very good question. I had the blue one. Did I finish the blue quest though? I know people who treat 6 days as extra leave pay. Oh yeah, 100%, dude. Yeah. People like know the thresholds, don't they? Before like HR will get involved, or you get a rap on the knuckles, or an attendance management meeting, don't they? So it's like, you know, so some companies, like, you can have like 10 days off throughout the year as sick pay before you're kind of flagged by the system, really. So yeah, they treat it as an extra 10 days holiday, don't they? Oh, 100%, dude. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, I've still got 6 days sick pay to take this year. Pardon fucking what? Excuse me? Yeah. The entitlement of it, mate. This boss tells me to take a day if I turn up and wince. Take a day off if I turn up and wince because of a bad back or slightly sore head. I've built up 37. Oh, time off in lieu in the last 6 months because he credits me the time every time I check my email or appear visible. God, it sounds like a right weirdo. What a fucking weird fuck. I don't give you the fucking creepiest, man. Fuck that. So it sounds like he's fucking stalking you, dude. I think you might have a fucking problem there, bro. It's a bit boring by what we get 30 days plus 20 plus 22 days sick. So you actually do have it as a straight up quota almost, yeah? Yeah. It's not unheard of, dude, is it? What about if you shoot that red canister on his side? Has anyone ever tried it? Does it cause an explosion or not? Really? Why is that not hitting him? That would be a no. Assuming I am hitting it and not the wall.
Get in on the defensive.
Maybe it did. It might have done. It might have done. I reckon your boss might have a thing for you, Dr. Gnosis. That sounds creepy as fuck, dude. Oh, you got a bit of a bad back? Oh, never mind, mate. Have a day off. You get 35 days plus 30 more for uni closures plus 14 days sick. That's fucking mad, isn't it? You're allowed to be sick 14 days a year. Any more than that, you're in big trouble, sir. You gotta love it, ain't you? How do I actually get in there, then? Am I supposed to go up and around or something? I've lost track of where I'm trying to get to. Was it over there? No? Got to be up here somewhere, isn't it? You've been working in similar places, Mikos. Sadly, things usually change when the departments or companies were restructured or merged with others. I think one of the worst things that can happen in a place of work is, you know, like when you've built up like a really good rapport with a manager. A bit like you're saying there, Dr. Gnosis, on a more serious note. You know, like when that... It's not even on the books, it's just a general understanding. Now, personal circumstance and a manager will be understanding and empathetic towards you, and there's still an understanding, you know, the job's going to get done, dude. It's just that maybe I might not be able to do it right here, right now, or, you know, special dispensation for, you know, so something going on with the kids, or if the kids are poorly or something. And you build up this kind of like... It's like an ebb and flow, isn't it? A bit of give and take, you know, an understanding, a mutual sort of self-respect. And then the manager leaves. You know, this really good manager leaves, and it's like... Or you leave and go to another job where you suddenly realise, like, all this stuff that... It doesn't carry over. It's not something that is in black and white. You know, it's not part of your attendance record or, you know, personal development plans and things. You know, this is just something that was just an inherent part of your day-to-day camaraderie and, you know, working with colleagues, even if they're in a management position. And it all goes to shit on a restructure, doesn't it? All those little extras that you've done, but, you know, your manager's always, you know, had, even if it's just a big fucking thank you, you know, it's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? And like sometimes with a restructure or management shuffle, whatever it's going to be, that's the stuff that's lost because it's not tangible, is it? It's part of working as a team, isn't it? And it's always sad to see that sort of vanish.
Did you hear that?
That's what my friend says about our work. I think everyone in our work does the same too. Their entire workforce is exactly 22 days a year. Yeah, and the thing is, it becomes a culture within the company then, doesn't it? I mean, I've even seen that in some places where people actually get... Well, maybe I shouldn't say harassed, but I'll use the word because it's just easier for points, you know, purposes of the discussion. But why hasn't Jane taken any sick leave this year? You know, when everyone else does. So everyone, say you got 10 days, whatever, 22 days, depending on where you were. But, like, you haven't, you know? So it's like, why is Jane not taking sick leave? You know, we all take sick leave. Why is Jane not doing it? Jane, come here. And people get pressured into doing it, don't they? It's part of the culture. Like, if we all do it, then... You know, it's the status quo. That's just how it works. But if even one of us stops doing it, then... You know, what does that say? You know, where does that leave us all? And that's where things get a little bit darker, right? Yeah, very much, Kim. I learned to treat others in a similar way. It's a long-standing family tradition when you treat you. Yeah, exactly. And this is what I'm saying. It's these things that are not quite as tangible, recordable. It's the little day-to-day things, isn't it? That can vanish in a puff of smoke. It does. It's very stressful when that happens. That happens to you, Repulsive. Basically felt like that's a rebuild. Yeah, there you go. That's a really nice way of putting it, actually. Yeah, it's the reputation that you've built up that vanishes in a puff of smoke, isn't it? It's like you've got to rebuild that. Yeah, so that's a really good way of looking at it, actually, DJ. There's only one job I actually loved when I worked for Boots. Is that Boots? That's in what I'd know as Boots, the pharmaceutical high street thing. I do overtime, going early, didn't have any sick days in 2 years. Then they changed my job and I hated it. Oh, that sucks, man. There is no incentive to not be off sick. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some places that do these sick days paid, though, also offer an incentive, don't. So if you don't have any sickness in a year, some companies will give like an extra payout around Christmas, won't they? Like a high attendance bonus. So, you know, you can weigh up the pros and cons a little bit, can't you? It's like you said, if it's just a simple, like, look, we don't really kind of ask too many questions around, you know, 10, 15, 20 days a year. It's like you said, people just feel obliged to do it, right? Why not? But not everyone is the same, though. Not every, you know, especially if you come from a different place of work where that isn't the company culture. Or you just simply don't like lying, you know? There's an amazing thought in it. People don't like just ringing in sick. Thing is, I would argue most people probably, with seasonal colds and flus and general aches and pains, most people could probably ring up and justify it, you know? You're right, Joshua, how are you, dude? How's things? On a big farm, getting the best seasonal workers is a big thing. If you get a bad rep, you will no longer get the good people. Yeah. I know what you mean, dude. That's quite interesting, because I learned a little bit about that when I watched Yellowstone. A lot of that's based on reputation and hard work and things, isn't it? I'm sure, obviously, it's not quite representative of real ranch life, but... What the fuck? But yeah, when it's seasonal like that, yeah, you are what you've built over the years, aren't you? Oh my god, there's a load of them down there. Somebody stuck the backpack for his head there, then. Oh my god, he just came up the... Kind of cool to see them moving around like that. Beats is still going strong, isn't it, Demon? I'm sure there's one. Well, I'm pretty sure there's one. I was gonna say I know there's one in the city centre. It's a huge Boots, dude. Like fucking one of the biggest I've ever been in. It's even a multi-story one, dude. They sell fucking loads of shit. Especially during the summer, it's very focused on like family holidays. Like there's a whole section, like, you know, suitcases and beach towels. You know, it's not like how I remember my little local Boots back in. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, my local Boots back in the day that was really just about, you know, some, you know, the non over-the-counter stuff, so you could pick up like prescriptions and things, but most of it was kind of like just general, like, you know, vitamin pills and plasters and things like that. They sell just about everything in Boots these days, don't they? In fact, they even do like deodorants and hair care products, and I think they were always part of it, but now they even have like the one that I'm on about near where, well, it's not near where we are, but in our city, it's it has like a whole. It's a bit like, it always reminds me of, God, I forgot about that. Reminds me of an airport. And it's got all the girls that work on all the makeup counters. And it fucking reeks, dude. And a whole wall of mirrored perfumes and aftershaves. And like, is it like L'Oreal has got a section and Maybelline's got a section for all the makeup and stuff? And there's always these girls that are like, holy shit, are you even real? You know what I mean? They are clearly hired for, let's just say, their appearance, you know? Got eyelashes like down to their fucking knees. that's just one section of that. I think they do like it. I think there's like even a photo thing in there. I'm sure they've got like a family photo thing where you can book a photo session as well. It's huge, man. On a big farm, yeah, sorry. Yeah, usually, yeah. There's the one in our city centre, but it's probably one of the biggest stores in the city centre now. I think about it. It is actually really big. It's just I never go in there, so I hadn't really thought about it. Though you always see all the outside. There's always early in the morning. There's people. What's that stuff they go for if you're a bit of an addict? What's the little thingy you get? Is it not methadone? Is it what is it? You see them all queuing up outside. Boots are just closed for hundreds. What recently have they sponsored? Really? It doesn't surprise me. I mean, a high street in general is just fucking almost dead these days, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm in town tomorrow. I don't think I can stream tomorrow, so I've got to go through town. So, whole aisle for hair clips. Yeah, Boots is the first place that brought out the meal. Was it really? You see, that's interesting. I always thought that was Tesco's. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me then. Your village has a Boots in it as the monopoly for prescriptions from our doctors, so I don't think it will go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, the one in the city centre is I mean, I assume it's like just super convenient for people that work in the city centre to get their prescriptions from there, you know? I mean, it is as well. It's a really big pharmacy sort of side to it. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's way bigger than just a counter. There's normally like 4 or 5 people working on it. It's fucking huge, man. Did I finish that blue quest then? Did I actually do it? I must have done, right? Manchester with 2 floors, a big shop. Yeah, the lady selling perfume at the front. Yeah. It's like almost like, it's a bit like do you remember the Lush stores? The smell in the Boots on the one side, dude, from all the scents, deodorants and perfumes and aftershaves and everything. Oh my god, dude. It's almost like a physical sort of thickness to the air, isn't it? It's like tangible density increase to the atmosphere. It's unbelievable, bro. Really, Mikios? Is that like quite a good sort of career to get into then? Is it like pharmaceutical work, as in proper qualified pharmacy worker? They've got the antihistamines lined up on the shelf before you get to the perfume bit. Yeah, it is. Some of those girls that work in there, though, man, fucking hellfire, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Because it's all about the makeup, innit, man? Sit you down, go through every fucking product they can, mate. It's mad. Yeah, the Lush. Are they still a thing, Doc? I don't even know what Lush sell, dude. I honestly don't. Well, was it just like soaps and shit? I remember something called The Body Shop, which was always just like, the only reason that shop existed was so you could get your mom a Christmas present. You always get your mom something from The Body Shop, right? Like a little basket of like, you know, little miniature shampoo and a miniature bubble bath and, you know, like a bath bomb or something. It was just like, The Body Shop was just like the holy grail for kids to sort mom a gift out, right? But I don't think I've seen one of those for years, man. Like years and fucking years. And then Lush came along. And I don't actually know what they sold, but I know it ponged. So I assume a similar thing. But maybe, I don't know, maybe organic and vegan or something, you know what I mean? You're right, Frank. You're right, Smokeless. One's a whom and O is a who, man. Okay, mate. Are you sure you're human? That sounds like something a non-human would say, bro. Just saying, dude. Just saying. You're right, Fibro. My wife loves Lush, but I hate how the staff jump on you as soon as you walk in. Oh, right. So what is it? I mean, what do they sell then? I mean, is it the same kind of thing? Is it like bath salts and bath bombs and, you know, I don't know, organic soaps and shit or something? You've got a family in the business, Mikos. The bureaucracy has gone through the roof. Equipment is expensive. You need qualified people for everything. So salary costs are high. What? Hang on. What's that, Mikos? As in pharmaceutical world, is it? Yeah. I made the mistake of going into a Lush store once with my stepdaughter. Made the added mistake of looking at the massage bars. My stepdaughter's comment when we finally escaped does a good job of explaining the experience. It's okay, I won't tell mum. Hang on, what's a massage bar? Talk to me. I've never heard of such a thing. What is a massage bar? Is it a fancy name for a bit of soap or? God, I can't eat shit now. All I can think about is massage bars. The Body Shop originally started as a shop that sourced cruelty-free products or not farmed in the Amazon rainforest. Yeah, and I bet it wasn't at all, right? I bet the Body Shop was responsible for some of the grossest non-recycled plastics that has ever been dumped into the ocean. Because, like, everything from the Body Shop was in tiny little plastic pieces of shit, wasn't it? So they're probably solely responsible for the pollution of probably 1/10 of the ocean, no doubt, as well. It's like getting a paper straw, isn't it? Oh, great, a fucking paper straw. That's a brilliant motherfucking idea, isn't it? But it's in a piece of plastic. It's in a plastic wrapper. Could I just have had a plastic straw? Goes to show, mate. You know, anything to make a consumer feel like they're not, you know, destroying the planet, right? There's a list of shops that are closing. Ours wasn't on it, and the only pharmacy for about 20-mile radius. Oh my god, that's huge. Is it one of those 24-hour pharmacies as well? Because apparently they make a killing, don't they, Mikios? Yeah, bath bombs and stuff like that, but they're against animal testing. Oh, right. Is that what it is? So all their products are... so that was the gimmick they came up with then, was it? So our products are not tested on enemies. So just be warned, if you use this, you might go blind. Yeah, fuck that. I'm all for animal fucking testing, mate. Yeah, here's your new toothpaste, but your dick might fall off. Yeah, fuck that. What is a hamster amongst friends? Bring on the guinea pigs. I like my dick where it is. One of the Beats pharmacies that we lost was in the same building as our docks. Yeah, actually, our local dock, the one that has got the one of the worst reviews in all of the UK, right? It's like the worst doctor's surgery in the history of doctor's surgeries, right? They're so corrupt, it's unbelievable. And they've got a pharmacy in-house. I bet they make a fucking fortune, dude. So a massage bar looks like a bar of soap, but it's actually made of scented massage oil. Okay. Which the staffers are pretty aggressive about encouraging you to test out. So it's just soap, but it smells like... Oh, this smell will relax you and put you in a karmic trance kind of soap, yeah? The carrier bags felt different. What was that, Dot? Oh, the Body Shop. There are lots of ways to get plastic into the environment, but the micro beads they put into fresh... Hang on, they put micro beads of plastic into shampoo. Do they really? What? So all our shampoos that we use have like tiny little microscopic beads of plastic, do they, Fresh? What's the reason for that? Is that just so like it... Is that how we get a nice lava and things like that, is it? Lush products came in wax paper. We usually last much longer than supermarket stuff. In the end, one use of Lush product. See, the thing is, I would never use anything like that because it smells too strong. I don't like strong smelling, like, you know, hygienic cleansers. I don't like a strong smelling soap. You know, I at most even just like mildly scented shower gel, you know. I don't really like strong smelling stuff. I find it a bit offensive. The hamster loofah, not tested on animals, just these... It is a hamster leaf. It's literally got a fucking label on it. Not tested. This product did not have any animal testing. We just killed it and stuck a bit of string on it. I like that fibre. Massage bars of scented butters. Is that what it is? It's like a butter. Oh god. I haven't used soap in years. I haven't seen a bar of soap in fucking years. Do people still use soap? I just use like well, I either just don't use soap. If I'm washing my hands, I just use like the tap. I certainly don't, you know, lather up every time I touch my dick, because believe it or not, my dick isn't actually that dirty. So, you know, just like water out of the tap. And if I have a shower, I might, you know, just maybe use a little bit of... it's normally from Christmas. It normally lasts me the whole year. Is it like Lynx shower gel? My mum normally buys me one. And I invariably get another couple from somewhere, you know what I mean? So, yeah, you don't need a lot, do you? Good morning, Missy. How are you? Lush products can be many different versions. Some certainly are like a hammer to the nose. Yeah. I mean, I can understand it like if your house smells like shit, yeah? You got guests around. But buy a lump of Lush soap, perhaps. I think the theory was it added grit to the lotion and made it easier to massage the scalp. So is that all shampoos then, Fresh Brew? Oh, they did, but most places have banned it. Oh, right. So this was going back in... This is back a while, was it? Yeah. Well, it's just facts. It's not ooh, is it? It's like people talk about wiping their arse. I mean, you all wipe your arse, right? And all your shit stinks. It's not disgusting. It's normal bodily function, isn't it? I've switched all our soap to bars over the past... I just can't be arsed. I hate fucking bars of soap. They're a pain in the ass. Massive pain in the... And you know, like when you got a bar of soap, right? And you put it on the edge of the fucking sink and you get that, like, slimy bit on the fucking bottom. Fuck that shit. Give me a nice little dispenser. I don't give a fuck. There's enough plastic in this world. I ain't adding to it. It's just fucking me. I ain't got fucking time to worry about plastic in the ocean. I only found out recently, right, that... for years, I mean this sincerely, but I just never thought, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. I always wondered, like, you know, you buy a bottle of Coke, right, or a can of pop, yeah, Dr. Pepper, but you know the bottles, yeah, and for years and years and years, you'd unscrew it and you'd have a cap, wouldn't you? And then at some point, I can't remember when, but years ago, right, or at least some time ago, I started noticing that things were getting really hard to unscrew, and I thought there's something different about how it used to be. And I can never quite put my finger on it. And then I realised, hang on a minute. Either I'm getting weak, or they've changed the design of these tops. Because every fucking bottle of Schweppes tonic water I started like buying, right? I'd unscrew the cap there, but the cap would be stuck to the bit that stays on the bottle by another bit of plastic. So in other words, it was like, fucking hell, this is really hard to... You had to like tear it off. It was like really hard. And then you'd end up with this little bit of jaggedy plastic. I thought this is like just a shit design, man. You know, clearly whatever factory that manufactures these has lost the fucking plot. And then I found out, apparently, it's something about saving the fucking turtles. Or some shit like that. Because apparently, what is it? Is it something to do with the bottle tops? Like turtles eat them and then gag on them and choke to death or something. So now what they're trying to do is make the caps stay attached to the bottle, apparently, right? Well, I didn't know that, so for years I've been like really yanking the motherfucker off. So, it goes to show, without instructions, yeah, I've killed millions of turtles. I didn't realise. I had no idea, mate. So yeah, unbeknown to me, mate. I wasn't suggesting you were doing it for the plastic. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that, Missy. But I'll read about why you're doing it. The extra fuel that's used for transportation of liquid soap, I couldn't give a fuck. There you go. I couldn't give a fuck. I do because it's cheaper, easier, takes up less space, and the soap is actually better for your hair and skin. It takes up less space. It's not easier, though, is it? It's not easier. You're lying about that, at least, aren't you? You can't tell me it's easier, right, to get a bar of soap and then lather it up, right, than it is to go press a button. So on that, you're just straight up lying. Now, If it's cheaper, I get it. That's 100%. Takes up less space. Dude, if you live in a place where the size of your soap is of concern to you, yeah? I think you've got other concerns, right? So, again, that's a non-issue, isn't it? What you mean is, you prefer the soap, it's better for your hair and skin, and it's cheaper, yeah? All the rest is superfluous fluff. Cut through the bullshit. So now Turtles try to swallow her bottles. Yeah, apparently. I never thought of that, Doc, yeah. How about don't chuck bottle tops in the freaking sea? Well, but this is the point, you see. This is the whole point. I mean, if you looked at like the cleanup on beaches, like after like a big celebration or something, or like a big holiday weekend, it's fucking mad the people that shit leave on a beach. What is a beach for, right? A beach is for kids, all right? Because let's be honest, as an adult, a beach is a pain in the ass, isn't it? You get sand up your fucking crack and everywhere. It's fucking horrible, right? Sand is a pain in the ass. So the beach is for kids. Who the fuck, right, would leave shit that could, you know, get in a kid's foot on the beach? You've got to be an asshole. Leaving bottles of beer and shit like that. Jagged, nasty ass little fucking things that you brought. People are just fucking assholes, bro. But yeah, I mean, some of these cleanup machines they have in, like, you know, especially some of these like really fancy beaches in America and like, you know, Europe, where it's a big part of like the what is it? The you know, the tourist industry. And they have these like massive tractors that comb the beach each evening, don't they? And the amount of shit we leave on a beach. And these are people on holiday, right? You think would, like, you know, you'd think you'd be looking after it, you know. If you bring it to the beach, take it home with you. It's not odd, is it? I mean, you don't just start throwing your plastic wrappers from your ice cream in the sand, do you? But people do, man. People are just assholes, bro. You buy soap for a year at a time. Why? Why would you buy soap for a whole year? It seems a bit excessive, mate. It's not like it's hard to get a little bit of soap. You can do it like a couple of times a year, surely. I mean, and so basically what you're saying is you've now got an issue with space because you buy it on bulk. So you just don't buy it in bulk then. How many bars do you get through in a year? I mean, I reckon I'd get through. I mean, soap's shit. Soap's fucking terrible, right? So, I don't know. I have no idea how much soap a human being would get through in a year. But I don't like a big lump of fucking soap rubbing around my dick and crotch. You know what I mean? I like to get a little bit of gel and I'll rub it in my hands and then I'll massage it into my man bits. I don't want a bar of soap. And then someone else is going to use that bar of soap, isn't they? And wash their face with it. It's fucking disgusting soap, dude. Fucking nasty, bro. Yeah, but you don't live in the middle of nowhere, Missy. I'm sorry, but you don't live in, like, the Outer Hebrides or at fucking Mount Everest. I'm pretty sure, right, the day-to-day things that you buy, you can still buy soap, couldn't you? If you really needed to. You don't need to buy soap once a year, do you? It's not like you live in, like, fucking Nepal or somewhere, you know what I mean? You got to clamber down a mountain. You know, you don't need to buy it on an annual basis, man. You know, like, how long's the bar of soap last? Like, probably a month or two, right? You know, you can't tell me when you go. You don't go shopping once a year for everything, do you? You're creating a problem where there isn't one, really. One of the strongest behaviours I've ever seen is dog owners pick up their dog's poop with a bag and then just leave the bag behind in the park. What? That's dumb. That's just fucking dumb, dude. But yeah, I mean, you think about how much dog shit is wrapped up in... Dude, when you think about that, that's actually a really bad stain for us as humans, isn't it? You think of, like, how many households have dogs, right? And how many of those dogs have shits? And how many dog shits go into a plastic bag? Dude, that's actually really horrendous, dude. You know what I mean? And yeah, I can't buy a fucking bag in a supermarket, but I can buy, like, little black bags to put my dog shit in. Sometimes we fight the fight, don't we? We got no fucking idea how fucking pointless it is, man. Like, literally, probably thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of tons of plastic. Not just plastic, right? But plastic that has shit inside it. It don't get any fucking worse than that, really, does it? Oh, my fucking God. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's fucking mad, mate. I mean, there's probably some, like, fancy variant, you know what I mean? That you know, it's a bit like, you know, those, like, wipes that are biodegradable. But actually, the definition of biodegradable means, like, in 1,000 fucking years, it may have degraded, like, to 50% of its original volume, yeah? It's got, like, a half-life. Like, don't worry about it now. In about 1,000 years, there'll only be like half of it left. You know what I mean? Yeah, fucking unbelievable. You're one of those weird people, Missy, that I'd see in the supermarket in front of me, right? And like, there's me with my bottle of milk for the missus and some tea bags, right? In my shorts, and you're in front of me with 55 bars of soap, Missy. I'm thinking, fucking hell. You know, she must have some fucking minging BO, mate. I saw a dude in the supermarket the other day, right? And oh my God, it fucking made me laugh, dude. It got like, it was just like 20 of the exact same meal, mate. And it was like this fucking vegan microwave, like, I don't know, fucking asparagus shit, dude. Like 20 of them. 4 stacks of 5, mate. I thought, I bet he's a fun guy. I mean, he's one of the lads, isn't he? You know what I mean? Fucking Jesus Christ, Mr. fucking Excitement himself. 2 people behind him, right? There was an old dude, must have been about 85 years old. He'd got 3 bottles of whiskey, yeah? And some microwave fucking jacket potatoes. Oh, Jesus, man. It's amazing how you judge people based on what you see on the fucking, what's it, innit? The conveyor belt. Oh, dear. Nepal and India have massive issues with rubbish left behind by the tourists. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some horrors. I mean, of like all the waterways in some corners of the world. You know, some in India. I remember seeing, and it is, man. The plastic's insane, isn't it? It's and a lot of it is Nestle, isn't it? Apparently, because like they don't necessarily have quite a stranglehold on like fresh bottled drinking water in some of these countries, and it's all like fucking Nestle bottled water, isn't it? It's like accounts for like just almost like oceans full of plastic, but it all like piles up on like the you know, the drainage areas, doesn't it? Which then, of course, blocks all that up, and then you get the dogs rummaging through it. It's fucking nightmare for what we do to the planet, really, isn't it? I was always amazed, right? I always thought I'd discovered something that maybe I could make millions out of. And in a garden shed, right, in one of the houses I had, I had some stuff in a plastic bag, just a straight up plastic bag, right? You know, Tesco's, whatever it was. It was one of those white plastic bags, though. Remember when you get like actual white ones, not like sort of transparent ones? And I remember like I can't remember what I'd put in it. And to this day, I just don't know. It's probably something to do with decorating. So I might have put like a couple of paintbrushes that I hadn't used in it, right? And I left all like my paint stuff up there, and one day there was a leak in the shed, so I had to move it all out. And I went to pick up the plastic bag, right? So imagine like you've sort of like knotted it, well, not knotted it, but just twirled it up on the top, and scrunched it up. And I picked it up, and the whole thing just disintegrated. The whole thing it was like magic. You know, like you see like one of those that, you know, they go into some long lost cavern. In some sort of Indiana Jones thing, and someone touches a book and it just instantly crumbles to dust. It was like that, dude. And this was just like a normal plastic bag, so fuck knows what was in there. I always thought it must have been like white spirits or something. Like maybe the white spirits had like leaked, but I don't know, man. But yeah, the second I touched it, it just... And all these tiny little bits of plastic were left. It was really weird. We tested how long it takes those dog poo bags to decompose. Leave some hedge trimming last night. Yeah, exactly. There you go, you see. You know. It's easy to say they're biodegradable, doesn't it? But it don't stop them blocking shit and all. It's like nappies, isn't it? Like some people actually flush nappies down their toilets, man. Which starts blocking all the fucking sewers and shit in the UK. It's fucking mad, dude. People put anything down the shitter. You buy it online, miss. Yeah, well, there you go. So even less reason to buy it and bulk them. Hang on a minute, you just said because you don't live anywhere near it and now you buy it online anyway. We tested how long it takes those dog poop bags to decompose. Oh, sorry, I've got that, yeah. It does please that the council saw fit to install a dog poop bin on a pole next to the home of one of our unpleasant neighbours. I can only say bagging up my dog's poop and delivering it to the bin 2-3 times a day. We've got a little bin down the bottom and it looks just like a post box, dude. And we have seen people literally put letters in it, dude. It literally, it's the same colour. It almost looks like the same design, dude. As like one of like the little sidewall post boxes, bro. It's fucking ridiculous, mate, honestly. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I buy my links on eBay, Missy. Links is like crazy expensive. And it's not necessarily links. It depends what's on. Right Guard, Sure. You know, antiperspirant, deodorant, whatever it is. I buy all that online. I get crazy deals on it, mate. It's so you just got. It's one of those things you have to just rather than like buying it when you run out. So I normally buy like a 6-pack or sometimes a 12-pack. It just depends. But rather than like waiting until you're on the last one, what I do is once I'm like, you know, a couple of 3 left, I start just checking eBay like once or twice a week. And it's amazing how often you find a really big deal on it. And you know what I think it is? I think it's people that work in supermarkets who nick it. Because the undercut on the normal cost is ridiculous, mate. It's like you'll see the stuff that is cheaper, but it's like consistently cheaper. And everyone sells it for about the same price, if that makes sense. But every now and again, you'll find like an absolute fucking whoa, dude. That is like 50% of the cost, man. And I think it is because it's always a different buyer. It's never the seller. Sorry, different seller. Very rarely the same seller. Oh, okay. Will that not put that in a back? I thought that put that in a backpack for me. That's annoying. How do I get rid of that? Why have I got that stuck on the screen? That's just annoying. I don't want to claim it. I just want to get rid of it. How do I get rid of that? Just, I don't want it. I don't care. What the fuck? So yeah, I think it is. It was the same with Tassimos. I swear to God, sometimes it's like, you know, on that one late night shift, you know, a pallet of fucking links just vanished. It's the only explanation I've come up with, mate. Because there's no way it's that cheap normally. No way, mate. No way. Yeah, I do the same. Yeah, save so much that way. Yeah. That's what I do, Missy. Yeah, I do the same thing. But I wouldn't be buying a fucking year of fucking soap. Like, is that fucking ridiculous, mate? 1 year of fucking soap. Not on your Nelly, mate. I've got my Asda online nice and easy. I usually pick up a multi-pack of Nivea Silver Protect deodorant every time they go on sale in Boots. Smells like soap with the added benefit of colloidal. What's colloidal silver? What does that do? It sounds like this is probably going to give you fucking like cancer or something. What's this all about? 12-pack of deodorant. Well, it's because I'm quite active, so I do need to be careful. You know, I don't like sort of smelling. You know what I mean? And if you're active, you know, it's going to happen, innit? So it's better to have like a 12-pack and paying like 50%. Than buying like, you know, because like a Lynx can be like £4 kind of, even £5 in a supermarket, dude. If you can pick those up for like £1.50, £2 because they fell off the back of a fucking pallet down Tesco's, mate, then why not buy them? So that's what I'm saying to Missy. I understand buying in bulk, but buying a fucking year's worth, fuck that for a game of fucking soldiers. I won't be able to afford to buy things on an annual basis. It's just that simple. I don't have that kind of disposable income to say I'm going to buy a year's worth of soap and a year's worth of that and a year's worth of that. My dad used to. My dad used to do it all the time. My dad used to go to a place called Macro. And I think you needed like, I don't know, so some sort of like, I don't know what it was. you had to be able to prove that you owned a shop or something, didn't you? But because he was an accountant, with people that were in the trade, he got like his macro card. I think anyone can get one these days. Macros changed, but he used to be able to get like, it was like a cash and carry originally, wasn't it? So he would buy like hundreds of toilet rolls at a time, hundreds of shampoos. And he just saved a ton of money on it. But a bit like you said, the problem was storing it all. You know, you'd open like the one area in the, it was like the airing cupboard. And it was full of fucking kitchen towel, shit paper. It was fucking ridiculous. However, the best part of it was, right, he also used to buy air freshener, which I've never known him buy it ever since what happened. But what we discovered was that I could make rockets out of, and I'm trying to think what the product was, but it was like, think of like one of those big cans, not a deodorant can, probably a 12-inch, 10-inch high can of air freshener, right? I'm trying to think of the name of the product. It's a big branded one as well. And he used to buy like packs of 48 of the fuckers, right? Well, what you did, right, you got a Coke bottle. So like a 2-litre or whatever it was, Coke bottle, right? And what you did was you placed that on like a little sort of scaffolding of bricks, sticks, or even your school backpack, right, out in the garden. Okay, so just think of that like say a 45-degree angle or a little bit sharper, but you know, enough so you can see the bottom. And do you remember the bottom of the Coke bottles? You know, like they're all ridged like a flower, and it's quite hard plastic. Yeah, right. So you with me so far? Yeah. So out in the middle of the garden, you've got a Coke bottle. You've cut the top off the Coke bottle, so the top of the Coke bottle with the spout area has been cut off. Okay, just at the top. Yeah. And what you do is you place your air freshener into that plastic. You take all the wrapper off it as well, so it's perfectly transparent Coke bottle. Place your air freshener deodorant into it, yeah, so it touches the bottom, okay? It's rigged up on some bricks or whatever you can get, yeah, and then you get your Zippo lighter, all right? You put the Zippo lighter near the base of the Coke bottle, okay? But obviously not so it's burning it. Yeah? You then retreat to Dad's French windows and get the air rifle. You take a very, very good shot at the bottom of the Coke bottle so that the little lead pellet goes through the bottom of the Coke bottle and also pierces the bottom of the deodorant. Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking yes, boys. Oh, yes. Until one went wrong. And it became what I can only describe as a flaming Catherine wheel of death and landed in the neighbour's garden in a bush, which promptly incinerated most of the top of the bush. Which may or may not have led to an investigation of how many fucking air fresheners my dad had got through that year. Basic maths. Bearing in mind he's an accountant and he's pretty shit out of this, he came to the very clear and very concise conclusion that someone was doing something with the deodorants. Sorry, not the air fresheners, but yeah. The shit we used to come up with, bro. But fuck me, it was glorious. I was basically Elon Musk before Elon Musk was Elon Musk. Shit, we tried everything, mate. We tried to add things to it, make it more aerodynamic. Man, they were spectacular, bro. Sometimes they just fucking exploded, sadly. Yeah, fucking great fun. I do the same secret about the biggest guy. I have a massive case of squirrel brain, so I have to. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, I obviously I'm only joking, but yeah, I mean, if you got the room, why not? It's like my dad used to. He probably saved him a fortune over the years, Missy. And there is a satisfaction, right, of knowing it's there as well. You know when you go and get your new deodorant out, or in your case like the soap, or my dad with his kitchen towel or toilet paper, there is an inherent satisfaction that it's all there, you know. And the other thing is, it does cut down on the weekly shit, doesn't it? You know, sometimes like the girlfriend might do a shop on her own if she's coming back from work at a funny time, and always not happy with it. But you know, she struggles. You know, it's the volume of the bags. You know, by the time you've thrown in some of these like weekly requirements, it does add up, doesn't it? I'm just glad I was out of school before super soakers were a thing, as I'd probably have burns on about 90% of my body otherwise. Super soakers. What? So hang on, talk to me about super soakers. So what was this? Was this where you... I don't know, but I'm going to assume you made flamethrowers out of what were essentially water pistols then. Is that right, Dr. Nessus? Yeah, I won't say that out loud because we're only on a watch list, Mikios. The coffees will come knock it. Oh, mate, honestly, fucking hell, dude. It was fucking spectacular. They really were. They were fucking amazing. But you couldn't do it too often because, like I said, you know, my dad would notice. I mean, he noticed anyway. But yeah, the one that landed in the neighbour's garden, that caused quite a lot. And then I did set fire to a bush in his garden as well. The burning bush incident, which that was petrol though. So. Friend used deodorant flamethrowers to fight off mosquitoes until his styro wallpaper. Do you remember that? My mum was when they used to call it anaglypta. Was it called anaglypta wallpaper? Oh my god, my mum was obsessed with this stuff, and she had it on. I remember it like really specifically being. I mean, it was everywhere, but specifically it was on the stairs, the hall stairs and landing, and oh my god. We picked it all off. It was like in this like fruit light. I can't remember it like in mega detail, but it was like little nodules. For those of you that don't know, it's like a puffy wallpaper, wasn't it? Like a 3D wallpaper, but it was squishy. Like you could press into it. And it was like a foam, wasn't it? Almost. And yeah, we picked it all off. She went fucking mental, mate. Like fucking mental over it, dude. Then my dad had to do the whole stairs again, dude. So over the burning bush. Yeah, we weren't particularly worried about the bush because it was my mate who was actually on fire at the time who was like the main focus of the attention. But we got caught because of the burnt bush. I've seen people turning super soakers into flamethrowers. God, that sounds madly dangerous, doesn't it? It's a good job I never found out about that because I would have been able to get my hands on lighter fluid or petrol, you see. God, yeah. You're old enough to those at chemistry at school. Children these days will never encounter. Yeah, do you remember like putting putting potassium and sodium and shit into water? Oh my god, dude. Well, I bet they don't do that anymore, do they? God, that chemistry was fucking awesome, dude. My chemistry teacher had a hole in the desk and floor. Everyone in that day had the... Oh no, the bumpy ceiling was something different. That was Artex. Yeah, the stuff on the ceiling was actually like a sort of shaped plaster almost. Well, I think it was called Artex. Anaglypta was the soft, foamy wallpaper. They're two different things. Artex is the stuff that like modern day plasterers and decorators look at and go, "Oh my fucking god, really?" Everyone had it, didn't they? Do you remember it? In like a fan, you know, like a Chinese fan. There were like certain styles, weren't there? And your ceilings were always these Artex like fan-like fucking rosettas. Oh my fucking god, bro. Yeah. Nightmare. Like Starkey said the other day, the other plague of a decorator is things like, you know, the little glow-in-the-dark stars. And like blue tack, which seems to be made out of like whale grease if it was left on the wall for more than 2 minutes. Oh my god. Crazy, man. It's mad how things degrade. I remember like back in the early days when I did cable management a little bit on like one of my first sort of like, you know, computer / gaming setups, and I had the brilliant idea of using sellotape. Now, you'd think that's a perfectly good idea, right? You got all the cables, get a bit of sellotape, wrap it around, like the little sort of like half-inch sellotape. Brilliant idea, right? That's like really is. It's really clean. It's really neat. Yeah, but then you realise that sellotape degrades into what is essentially like a super glue-like paste over the years. And once it's on your fingers, you can't get rid of it. I remember all that. Or you put up a poster. Your mum said you cannot put a poster up on the wall, so you just did it on the sly when you knew they were out on a Friday night. You put your poster up and fucking, I don't know, whatever your favourite pop star was at the time, right? And you use blue tack, but the blue tack would leave these like deep grease marks all over the wall, wouldn't they? Yeah. Proper Artex could strip your skin. I suppose I've never really touched Artex myself, but yeah, I mean it's basically rock solid Artex, isn't it? Yeah, to be fair though, wood chip was fucking brilliant, mate. See, I've lived in a fair few rented accommodations when I was at uni, dude. And dude, some of the fucking wallpapers, man. Oh my god. Paisley fucking... That's the only reason I know what Paisley is. Paisley fucking wallpaper, dude. I mean, dude, I was probably popping acid and smoking shit that I found in the fucking cupboard, you know? Like, snorting bleach and shit, you know? I was in no state of fucking mind, right? To be walking into my fucking student lodgings with Paisley wallpaper. It was like walking into an actual fucking nightmare-fueled reality, dude. So... Brilliant. Wood chip, mate. Wood chip, stick it up. Nightmare's over, bro. Wood chip was the solve it all, mate, to rented accommodation, bro. Stick a bit of paint on it if you needed to as well, wouldn't you? What was it called? Oh, God, what was the colour that you used to put on everything? What was it called? Did it begin with an M or something like that? It was basically like an off-white, wasn't it? Magnolia. Is that your local B&Q or Wilco's or whatever it would be, wouldn't it? Like 4 rolls of fucking, what was it, wood chip wallpaper and some Magnolia paint, mate. Oh, yeah, mate. Life as a student, bro. Yeah, good fucking... Yeah, marigold. I saw you say marigold. Yeah, Magnolia, not marigold. Yeah, yeah. You buy about 1,000 bottle rockets, go to a field, go to the opposite ends and have bottle... So hang on, what's a bottle rocket, dude? What's a bottle rocket? Was this something that I don't... I'm not sure what they are. Was that... You get a point for each person you hit with a bottle rocket? It sounds like great fun. I don't think I've ever seen a bottle rocket. So you can shoot them straight at people. Plenty of skin bursts and blisters. So what is that? Is it like an actual, you know, incendiary on fire rocket, or your main walls are still Magnolia? Can't go wrong with Magnolia, mate. Yeah. The green my mum actually had a green bathroom set when we moved in here. Yeah, and we've still got it to some degree. It was the brown variant. Anyone remember the fucking brown variant? It was brown and green, wasn't it? Yeah. Polystyrene ceiling tiles. I've never had those in a home. I've seen the polystyrene ceiling tiles in just about anything that's even basically like administrative tends to have like polystyrene ceiling tiles, doesn't it? Yeah, suspended ceilings and things. Yeah. Coating your walls with corkboard. Oh, I don't know that. What was that then? Do you mean like corkboard, like as in what I'd know as like, you know, again, when I was a student, I used to have like a corkboard. It's something you hung on the wall, probably like about 3/4 A4, and it was just a bit of like cork with a wooden perimeter, like a notice board, but you couldn't write on it. You pin things that you pin like your lecture schedule on it, and you know, don't forget to buy a bag of weed at the weekend. Was it like that? But like the whole wall? It's like a firework. Shoots it with a whistle and goes. But also it was proper sort of like pyrotechnics then. Not like a homemade thing. Yeah. A firework would stick out in the pack that could launch from an empty glass. Oh, you just mean like that's what I just call like a basic firework. So just like a thin stick of wood and like a tubular like pyrotechnic holder on the top with a little fuse. Oh, I know what you mean, dude. Yeah. We just call them like normal fireworks. They were like the cheapest of the cheap, and so you used to call those bottle rockets. Because you used to put them in a bottle. Got you. I was thinking it like be one of those like high pressure water things or something. Yeah, got you. Early 88. So they'd cover the corkboard tiles instead of paper, had the net effect of making it seem like you'd walked into a tent. I was going to say, wouldn't that look like really dark and gloomy? Was that a thing in the UK? Or was that just in Wales? That sounds awful. Like, why? Is it because, like, I mean, you know, is it a good sound suppressor, you know? You can't hear the neighbours as well, and also convenient for post-it notes, and also like insulation being cork, maybe? It just seems like a really horribly dark thing to put on your walls, you know? But wood paneling from the 70s, like if it's like proper, it's like parquet flooring, isn't it, or whatever they call it. You know, if it's the proper stuff, man, it's fucking, you know, that stuff was like, you know, installed and, you know, like a proper chippy, right? That stuff was kind of like, you know, you could pretend you were an emperor, a lord of the manor if you had. I mean, I've never seen wood paneling outside of my dad's old accountancy office. So my dad was brought on by a dude who owned an accountancy firm, whose name I still remember, actually. That's kind of weird. And I don't think I ever really met him, but... so my dad took over his office when he retired, you see. And he kind of took my dad a little bit under his wing. Because my dad and his family were poor as fuck, right? But so my dad was kind of just really... He was just going to be, you know, like a normal, you know, Peaky Blinder. Bit of a naughty Jack the Lad and probably end up in all sorts of dodgy circumstances. But... He ended up, he bumped into this fella, and my dad was really into motorbikes, but loved his motorbikes, and he was a bit of a, you know, bit of a naughty lad, bit of a Jack the Lad and all the rest of it. He was a bit like, you know, I've always described my dad a little bit like, you know, Del Boy, yeah, but imagine Del Boy, but a really smart fucker, and that's a bit like my dad, you know, got that really weird sort of quirky outlook on life, you know. But, you know, the law's there, but the law's not black and white. It's there for bending a bit, isn't it? but he ended up, he bumped into this fella. I won't get into the details of that, bit personal, but he ended up, oh, shit, I nearly said his fucking name then. No, not that it matters, but the guy who owned the accountancy firm, right, he had, but back then, accountancy, there was a lot of mailing. So a lot of, like, Royal Mail postage. And he came to the conclusion, right, that he could save a fortune if he just hired a lad on a motorbike to deliver all the letters. It was going to work out fucking tons cheaper. So my dad ended up working for this accountancy firm as like this kind of like, you know, couriers probably didn't even exist really back then in the conventional sense. And he started delivering parcels and shit and things. And largely for this accountancy firm. And anyway, over the years, things happened. My dad ended up taking it over. But my dad's office back then, and it was amazing. And he always said, like, you know, he could modernise it. But the point was, it was kind of why the old school came to him as an accountant. And his office was wood panelled. And he had one of those fucking mega desks. It was like the size of a fucking bed. And it was like the wooden border, but this massive sheet of, like, really thick and kind of gold stamped green leather, and it had got all these like holes for like the old quills and ink and shit like that, and it must have weighed like 2.5 tons, dude, and all these like engraved bits on the feet. It was fucking awesome, dude. It really was, man. And that's the only time I've ever really seen wood paneling. Outside of some of the dodgy clubs he took me to. A lot of them had wood paneling. Yeah, dark, yeah. I love Corker's wallcover, and they go wild with the wallpaper or paint insulates. Not. I was about to say that's what I was thinking, Mikios. I could understand it if it was being done for, like, you know, especially insulation. You know, in a house that, you know, back in the day might not have had central heating and things. I could get that. And like I said as well, you know, muffles the noise a little bit, no doubt. But yeah, that desk in my dad's office back in the day, man. It always looked really weird though, because he had a computer on it. So it's like dead strange, you know. It was like something out of like Pirates of the fucking Caribbean, out of like the captain's quarters. But had a big fucking computer on it, man. Crazy. Love all that old shit though. Love it, mate. You know, as much as all the mod cons. Why can I? Oh, I can't jump. So I don't understand how I get rid of that then. It's kind of weird. It seems to be a distance thing only, look. But I went quite a long way from the last one, didn't I? Well, I don't think I'm going to be struggling for any crafting components, am I? Yeah, they were fibro. Yeah, I mean, you know, going back full circle on a semi-serious note. It is, isn't it? The world we live in, everything is... I don't you think it's kind of almost representative of why it's all going wrong as well? Everything is immediate, snappy, instant gratification. Even the products we buy as consumers, they have a finite shelf life, don't they? You know, you buy a washing machine now, you kind of expect it to pack in within a few years or whatever it's going to be. You know, everything's sort of got this built-in fucking, you know, you'll be buying a new one soon anyway, so don't worry too much about it. Yeah, whereas back then it was like you bought a desk for eternity, didn't you, you know? Yeah, it is. It's like everything's just cheap, and it's like Missy said, you know, again, on a more serious note, you know, the shipping costs, you know, everything flat packed, you know? It's, you know, a big handcrafted, you know, chippy involved carpenter, you know, legit carpentry skills, you know, a big, like, I don't know, pine oak wardrobe or something. Yeah, it cost you a fucking fortune, wouldn't it? A fucking fortune. So some houses you probably wouldn't even get it up the fucking stairs these days, you know, it'd be too big. So, you know, what is it? It's IKEA, it's flat pack, it's shit that can get shipped around the world at virtually, you know, well, negligible cost compared to, you know, point of purchase costs. It is, and it is, it's everything, isn't it? You know, the rate with which we consume media, games, films, television, everything, you know? Even drama, you know, the things that, you know, today everyone's, oh, Mr. Beast, right, it'll all be forgotten in fucking 3 weeks. Even drama has a fucking shelf life, right? It is the world we live in, isn't it? But don't you think that's part of the problem? That's like where we are, because like the people making the decisions today aren't really looking at the future, are they? It's like, can I make money? Does this benefit me? You know, and as much as I'm, you know, I'm obviously joking about animal cruelty and plastics and things, of course, we all would like to think we're doing our little bit, and I'm sure many of us do, but, you know, does anyone really take it too seriously? You know what I mean? Is anyone really going out of their way? Does anyone actually put themselves in any discomfort in order to actually save the planet? You know, let's be honest, you fucking don't, do you? You know, it's just enough to make you feel like you're not being evil, but really, you know, you're just as bad as every fucker else, aren't you? You've got a really nice old furniture buy. Get it all from charity furniture places. Nice, yeah. Cool stuff. And don't forget, it's getting less and less likely that stuff will even be around, man. You know, but people can't afford it, can they? You know. You want a wardrobe. You just want someone to hang your fucking clothes, right? Go and pick up something for a couple of £100 in fucking Argos, or like $2.5 grand from a fucking carpenter. It ain't gonna happen, is it? I remember my dad putting up wood panelling in the kitchen. It was great until you cooked and the walls would cut. Oh, I never thought about that. Of course, yeah, I suppose so. God, do you remember that hideous paint? I remember one house I lived in. I'm not sure. I think I privately rented that. I think I'd not been long out of uni. Do you remember that paint? What did they used to call it? There was eggshell paint, which was fucking evil. And then you got... What was it called? What was that stuff that you often would find in a bathroom? And water would just drip down off it, wouldn't it? What was that stuff called? It's not gloss and satin. That's the woodwork, isn't it? Satin, high gloss, all that sort of stuff. What was the stuff you put on the walls? In kitchens, and it was literally shiny, wasn't it? Like literally really shiny. I think it was a type of paint, wasn't it? We did not start to even order parts and wood unless one of us had been on site to make sure we can actually deliver and install the items. So that was with the company building such office furniture. You can totally get bonkers with the latest tech gadgets. I remember watching was it a documentary? I don't know if some of you might have seen it. It was a documentary on IKEA. And all the real dodgy fucking practices they've had about where they source all their wood and shit from. Proper dodgy, wasn't it, man? Like, proper dodgy, dude. I'm sure it was a Netflix documentary. It's well worth a watch, man. But it goes to show, doesn't it? How like, these companies have these reputations and things. But actually, behind the scenes, man, proper fucking nasty. Because they're there to make money, aren't they? It's so easy to forget what you're seeing is the branded image. That's got fuck all to do with what happens behind closed doors in the boardroom and actual, you know, day-to-day business practices. You got a 9-foot sofa. It's a beast for £8 pop. But yeah, I mean, I used to go. There was where was it? What was it called in Birmingham? There was a big road. It was down near like the Lady Pool Road, and I can't remember what it was called, dude. It's still there. I know Stratford Road used to be very useful for it as well. Tons and tons of second-hand furniture stores. Tons of them, dude. They had some really nice stuff in there, man. Like, really, really nice stuff. But as you said, you can tell just by the weight of some of it, couldn't you? Phenomenal. I'd say it wasn't called PVC or latex. I don't think so. No, dude. But it was that high gloss paint that was specifically left in. And like if you tried to paint over it with like basic emulsion, it didn't do anything. It would just smear it around all over the place because it was such high gloss. I can't remember the name of it. They still make it. It's still probably used in things like bathroom ceilings and things, probably, you know. But it used to be all over the walls back in the day. But God, that made me laugh when you mentioned wood chip fucking wallpaper, man. Wood chip wallpaper, fucking awesome stuff, dude. And it didn't matter how dodgy the plastering job was behind it either, did it? It sort of covered all problems, really. Oh, just suddenly realised that is not my sniper rifle, is it? You know what, Gimme? I was saying earlier, it's one of those things that when I watched it, I was fascinated by it, and I could have rattled it all off, you know, on stream the day after. I can't remember. Like, I cannot remember what the shady business practices of IKEA were. But I remember the interview with the woman. That they hung her out to fucking dry, didn't they? IKEA went like, we're fucked. Just send whoever it was. I can't remember her position in the company. She was fucked, wasn't she? She just could not answer the questions, man. Her only get out of jail was just to sort of like, you know, non-committal responses and, you know, we're looking into it or we have looked into it. We promise we'll do other things and all the rest of it. She was just, you know, just hung out to dry by the company, wasn't she, really? But yeah, it was all about, you know, sustainability and things, and it turned out to be nothing like it, was it? None of the wood could be tracked back to the paperwork. It was all faked, and none of it was coming from where it was supposed to be coming from, and right dodgy sort of almost slave industry fucking lumberjack sites out in the middle of fucking Colombia or wherever it was. It was proper dodge, wasn't it? I had like that one when I lived in Bradford. We called it the miracle sofa because we had to cut it in half to get it up to my flat. I moved into one house once. It was an upside down house, and I got this wonderful leather. It was a second-hand leather corner sofa, and I didn't think it was going to fit, and I was in fucking tears, mate. I was honestly, the whole move had just been a fucking disaster. And honestly, it was like trying to fit. It just wasn't going to go in. It was impossible. There was no way to rotate because the corner piece was huge. The corner piece was really big. And if you've ever seen an upside down house, as they're known in the UK, you'll know why it was so problematic. You just don't have the angles to turn it to get into what is the living room directly at the top of the primary steps. And honestly, I was about in tears, mate. I was about ready to fucking just give up. Fuck it. I just wish I'd never moved at that point. Everything else, the whole day had gone to shit, dude. And the lads were all fucking stressed out. We'd had a bit of bad news for one of the lads as well. So the whole weekend was a fucking disaster, mate. And we'd given up. We just say, you just can't fit. You know, like when you see one of those optical illusions and it's like, it just doesn't work. And there's just no way. There's no way that sofa fits through that fucking door frame. It ain't going to happen, mate. So take it back downstairs. And two of the lads, man, I'll never forget. They had a fucking beer, right? So I sat down in like the kitchen, which is like on the middle floor of the upside down house. They had a beer. And then they had another fucking beer. And then they had another fucking beer. Now, these are the kind of boys that drink a pint of lager in like 30 seconds. So this wasn't over a particularly long period of time, right? And they went, fuck it, one more go. Yeah, go on then, one more go. And just the two of them went up. They got it through. We still don't know how the fuck they did it. They can't explain it. To this day, if you ask them and ask them to repeat it, it was like somehow the space and time sort of continuum just magically shifted for a split second. And they got it in. It was the greatest thing ever. And like, no one could figure it out. It's like, what the fuck, dude? And it did. It was in there. And that was it. Yeah. Fucking stayed in. What was really funny was when I moved house, it came out with no fucking problem. No problem at all, mate. This is like a tic-tac down a fucking alley, mate. Not a fucking single problem, mate. I never figured it out. Oh, you're right, Eva. How are you, mate? 42 for me. The two halves are held by brackets, so no chopping needed. Like my computer desk, you peel the vinyl shit. It's just like, yeah, chipboard cheap. Yeah, it is. It's all mass manufactured, cheap pulp, isn't it? Compressed and glued down these days. You know, and you know what, mate? I don't think anyone gives a fuck, dude. To be honest, man. You know what I mean? Does it really fucking matter? I mean, yeah, it would be nice to own some wonderful old, like I said, Pirates of the Caribbean-esque pirate desk, right? But, you know, does it really matter? At the end of the day, it's still all material things, isn't it? It's not representative of who you are or what mark you leave on the world, is it? I think it'd be nice, you know, maybe as a family heirloom, some of this stuff. But, and it would be sad to see in a skip, wouldn't it? You know, I wonder how many wonderful old, really beautiful works of like carpentry art have ended up in the back of a skip over the years. Pissed perseverance, dude. The lads could not understand it. Even the two lads that did it, they just sat there in fucking stunned silence. The screams of "fuck me, we've done it. We've fucking done it." It's like, yeah, it's talking shit. You know, just you fucking troll prick. There it was. Both of them sitting on the corner piece in the middle of the fucking lounge. It's like, as you say. Pissed perseverance. There's a point where you're so drunk, right, and you become inebriated so fast that literally the laws of physics and space-time no longer apply, right? We're beyond the pivot, okay? Fuck the pivot. We go full Doctor fucking Strange on this motherfucker, man. Yeah, exactly, Nick. Now, I mean, this is it. Cheap and cheerful, innit? Cheap and cheerful, mate. One of my next door neighbours, he was a... Oh, shit! I can't remember what he was. I was about to say he was a retired... I actually can't remember what he was retired from. I genuinely can't remember. But he ran a little woodwork. It's obviously a tradesman, but he was really into carpentry. But I'm sure that's not what he was. I don't think that was his trade. And he had a really nice setup in his garage. And he used to make things like, oh, what was it? Bird tables. But, dude, they were like £500 a pop, dude. I mean, they were, don't get me wrong, they were really nice. I mean, I'm not, you know, a bird table connoisseur, but, you know, you can tell quality when you see it, right? And they were absolutely gorgeous, mate. But, like, 500 fucking quid. He was retired, so he just did it as, like, a retirement hobby. But he had people fucking queuing up on waiting lists for the damn things. £500 for a fucking bird table. You know what? I've got a bucket in the garden. Still get birds. I've furniture my grandpa built and it's older than me. You see, that's wonderful, isn't it, Firebray? Because hopefully, like, that'll get passed down, you know? But the thing is, at some point, someone's going to have one of those, like... You know, as the world moves forward, you know, there'll be that generation where it's like, nah, man, I just don't like it. You know, I just don't like this. I want the sharp, gleaming metals and white plastics that, you know what I mean? It'll just be a thing of the past, won't it? Hopefully someone will want it. There'll always be someone who wants these things. But, you know, styles change, don't they? A lot of people don't want big, heavy, dark, wooden furniture in their homes, and, you know, I do get that. Solo Alpha up next. Yeah, do you want to do it, Darth? Yeah. 100%, dude, 100%. Let me just get some loot from here, and I'll come over. I'm just revisiting old haunts with a sniper rifle today, really. No one else wanted it because it didn't match it. Yeah, and you know, and it will happen. You know, even with the best one in the world. I mean, I had some lovely stuff off my nan when my big nan died. her husband, my granddad, sort of cast her aside, and I really do mean that, and left her with virtually nothing. But she did manage to grab a few pieces of wonderful, I don't know what sort of wood it was, but it was a very dark wood, like a little, I mean, I used it almost like as a display table, but whether or not it was originally designed as like, it was like, it's not a coffee table, it's something that maybe would have gone in the corner of a room with a lamp on it, is in a way I can describe it. And it was shaped like the top of it was shaped like a flower. So like it was a round table, but like rounded edges, like a petal kind of thing. And it was beautiful, dude. And I used to use like a beeswax that she used to use. I got it out of the kitchen, and I used to polish it up, and it used to smell lovely. And it was almost like a mirrored surface, you know, with the beeswax over the years and impregnated. It was absolutely gorgeous, man. And it had like it's ever so hard to describe, but it wasn't a map. But imagine like an old school map. It was kind of like engraved into it, but very, very shallow. But it wasn't a map. It was more just a pattern. But it instantly made you think it was like a geographic map. And it was. It was absolutely gorgeous, dude. You know where it ended up? On a fucking skip, mate. And all it was, dude, I just hadn't got room for it, and I had to empty the house at the time. And it's such a shame, dude. It's such a shame. I was running out of time. The new owners were waiting to move in. I had no fucking choice. I had to be gone. I've got a big skip out on the front. Just no room left in the van, man. It was my last trip because I was moving quite some distance away, and it ended up on the side. I even said to them, like, "Do you want it?" And you can tell it was a, you know, I might have a look, mate. I might have a look. But you knew he wasn't going to pull it out of that skip, bro. So yeah, sad. That's what I mentioned. You know, at the end of the day, half of it just ends up on a skip. All the things that I've thrown away over the years. You know, sometimes when you have that big cleanse. But, you know, you just can't keep everything, can you, man? You just can't do it, dude. I don't know what it was. Yeah, I mean, it could have been rose. I have no idea, Shanes. It was very nice. I'm sure it wasn't actually worth a lot of money. My nan most certainly did not have a lot of money. But, it was nice. Even if I had it now, though, you see, in this house, it would have no place. It's so out of context with everything else because we're just so minimalistic. We really are. It's just clean and tidy. That's it, man. You know, one would almost call it maybe not even necessarily homely. You know, it's just minimalistic. You know, we just got rid of a lot of noise and clutter, man. We're just too busy to have that sort of stuff around us. A leafed... What's a leafed dining table? What does that mean, dude? So, yeah, you never know, Smithers. You never know. You know. Someone might have grabbed it. Whether or not... I know it's no longer in our family. And like I said, it wouldn't match anything in this day and age, mate. Because, you know, you just wouldn't be able to get things to marry up with it unless you presumably had a lot of money. Even though it and of itself isn't that expensive, you're not going to get something that matches up like Argos flat pack furniture, you know. It ain't fucking happening, dude, you know. But yeah, some of the charity shops, going back to that, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. Some of the charity stores are amazing. Like, really, really good, aren't they? We were talking about the old Army and Navy stores in the UK, weren't we? A few streams back. Some of those had some incredible, like, clothes and stuff. And I know Oxfam used to be, I think it's Oxfam. There's a British Red Cross. I think they have, like, high street stores and things, don't they? I used to get a lot of my books from there, which is why I paid that back, like, 1,000-fold when I moved. I had to get rid of loads of my books, man. Just didn't have room for them. So boxes and boxes and boxes full of like fantasy fiction. You know, hundreds of like, I don't know, everything from fighting fantasy and David Eddings The old Margaret Ways, Tracy Hickman stuff, Star Wars books, hundreds and hundreds of books, man. All went to the local charity shop. Hopefully some kid will get as much enjoyment as I did out of them. You love to walk on to second-hand store for those kind of buys. Sometimes you don't have the space, you bring your old stuff and come back with a lot of other stuff. Yeah, definitely did. Definitely. Darth, did you say you wanted to do a silo, dude? I'll pop back home and just... Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked there, dude. I was trying to find the one to get my blue mod, but... Does anyone want to join us for, Alpha? What's our Alpha's for the headpieces, isn't it? What, really, Sadie? So when you say let it take certain sorts of books, what does that mean then? So what sort of books won't they take then? I mean, to be honest, I mean, they didn't go through all the books because they were in about 8, 9, probably more boxes. There were certainly 7 or 8 massive boxes because they said they wouldn't be able to move them, so we had to unpack some of them straight onto the floor because the lady in the store wouldn't have been able to move them. They weighed a fucking ton. But yeah, mine were all like fiction, so all sorts of old copies. So I must have owned about 7 or 8 plus 7, 8, 9. Might have been double digits copies of Lord of the Rings trilogy. All different versions. Some in like the trilogy, like in almost like a cardboard binder and things. I was obsessed with picking those sorts of things up. Bear with me one sec.
¿Qué lo?
Ah, I see what you mean, Sadiva. Yeah, because like people are just decluttering and going digital and things. They just don't want them and they can't get rid of them. I never thought about that. I mean, obviously this is going back quite a while when I moved to, excuse me, to this house. We go back many years when I dropped all those off, mate. Yeah, it makes sense actually, doesn't it? Yeah, I see what you're saying, dude. Yeah, so it's all Kindles and, Google Play Store books and things, isn't it, these days? Yeah, I'm the opposite, Firebright. If I can get a good book, but I love it, dude. But I just, it's that or go and do some Starfield modding. I just, it's not, I mean, I always say I haven't got the time because technically that is correct. But what I could do is I could replace some of the things I do with reading, I spend quite a lot of time reading gaming news and, maybe watching a YouTube video. Like recently, over the last few days, I've been reading up on the Nexus and contacting some of my old Skyrim modding friends and talking about, how the .esms and master files and things are working and loot and what have you with trying to get the script extender up and running, which is obviously very easy, but for Starfield. So, instead of doing that, I could be reading a book, couldn't I? I wonder what the 2-year thing is, Sadiva. I can't understand why they'd only take books that were less than 2 years old. I mean, how do they even know how old the book is? To be honest, did they just look? I mean, are they talking about like when it was printed? So we're not talking about a book that came out in the last 2 years. We're talking about when it was actually. So Lord of the Rings, which is obviously a very old book, but if it was printed, say, this year, they would take it, yeah? Is that something to do with, I don't know, is it, I just wonder why 2 years? I've got books that I probably, because I did keep some, I mean, I've probably got some books that, I mean, even like when I got them, if they were from a second-hand store, I could put age on them. Certainly some of my Hobbit copies. They must be like, fuck knows, decades old, dude. So I wonder why they will only take a book that was printed in the last 2 years. Yeah, as long as it's in physically good condition, you know, the binding glue and things hasn't failed. That's just a really weird one to me. That sounds crazy. If it's fiction, to me, the older the better. What do you mean? What do you mean, Shane? Like, as in old, like how old the book is physically, or I'm not sure what you mean. That's why I no longer donate books. Mine are either turned into paper bricks or go into paper recycling. Yeah, I just kept like stuff that maybe either had sentimental value or it's like my White Dwarf magazines. I've kept a fair few of those because obviously I've got some of my miniatures in them. But you normally put them on a marketplace for free. Shift what I can. Yeah. But yeah, printed. So why printed? A lot of people only look for recent books. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because that makes sense. But if it's printed age, so what we're saying is they won't accept a Lord of the Rings book. So they won't accept The Hobbit if it was printed 5 years ago, but they would accept The Hobbit if it was printed 1 year ago, even if they're both in perfectly good condition. Doesn't make sense, does it? It's a very small Oxfam shop, so they get that. So it's more just that one store's kind of. I mean, maybe I could sort of understand it, especially post-COVID. You know, the longer a book's been around, the more hands it's been through. Not that any of us know that, you know, we're all perfectly clued in it. You know, you're not going to get some, you know, a hideous fucking bubonic plague viral disease from a book that someone sneezed on 20 years ago, are you? But I suppose I could sort of understand it. In a way, it's just a filter, right, Sadiva? It's just that if you're going to bring us books, we're massively reducing the size of the net. If it's not been printed in the last 2 years, we don't give a fuck. So I can get it. Sorry, I didn't realise it was just like... I thought you meant like it was a whole... thing in second-hand books, you know, an unwritten rule almost. But yeah, makes sense. Small little independent Oxfam shop. Books written maybe 100 years or so, or at least before I was born, would be interesting for me. Such as what? So you've got an interest in it. So what sort of books have you read that have been written hundreds of years ago? Did we even have books hundreds of years ago? Wouldn't they like be pretty fucked? I mean 2024, so we're talking 1924. So you know what I mean? 1924. What would a book look like from 1924? I tell you what, I bet it'd be a difficult wank mag, wouldn't it? Lord of the Rings original edition usually would just get chucked. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. At least there are people seem to be getting rid of all their books and going digital. You love our books. Yeah. I used to do tabletop roleplay, dude, and I used to get like this. It was a very specific A4 paper. It was nothing special. It's just that it was the one that I knew how long to leave it in the oven for, and it was a ream of paper that I used to get. My dad got it through his office supplies, right? And I used to take the paper, right? And I would get a candle or my Zippo lighter. So imagine a sheet of A4 white paper. And I would burn around the edges and quickly blow it out. Or even just like, not stamp it out, but you know, like a kitchen, what's it called, tea towel. Dab it out in the garden. So I'd burn all the edges. And sometimes shrink it right down even to like A5 paper size, right? And then I'd put it in the oven. And dry it out, and I even used to like put things like cotton wool and dab coffee and tea and things like that all over it as part of that drying process, and then I'd use it to make a map. And I had a wonderful selection of charcoal and pencils, and I used to make Dungeons and Dragons maps and clues and parchments and riddles. And I used to roll them up. You had to be ever so careful. Really fucking careful, man. These were brittle, right? And I did the same. Do you remember old, like, white string? Do you know you get, like, the green garden string you've probably all seen? But back in the day, my dad had this, like, big, like, knitting ball of string. And I used to do the same thing. I even used to soak it in lemon. And whether or not it did anything, I don't know. It's just me fucking around. Soak it in lemon and then put it in the oven and dry it out, right? And I used to tie this little mini scroller with string. And then I'd give it to, because I was the DM, I'd give it to my players. But in order to keep them in pristine condition, right, the only thing I'd ever found to keep them so they didn't crumble was a Colgate toothpaste. You know the toothpaste comes in like a little cardboard box. And that's what I used to put these little parchments in to keep them intact so they didn't get all fucked. I used to love doing all that shit, man. 1920 would have been around the end of unbleached paper. So 1920s. What sort of books would have been around in the 1920s then? Like Mein fucking Kampf. I bet those look so. Oh, they actually. I mean, I got a lot of respect for that shit. Right? So, I used to let the players keep them as well as like a momentum of the campaign. So yeah, they were. I did really cool shit as well because I used to do a lot of miniature modelling for Games Workshop and White Dwarf, and I had a really good scalpel set. So one of the things that I did, I actually stole the idea from an old computer game called Alone in the Dark that had this really weird like DRM system using like playing cards with holes cut out. And on one of them, what I did was, imagine like 2 or 3, I can't remember, I think in the end it turned out being almost 5 in the end, but just to simplify the conversation. Imagine like one of these like burnt scrolls that I've just described and maybe having a second one. And like, it was a clue to where the loot was, or the cavern entrance was, whatever it would be. Because I used it multiple times for different ideas. And they wouldn't realise that they actually needed a second piece of parchment to overlay over the first parchment. And I used to cut out like little sections on one of them. So when you put them all together, only certain things were visible on the map. And that's where the clues were. So like it's some of these like actually I used to like even burn it was ever so hard to get right because you'd cut it out like as a scalpel, like a little, probably no more than like 4 mil, 5 mil, as a sort of like little square or rectangle, and then I used to get a clipper lighter and really quickly flash burn it on either side. So it looked like it was just a natural hole in the parchment, like it was just part of how I'd created it. But actually, if you overlaid it with the other maps, it kind of like could maybe triangulate a position or highlight 3 runes, which were the runes you needed to access the dungeon and things, or to unlock the treasure trove at the end and stuff like that. Man, I used to get well into this shit. Tea staining paper. What? Yeah, exactly. Fucking the Goonies was like one of the best shows, man. I love the fucking Goonies, dude. The Goonies was fucking awesome. Yeah, I loved all that shit. Indiana Jones, the Goonies. What else was there around that? All that kind of. I loved the Indiana Jones for its like supernatural times, you know. It's one of the reasons why I've always had a bit of a softer spot for Lara Croft, even though I love Uncharted and Nathan Drake. Because, you know, Uncharted, you know, they started off supernatural. Uncharted 1 in the submarine den, definitely some weird looking monsters down there, weren't there? But then later on, it was kind of like, oh, dudes in Yeti costumes and hallucinogenic spider sections. But Lara Croft always had that sense of, you know, genuine, you know, supernatural. Oh, X-Files. I love the fucking X-Files, you know. I thought that was great. Yeah, man. Oh, I love my D&D, man. I must have spent thousands and thousands of hours DM campaigns over the years, man. I had hundreds and hundreds of dice, you know, my lucky dice, my dice that I'd give to someone because I wanted to jinx them. I got my evil dice, my happy dice, my glow-in-the-dark dice, my D100 that was literally a 100-sided dice, not 2 D10s, an actual golf ball dice that would never stop rolling. God, dude, it's see-through dice, dice with skulls in it, you name it, man. So Winnie the Pooh was a 1920. Really? So was that Christopher Robin? Winnie the Pooh, Ulysses the Great, Gatsby, All Quiet on the Western Front, A Farewell to Arms, all 1920s. Oh wow, Jesus, man. You used to watch a show called Sliders about a team going to parallel world. Is that an old one, is it? I used to love the X-Files, man. I used to really like the X-Files. That was a big that was a big part of my sort of growing up. Yeah, probably the first ever show I watched, like as a as in actually properly, because I never watched Doctor Who or anything like that. I would say the X-Files was probably the first seasonal show I ever watched. And most of it was on DVD, to be honest. I don't know when they stopped airing X-Files. Breaking Bad was probably the first, more modern one that I watched. Because, like, X-Files is pretty fucking old, right? We started watching Supercell last night. I don't know if it's any good or not. We quite enjoyed the first show. So unbleached paper, some with gothic letters maybe, that would be magic to me to get my hands on. So you'd like all the stuff that, from the era when they used to have the monks. Oh shit, have I got it? Sorry, it might be me. Sorry, I didn't realise, I don't think until yesterday I realised that. I thought we all got the card, Darth. I do apologise, man. Oh shit, what happened there? Probably best I don't fuck around. Are we on pro mode? Dude, he's been alright, dick. Can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, it's on normal, is it? Oh, right. Oh, okay. I need to do some of these on hard, Darth, apparently. I think I've got all, like, the weird ones about, doing stuff on pro without taking damage and shit or whatever. Critical damage, man. Oh, you finished Supercell last night? I thought it was quite good. Yeah, I mean, we watched the first episode yesterday, and I thought the quality of the acting was very good, Crooked. I was quite impressed with not only the dialogue, but the actual actors. It felt very organic, very natural. Obviously, we've just got a little taste of, the things starting to happen. We'll see. I'm getting that kind of Sensei slash what's it called, Umbrella Academy kind of vibes with all. It's only a 6-part, right? So even if it's not brilliant, it's not going to cause any offense, I don't think. So yeah, I think we'll probably carry on watching, dude. Yeah, quite enjoyed it so far. Baywatch. Oh, Baywatch was that was... Have you got anything electric with you, Darth? To do the side boss? Baywatch was Pamela Anderson and the guy who does really well in Germany, doesn't he? As a musician, let alone anything else. David Hasselhoff. Michael Hasselhoff? No, David Hasselhoff. Curly black hair, yeah? Pamela Anderson. I don't know. I saw the more recent film, Baywatch, with Zac Efron and Dwayne Johnson, and I have to say it was funny as fuck. And it does actually have cameo roles, doesn't it? By David Hasselhoff, and I think Pamela Anderson is at the end as well. Right? Good film. There was good chemistry between Zac Efron and... Is Zac Efron alright? I saw a picture of him somewhere, like a few months back. He didn't, because he's always been a bit of a pin-up boy, isn't he, Zac Efron? Has he been poorly or something? He just looked a bit... I don't know, he just looked... It's hard to put your finger on it. It's not that he looked unhealthy, but he looked different, But you know, Zac Efron's always had that kind of like quite youthful, boyish kind of vibe, innit he? So maybe he's just getting older, you know what I mean? Oh! He had an accident and shattered... What the fuck? Is that... Oh my god! Is that why? What happens? Oh my... I'll have to look into that later. I did not know that. I wasn't sure. I watched... well, I still haven't watched the end, actually. I've been watching season 4 of The Boys. And, you know, Starlight... I said on stream, you know, a couple of 3 weeks back... Like, something really weird about how she looks, man. It's like her top lip don't move. So it's like... it's like she doesn't portray any, like actual happiness. It's like the eyes are dead and the lip don't move. But it has actually turned out. We did look into it, didn't we? I did look into it after the stream as well. She has actually had what appears to be a fairly extensive bit of plastic surgery. And it's really affected how she comes across on the screen, man. It's like you know, like the tone of voice and the words that are coming out might portray happiness, but it's like her face isn't. You know, she always looks like very static, unanimated, if you like. So I wasn't sure if Efron had just like maybe had a little bit of boy surgery done, or if you know, he was just starting to age a bit. You know, they all get old at some point, don't they? That's awful. Break his jaw and had reconstructive surgery. Jesus. Fuck. Dude, that's terrible, man. Has anyone seen Neighbours vs. Zombies? I saw it on YouTube. Thanks for that, Eva. Ramsey Street gets invaded. Ramsey Street? Ramsey Street? Oh, Neighbours as in Home and Away, and Neighbours the Australian... What the fuck was with that Australian breakdancing? Dude, what was that, dude? Is that a troll, or is there something I've missed about that? I sat there, I watched it, I thought, okay, alright, obviously this is like a joke thing. You know, out of context, you know, Twitter's just taking the piss, right? But what was that all about? Well, one, is breakdancing even in the Olympics? And two, what was that about? It looked like she was having like, well, you know, don't mean to be harsh, but it looked like she was having a fit, like some sort of, you know, epileptic fit. She looked like she was in trouble, like somehow the brain wires had gone a little bit chaotic, and she was like thrashing around on the floor. It would look like, I think, you know, without, even with my dodgy leg, right, I think I could do a better portrayal of trying to spin on my head and do breakdancing than she fucking did. So I can only assume, is it like some political statement Australia's trying to make? Because I've seen some dumb fucking shit in my life, right? But that has got to be the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen. Assuming it's legitimate, which is why the question, I suppose. What's the side boss about? The side boss is just more loot, dude, but we have to have an electric weapon, Darth. Yeah, I can do it. I'm up for doing anything, Darth. You just tell me what you want and I'll jump in. Yeah, that's it, Sadie. Yeah, Starlight and the Boys. Yeah, she looked really wrong this season, dude. But to be fair, I thought the black guy had been cast switched. I thought it was a new guy. But apparently he's lost a load of weight to try and be healthy. Well, he looks fucking... He looks old. And he looks shit now, to be honest. He looked like a right badass in seasons 1 through 3. In 4, he looks like he's poorly. I thought it was a different actor, dude. It was only because someone in chat said, no, man, it's definitely the same bloke. I was like, nah, dude, there's no way. I was like, nah, it cannot be the same actor, dude. They're thinking of adding breakdance to the Olympics. Oh, so it wasn't in the Olympics, though. They called it breaking, and I think they've already... They're all... Oh, so it was in the Olympics or not? Oh, it's not in the next thing. So was it in the Olympics this time round, or... Yeah, that's what I thought, Gimble. Was it like a protest or something? We have 2020 cricket instead of breakdancing in LA. What do you mean, dude? What you... Losing the goat? No, it didn't. No, it didn't, Crooked. But yeah, he came across as this like quite strong persona, very very physical man, and now he just looks like a bit of a fucking dweeb, to be honest. It's an Olympic sport, so it was in the Olympics. Just one Australian lady made it a mean. So isn't it a bit rude? I mean, so why did she do what she did though? Because Even if it's meant as a joke or whatever it is, one, that clearly wasn't breakdancing, was it? That is not, I mean, I'm not a breakdancing sort of connoisseur, but that wasn't breakdancing. Seriously, I could have done a better job. It genuinely came across as taking the piss out of breakdancing. That's what I thought it was. Which is why I was wondering if it was just like, you know, something taken out of context or something. But if you're telling me that breakdancing or breaking, whatever they're calling it, some sort of dance was in the Olympics, yeah, I'm going to assume there were some people there that are actually very talented. So in my opinion, whatever the fuck it was that she was doing was an embarrassment to the sport that she was presumably trying to represent, because it was fucking terrible. It was just ridiculous. It literally looked like she was in some sort of like physical danger, like her body was suddenly flashed out of control. Like I said, like she was having some sort of like terrible fit and needing medical attention, you know what I mean? But the thing is, if that has been added, then presumably there were actually people that have trained and worked hard and choreographed you know, routines. So I think it's a bit pathetic, to be honest, that something like that was even allowed to be done. I don't really understand it, but maybe I'm being judgmental about something I'm not fully clued in on, which is why I'm a little bit hesitant, to be honest. So breakdancing was in this Olympics, but it's not in the next one, but it could be in after that. Oh, right. So what? So they just flip. I'm not even sure why breakdancing would be. Do they have, like, normal dance in the Olympics? I don't really. I know they do, like, I mean, there's a difference between like dancing and things like synchronized swimming and all that crazy mad stuff they do with the balls and the ribbons. I mean, and that's amazing. Even I'll watch that. I mean, I won't sit down deliberately take time out of my day, but some of those really are. I mean, the physical fitness alone makes it mesmerizing, right? That was just like some woman thrashing about on a fucking stage looking like, well, I thought she was trying to do the impression of a dead cow at one point. But dancing, it was most definitely not. And then she upped up on one foot, and I thought she was going to do the crane move. Do you know what I mean? I thought she was going to do like, you know, like was it the crane move from a Karate Kid? She started upping around like a rabbit. I thought, what the fuck? If I put shock rampage on my weapon, is it now electric? No, not if you read. No, I think it only enhances shock, doesn't it? Purge or whatever it's called. She said something about not having a chance to be at the level when it comes to athletics or some of the others, so she might as well go out and be creative. While it was dumb looking, I kind of respect it. Well, I don't, because you know all it's done to me is it's made a mockery of whatever that fucking sport is. It'd be a bit like me watching, because she's perfect. She's obviously, clearly, perfectly physically abled, isn't she? Mentally, I think could be up for debate. So it'd be a bit like someone going to do any of the other sports and just being a fucking twat about it. So imagine like parallel bars, yeah? And I walked onto the stage, a global stage, right? And like put my dick on the parallel bar and then fell off it. Yeah, because apparently I didn't have the chance to be at that level. And all I'm doing is insulting all those incredibly dedicated, hard-working athletes. So how about just admitting you're fucking shit and not even trying, you fucking useless bitch? I think it's actually really derogatory to everyone else. Surely you have to pass some sort of criteria to get in the Olympics. You know what I mean? I don't know what country she's from. I think she was from Australia, and I'm not holding anything against the Australian government here or whoever it was, but surely there has to be a selection process, and surely at some point you say, dude, look, you know, we haven't got anyone from the Grumbodian island of fucking big dicks who can do the parallel bar, so how about we just don't send any fucker, instead of making a mockery of everyone else that's worked hard? You see my point? So go fuck yourself. If you're not even going to fucking try, keep your fucking nose out and let the people that actually... You know, those other people maybe could have brought, you know, this breaking or whatever they call it. Maybe we could have all gone there, fucking hell, this is actually really cool. This could be a new Olympic sport, man. The level of athleticism and choreography and physical human fitness that has been portrayed in these routines is absolutely mind-blowing. And then we've got someone doing the portrayal of a dead cow. I find it just absolutely fucking disgusting that we allow that on a global stage. It's like me entering the 100 meters. Why the fuck would I... Dude, why? I'm not going to win. I don't get points for fucking, you know, entering, do I? But it'd be like me entering the 100 meters, yeah? And then deciding to do it backwards. Because, oh yeah, I'm a fucking cunt. You know, like literally taking the piss out. She didn't try to do breakdancing. She just wailed around on stage, like I said, doing an impression of a dead dog or something. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely fucking ridiculous to me. Shouldn't have been allowed. It just shouldn't be allowed. The whole fucking Olympics has been a fucking joke, to be honest, from the fucking start to the fucking end. It's a fucking scam, dude. It's only a matter of time, right, before we see, like, the equine sport and someone identifies as a fucking horse and starts running around the fucking thing trying to jump over fucking fences and then falls over and breaks their fucking neck and then sues the entire fucking Olympic stage, you know what I mean? It's a fucking joke. The world's a fucking joke, dude. Well, we should make a fucking stand, I'm telling you. Because if we don't, we're fucked, bro. But yeah, anyway. She was dumb. We had Eddie the Eagle. But dude, Eddie the Eagle, dude, let's just put that in perspective, all right? Hang on, if you're using that, let's just, Eddie the fucking Eagle, right? Went up a fucking mountain, right? It'd be a bit like me getting on a skateboard at the top of Ben Nevis and going, let's give it a shot, lads, all right? Dude, that dude was this close to dying, bro. That idiot doing that breaking, right? She was just being a fucking twat. You know what I mean? Eddie the fucking Eagle, dude. What the fuck? That encapsulated everything about the Olympics. It's like, dude, give it a shot. But, you know, at least give it a shot knowing that terrible dangers could, you know, he didn't do breaking, did he? He didn't do the 100 metres. The dude had probably never even seen a set of skis before the... The motherfucker was up there. The dude couldn't see anything more than 3 feet in front of him. He had, like, literally glasses that looked like telescopes. No wonder he did the fucking downhill fucking... whatever it was, ski jump thing. He probably thought he was on a little 3-foot toboggan slope down fucking Skegness, mate. 6 of his mates go, go on, Eddie, give it a bash, mate. It's only 3 foot to the bottom. There's Eddie going, all right, lads, all right. Get us point along later, mate. Fucking hell, Christ, dude. That was bravery personified, that was, mate. Jesus. It's like sitting on one of Elon's rockets, strapped to it with a bit of duct tape. Fucking here we go, boys. Like the tape. Didn't they do a documentary? Oh, fucking jeez. Didn't they do a documentary on Eddie the Eagle? I'm sure they did. I'm sure I've seen it, man. It was fucking crazy. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing. You know, like one of these low budget things. Or a proper documentary, man. I'm sure it was on Netflix, lads. I'm sure it fucking was, mate. Oh, jeez. You might just got... look, what's the one... You know the ladies that do the ball thing? You know, like they flip the ball into the air and then catch it between their butt cheeks. Oh, God, that stuff's insane. And the ones when they do the ribbons. Oh, my God. How do you get your legs to do that, man? I can barely put one leg in front of the other, let alone wrap it around my head and still touch my dick with it. It's fucking amazing, bro. Yeah, a film. Yeah. But, yeah, you see my point, though. You see my point. I mean, you know, what one could argue, you know, ski jumping is just really like, you know, you're strapping and out for the best. Strumming it out for the best. There's a bit of a difference between that and thrashing around like you're fucking having a bit of a moment, you know. One too many tramadols and some acid on a global stage trying to do some breakdancing. Oh, God. Yeah. Mandatory eating. Oh, what? Hang on. Hang on. Tell me. So why? So what? Is that because they're all like really thin or something? Like in. Is that to make themselves more aerodynamic? Is it? The young lad from Kingsman played him in the movie. Is there a movie? Eddie the Eagle is a 2015 biographical sport comedy. Oh, the young lad from Kingsman. Oh, he's brilliant. I really like the young lad from the Kingsman. He plays a really cool. That's the one with what's the other actor's name? A very well-known actor. What's his name? What's the older guy's name? English actor. that's it, Colin Firth. Yeah. That's it, Colin Firth. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like Eddie like gave it a shot, man. You know, literally risked limb and all. You know, a dude from England. You know, we don't get a lot of snow, believe it or not. There's a really big difference between that and what to me was like really making a mockery of a sport. You know, I mean, there's a big difference, right? And the reason I'm touching on this because I know to some people are probably thinking that there isn't, but I think there is. I think there's a massive difference. But between hurtling down a ramp at God knows what speed, like literally giving it your absolute all, you know, really trying. But, you know, like she's used as an excuse. Oh, I've not had as long to train for the rest. You know, I'm sure Eddie hasn't trained as long as the rest. But there's a big difference between that and like, you know, just really doing something silly. She showed nothing that I would think that... Eddie was true to the sport of ski jumping, wasn't he? He did it appropriately, he honoured the sport, and he fucking gave it a bash, didn't he? Did he do alright as well? I don't know. And also risked his life. There's a big difference between that and not even... I would argue, and again, I know one could argue again this is subjective, I would argue that nothing she did from what I saw, and again, I didn't see it all because I just turned it off, I would say showed any athleticism whatsoever. Like I've seen dudes, right, after a fucking shitload of beers in the fucking field having a barbecue that have shown better dance skills and choreography than she showed. You know, so to me, it is actually a direct fuck you to the sport, in my personal opinion. I think it's weird. I just think it's really strange. In ski jumping, you are only allowed to jump while under a certain, well, not necessarily unhealthy BMI, but if you have a look, they're usually light enough that they can be taken by... So it is. It almost is like the lighter you are, a little bit of wind behind you. You become like a flying squirrel, do you? So actually, what would be really good... Yeah, I think, yeah, what we do, right, we get Eddie the Eagle, yeah? And we get him really fat. Yeah? Like, I mean fucking so fat, it needs a forklift truck to get him out of the fucking bed, yeah? And then what we do, we put him on a crash diet. At this point, right, he's got so much skin, yeah? He's got like, you know, like really fat people, when they lose a lot of weight, they get like flaps of skin everywhere, yeah? And what we do, we turn Eddie the Eagle into like a flying squirrel. So he uses the extra skin like a flying squirrel would to deploy like a wingsuit. Yeah? And then it'll be the world's greatest. And I think I've mastered it, dude. I should probably work for China. I think this is genius. I don't see how this can go wrong. He'll have to be naked, though. So he'll have to be like naked ski jumping. Fuck me. I think I'm a fucking genius. To be fair, she did clean the stage. That movie when she started shunting herself around. That's when I turned it off, mate. Oh, dear me. Oh, God. I just ready the Eagle into wrap myself. Oh, no, yeah. No, I got it. That's all I say. I think someone think I'm actually being deadly serious. I mean, I think there's always a nugget of wisdom in there somewhere. Might be hard to find, boys, but I don't disagree. She showed she had the basics down, but I don't think she did she? Well, she had the basics down in the same way that I have the basics down of breakdancing. Like, for example, if I was to try to spin on my head, I'd probably break my neck. You know, I don't think she looked any better than me, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just ridiculous. I mean, why would Australia? Well, why didn't Australia just say, like, you know what, we haven't really got anyone. You know, we haven't really got anyone that can do breakdancing. And rather than make a mockery of the sport, you know, we'd rather not send anyone. Surely that would be, you know, who makes these decisions? You see my point? It's not that she was bad at breakdancing. She didn't do breakdancing. She didn't even do anything that to me even looked like it could be called a dance routine. It looked exactly like something you'd make up on the spot. But in a totally uncoordinated, like, I've had way too many beers, and I think someone may have slipped me a couple of pills as well, and I'm literally trying to just find my fucking car keys while slithering around on the floor because the room's spinning uncontrollably. That's what she fucking looked like. In fact, that's probably giving her more credit than she fucking deserves, to be quite honest. Like a worm. He did look like a worm. She like something out of fucking earthworm Jim after it had been shot. Oh my god. That's what I'm saying, Sven. She didn't do, and that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. She didn't do anything that would suggest there was any thought to the routine, any transition from one move to another. It would be literally like most people, like most white people look when they dance, right? got all the rhythm of a fucking flip flop. She was fucking terrible. Usually it's national competitions where the selection comes from, lead the way. But surely, like, I don't know. I mean, I understand, like, where'd you draw the line, but I mean, fucking Jesus, dude. I don't think she's done anything to move the sport forwards, has she? Let's put it that way. Should this not be what it's all about? Eddie brought the sport forward, didn't he? He inspired people like fucking hell. You grew up on like some council estate in the middle of fucking England, right? But you're doing like what all the posh knobs do, skiing, but like top end skiing. You know, literally trying to take off to the fucking moon at high speed, dude. You know, there's like a tale of, you know, well, what's it called? Hero. Zero to hero, isn't there? You know, the underdog tale, you know? Dude, there's a big difference, right? She was a fucking embarrassment to herself, to her country, and to the sport. Prove me fucking wrong. You reckon I was held a qualifying event? She entered as a joke there and got voted through as a joke and it all. But then you just don't go though, do you? You don't go. You respect the people that have trained. By her own admission, yeah, she didn't have a lot of training, yeah? Well, in that case, don't fucking do it then. You know, Eddie knew he could get his skis on and shoot down a big fucking ramp, didn't he? And hopefully land and not kill himself. You know, he had done it before. She looked like she'd never done it before. You use it on the kill everything dart and then hit the blue electric things that are all the way around the base. You'll see them. You see like this purple looking thing down here, this Rosetta dude. So that there, look, I'll pin it. Clear all the trash first, then there's like 4 or 5 of those things. And you'll be good to go then, mate. But yeah, anyway, that was a fucking joke. Anyway, what were we talking about before that? I went off on a bit of a tangent there. I'm sure we were talking about something completely different. What were we nattering about? Someone must have mentioned Australia or something. Send a regular person. We should send a regular person in every sport. No, you should. The Olympics is supposed to be like the creme de la creme of like human physique and dedication and pushing through the pain boundaries. You know, it doesn't matter what the sport is. You know, it's bravery, it's confidence, it's hard work, it's dedication. No doubt for a lot of Olympic athletes as well, great financial sacrifice. I mean, some of these athletes like get paid nothing. You know, they literally just have a normal job, don't they? You know, an 8-10 hour shift down fucking Tesco's, you know, just normal fucking jobs like normal people have, and yet still have to train. You know, it's insane how little recognition they can get. And I think when something like this happens, it makes a mockery of that. You know, she didn't, like I said, she didn't do anything that impressed anyone about her. She didn't do anything for Australia, and she didn't do anything for the sport she was representing. It would have been better if she just hadn't fucking turned up. Yeah? End of fucking story as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? It's about, you know, it's not even about, say, oh god, you know, it's not even about being the best, is it? It's about it's about the journey there, man. I mean, so some of these people, you know, the things they can achieve. You know, the pain some of these athletes go through, man. Yeah, they don't even. I don't think many of us could even understand it. You know what I mean? The dedication to physical fitness and affection. I watched a really interesting video, actually. It's like a mini doc around like the Olympics through the years. And if you go and look at things like the swimming, and even like the pole jumping. Is it called the high jump? You know what I call the pole jumping? And Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck me, dude. What I was really interested in was how the laws or the rules of the sports have changed. So did you know, for example, is it the long jump? So back in the day, right, the long jump was as it is. Yeah, you have X amount of meters run up, and then you can't put your foot beyond a certain point, and you jump as far as you can. Apparently, some crazy motherfucker, right? It's the same with the bars as well. There was a move that's now banned on bars, you know, when the ladies and gents flip from the two bars, one's harder than the other. But apparently, so someone thought, okay, I'm going to run breakneck speed, and instead of just jumping, I'm going to do a forward roll. So, you know, like you see people do backflips. So imagine you run at the sand on the long jump, and as you take off, you do a forwards roll. And apparently that lets you get further. But it was deemed to be too dangerous. So it was banned. And there's quite a lot of this in the various sports. Things that you used to be able to do and now you can't do and things. The Olympics is about finding the best in the world. Everyone in the host country should be allowed to enter any event. We're not disagreeing with that, but there's a point where you're actually making a mockery of the sport. That's the point. She knew that she was not even remote. She's not even a break dancer. She's not even a dancer. It's like I said, it's like me doing the parallel bars and just like sitting there with my dick on it. Like zero effort was put into it, mate. End of fucking story, dude. She's flapped about like a fucking moron. One of the Norwegian weightlifters who won gold basically earns zero money from lifting. Yeah, exactly. Many of them are completely, you know, they don't even get sponsorships, some of them, do they? You know, it's not like, oh, you know, they get a massive Nike sponsorship. Unless you're the fucking creme de la fucking creme in your sport. And especially if it's one of these unknown sports. You know, not Nike ain't paying you any mega money for it, are they? You know what I mean? Did I miss the loot? Oh, shit, don't worry. I don't really need it, to be honest. Well, hang on, where you gone, Dar? Imagine if the Olympics was some kind of lottery where once selected you have to go. Now that would be a spectacle to behold. So we could call it the Lottery Olympics. Yeah, but what happens if you're the poor fuck who has to do an Eddie the Eagle? And if you don't compete, right, and compete at the, you know, in the general ethos of the sport, yeah, you get beheaded, yeah? Is that the price? So it's like if you don't get the skis on, off with his head, right? I'm up for that, mate. That sounds great, yeah. I'd tell you what, that'd sell a lot of fucking tickets, bro, I tell you. But yeah, I mean, you know, like if you're the fastest man in the world, and you know, 100-meter sprint, yeah, you're probably going to make a fuck ton of money out of it. But you know, there are very few sports at the Olympics, I would imagine, overall, where it's anything more than dedication, perseverance, and oh shit, I'm going to die, dude. Have I got a gummy bear? Oof. Oof, Jesus. You're right, Thor, how you doing, mate? How's things? Sorry, Dar, I took my eye off the ball a little bit there, right? Why's my gun not reloaded? Oh, wrong gun. Oh my god. Dude, am I out of bullet? Why is my gun not reloading? What the hell happened then, right? That's just rude. That's just rude. Jesus, that was a fucking train right there, dog. I was thinking of doing a bit of a breakdancing routine in the middle of the sport there, mate. I mean, she is a breakdancer, dance, whatever, just if they're a profile. But no, I'm sorry, but no, you're talking out your ass now, mate. She's not, though, is she? That's a bit like the problem with the world, isn't it? What she did there was not what we'd normally call breakdancing, okay? Any normal person, right, would go and watch 10 videos of professional breakdancing, yeah? And then go and watch that. Let's just go and watch the other breakdancers, and we'll see there's a fundamental difference. And this is the problem with the world. This is the problem, in a fucking nutshell. That is a bit like me deciding that I'm a breakdancer, but I only identify as a breakdancer and going and doing an Irish jig in the breakdancing competition. You can't just say you're a golfer, that you're a cricketer, that you're a pole vaultist, if you can't actually do it. She can't actually fucking breakdance, can she? Do you see what I'm saying? There's a subtle difference, isn't there? Just because she says that that's breakdancing doesn't mean it's breakdancing, does it? Because it doesn't conform to anybody else's definition of breakdancing. End of fucking story. And this is the problem. You're right, Four. How are you? How's things? I looked at that bit. The rules clearly state they need to have 1 foot on the ground at all times. If you look at any fact, they should all be disqualified. What, is that a rule in breakdancing? That you have to have 1 foot on the ground? Hang on. What about when they spin on their head? Oh, no, you're talking about speed walking. Oh, I remember this from, what was it called? What was that? Malcolm in the Middle. Do you remember that? When he dressed up. Oh, that was so fucking funny. Malcolm in the Middle was such a good program. Do you remember when the dad dressed up for the speedrunning competition? In all that, was he like in the blue lycra and he had that fucking like alien head helmet? That was so fucking cool, dude. So fucking cool. Absolutely brilliant. I'm so wrong, Group. Sure it is. You're so wrong, Group. Sure it is. That's the fucking point with the recreation sport and why it's a shite inclusion. No, I'm sorry, but no, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all, dude. You're wrong. And that's why that's why we think it was a fucking joke. It was disrespectful to everyone else. You're in the wrong, dude. Simple. End of fucking story, dude. I can't turn up. You know. I can't turn up to do the 100 meters, yeah, and decide to walk along the bottom of the pool, can I? I can't. You know, it's not how it's done. You know, why am I doing? Why would I even turn up to do that, dude? This is the point. It's the sense of entitlement and the shifting of definitions. She's not a breakdancer. She showed no breakdancing skills. It's not. She's not. She's only a breakdancer in the same way I could say I'm a breakdancer. You're just fundamentally wrong. Just because you say you're a breakdancer, you're not a breakdancer. Just like I'm not an F1 driver. And I don't know how fucking hard it is to get your head around that, to be honest, mate. I really don't see why I'm not even having a discussion anymore about it. It's fucking ridiculous. You watched it in Greece on a German TV channel, it made more sense. Yeah, absolutely fucking absurd, dude. Everything that's fucking wrong with the world. Just one person just makes a mockery of fucking everything, and everyone just sits there making bullshit fucking excuses for them. It's the end of society, man. It's literally the fucking end of the society, as we know it. It's a fucking joke. You used to be better than her, and then he learned the very basics when I was at school, when breakdance was developed. I'm surprised it's even in the Olympics. I mean, you said it wasn't even called breakdancing. It's called breaking, yeah? Is there a difference? I mean, how do you... I don't know. I mean, how do you even judge something like this? It's like I said, so it's not in it's not in the 2028 Olympics then. It's been removed. I'm surprised it even got in there. But it has just shown how completely fucking void of common sense the fucking world is, right? And how people will defend absurdity. Absolute fucking absurdity, dude. It beggars belief, dude. It really does. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, well, this is what I'm trying to say for. You know, you shouldn't be allowed to participate and ultimately do nothing but cast something in disrepute lower the tone whether you consider it a sport or not, you know. A lot of people still to this day don't think esports should be called a sport, right? But you still don't make a mockery of it, do you? You know, at the Olympics, you're supposed to be an ambassador. You're supposed to represent the country's finest. If you know that you are so far behind the fucking curve of even understanding the basic definition of the sport that you're participating in, you should stay the fuck away. All right? Stop being a fucking entitled little prick who just wants to, I am an Olympic athlete stuck on their Wikipedia page, all right? It's a fucking joke. I don't know. It's so inconceivable that anyone would defend it. It fucking hurts my face, to be quite honest. Anyway. 100, I need to empty some loot, dude. I need to empty some loot. Okay, we'll throw that in. I'm going to assume the reason it's in there is because there must be some sort of form of dance, right? That is at the Olympics. And they wanted to maybe, like classical dance is the ballet and things like that, perhaps? I don't know. And somewhere, someone decided they wanted to add, I don't know, some sort of multicultural element to dance. You know, the cultural heritage of dance and things like that. Which sounds great, but clearly already, immediately, it's been made, as expected, a fucking joke of on the international stage, right? End of fucking discussion. It was pathetic. They do want to do more things in the Olympics, and they do experiment with different things, so not everything turns out to be a great idea. But it's not about that. Again, I haven't got any issues with them trying things. That hasn't been part of the discussion at all. The point is that some people should just not even be allowed on the international fucking arena. You know? They really fucking shouldn't. I mean, you'd be mortified, wouldn't you? So stop thinking like you're fucking trying to defend it. Stop being a white knight. I don't mean you, Shades. But just put yourself in someone else's shoes, someone that is actually talented, right? And they really have worked their, you know, their whole culture, you know, they've been brought up to, you know, to do these things. You know, you've worked your ass off at this sport, whatever you want to call it, right? And you finally got a chance. You finally convinced the Olympic Committee to add it to the Olympics, yeah? And you know, you really want to showcase what you can bring to this sport. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, forget about it being dancing. But, you know, you've tried to show that this is the pinnacle of human endeavour in this particular physical sport, right? You know, whether it be through rhythm, choreography, physical strength, prowess, beauty, whatever it is, who cares, right? And you finally got this one chance in 2024 to bring some limelight on the national and international stage about this thing that you're really passionate about. And the only thing people are talking about is some prick who made a mockery of the whole thing. It shouldn't be allowed, dude. Hang on, Casca, what's happened, dude? You're right, WTC, how are you, mate? Wasn't it one time thing? What's this? Anyway, that was a fun 18 hours in hospital. Hang on, Cascal. What's up, dude? You haven't had you've not pulled a Sven, have you, dude? You've not been playing with campfires and boiling water, have you, bro? What's up, dude? A belching competition in the Olympics. Well, wouldn't surprise me the way things are fucking going. Who knows what's to come? I still think that fucking... did they show it this year? Because I've only ever seen, like, the Russian and the Chinese from previous years. Because didn't the Russians get banned from it? Or they got banned from something, didn't they? The synchronized swimming? What the fuck, dude? How the fuck do they do that? They do shit in water, right? I couldn't do standing up fucking straight. The balance they've got it's fucking insane, dude. And then they do it all underwater. Upside down. How the hell do they even do that, man? It's so good. And the Chinese and the Russians, oh my god. It's like watching one person, isn't it? It's like a failed mass exorcism. I watched the start of one of the Russian ones from a few years ago, man. Holy shit. Dude, you know the really sad thing about it is as well. Oh my god, you know how you realise like sort of like you're racist. You don't mean it in a bad way, but you're sitting there, oh shit, am I fucking racist, dude? Because you know all I could think about was the punishment that they must have had for getting it wrong. So somewhere in my brain, I've got this ideology, right, that like the Chinese and the Russian athletes, they don't care about them. They're only there to prove that their country is better. And everything has to be flawless. Like a single like strand of hair, you know, a twitch of a little finger, and they probably get sent to bed without food and water for a week, you know? And I'd really like to think that's not the case, but you know, but the thing is, it goes to show, doesn't it, how ingrained in you this fucking is. When I watch those Russian, what do they call it? Synchronized swimmers. just walk into the fucking pool, dude. And it's like, fucking hell, dude. This is like, it's insane, mate. It was like watching Elon Musk's rockets. You know, when the two rockets came down simultaneously. And it was like, man, that's CGI, dude. It don't look real. There's like this weird uncanny valley thing, isn't there? It's mad, dude. Absolutely insane. You had an extreme dehydration event. Spent a night on a catheter listening to What the fuck, Caskell? What? Hang on. What's happened, dude? What? So, I mean, you haven't been doing anything, right? You've not been, like, out mountain biking or camping. You just what? You just started feeling bad in the house, and it turned out you were just really dehydrated. Holy shit, bro. You okay, man? That's terrible. What's so impressive about synchronized swimming is how they gelatinize their heads. Hang on, what do? They gelatinize their heads. What does that mean? You gave synchronized swimming a bit of a go to freshen up my exercise back when I was training rock and roll. I have utter respect for those athletes. It always reminded me, Mikios, when we used to go on holiday with the bros, man. And you used to do it, didn't you? You used to like try and stand on your hands in the swimming pool and kick your legs about. I think it's incredible. The talent that he's shown during the Olympics is just like on another level, man. It really is. The Chinese and Russians win gold. I read that apparently there's only 1% gold this year. So a gold medal in 2024 is only 1% gold. I don't know if that's true. I didn't do any additional research into that. But it did say that on 2 places. 1% gold. I'd find that like why even bother at that point? So I don't know. I'm not too sure how true that is, but the person right now next to me, hang on, mostly still slightly dehydrated. Oh, the beeps and pings was somebody else, some cardiac. Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume that wasn't you, mate. I heard that about the bronze. One is already wearing off. What, really, dude? Yeah. So it is. It's just, yeah. Well, wasn't it something like 85, 90% gold back in the day? You know, obviously just, you know, other things had to be added to it for whatever reasons. I don't know what that would have been, but it was quite a high percentage of gold, wasn't it? Right, okay, so hang on, where are we off to? Darth, did you want to do another one, dude? Anyone want to join us? I'll put all my stuff away, haven't I? I've got that. Throw that back in there. The medals are flake. Oh, God, dude, this Olympics is a fucking joke, dude. An absolute fucking joke. It's just, dude, I feel so bad for the people that have spent, I mean, you only get to go once every 4 years, right? So as a pro athlete, you ain't getting to go to many Olympics, are you, man? I think it's such a fucking shame it's been tainted with modern society's bullshit. It's a fucking joke, dude. You know, this should be a celebration of, like, you know, what we can achieve, you know, where we're going as an evolutionary species, the pinnacle of human physical prowess, right? And what have we got? It's a fucking sideshow, dude. It's a fucking joke. I tell you what, mate. I need to become Lord Emperor. I've had enough. I need to become Intergalactic Lord Emperor. I'll put this shit straight. There's more gold, right? I'd be better off giving them a fucking... You know those, like, coins you get at Christmas? Like chocolate coins in gold fucking foil. They'd be better off with one of them, wouldn't they? At least they'd get a bit of chocky out of it. Poor bastards have probably been starving for weeks, drinking nothing but water and eating avocados, you know what I mean? Fuck this world, dude. Did you see what the Philippines got for the winning gold? No, hang on, what did they win the gold into? How are you, Tim? You alright, mate? How's things? Gajira. Who's that? I don't know who that is, mate. I was happy with the Olympics other than the opening ceremony was a success. Yeah, well, I mean, some of the stuff I have seen has been pretty cool, but all this other sideshow shit is a fucking joke, mate. You mean the running up the wall with a rope attached? Well, I've not seen that. What's that called? It's about 1k worth, the gold one. Well, hang on, what, a gold medal from this year's Olympics is worth about £1,000? Is that just because it is, you know, they're relatively unique? So, obviously, you know, there's only X amount given out throughout the entirety of the Olympics, yeah? So, I'm not surprised that they're worth quite a lot of money, aren't they? Fact the bite test. The old pirate bite test. Got your fucking teeth marks in it, Sven. The bold. I've not seen. I'll have to look into those. Yeah, I've seen a few things I've never seen before. Actually, I've probably watched more of this Olympics than anything else, to be honest. They called it the ropey wally, or the ropey wally, the ropey wally. There's 3 disciplines in climbing: bouldering, which is low wall with no rope, athletic moves; the lead climbing, difficult climbing, rope, high wall; and yeah, the speed climbing. I think I might have seen some of the speed climbing. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Google says Paris lost over 5 million francs. I guess supposedly the first loss for the games. Well, let's be honest, no fucking joke there, is it? Right, okay. Darth. Where are we off to, bro? And we'll take some of them. Beautiful. What does 5 million francs equate to? Wasn't there something about the swimming as well? Wasn't there a problem with the River Seine? Was that just all blown out of proportion? I watched a weird film on Netflix, and it's kind of weird because I swear, right? Basically, it was France, and it was set in Paris. And there were sharks. Has anyone seen it? It's on Netflix. And the sharks apparently are acting a bit out of character, and they swim up the river. And the whole thing is about they can't just like stop people going near the river because the Olympics are coming up. So it's kind of weird. It's like an interesting sort of tie-in, to be honest. It's about 4.5 million quid. So it's not a huge amount of money then. No, I mean, for a city to lose that amount, I wonder why they lost money then. So that's all the infrastructure that went into place, the building, and or whether they built it or just had to modernise the arena, or all the additional security and personnel involved. So and they're balancing that against the tourism and money spent in the city over the course of the. And so they're actually 5 million francs down. That's sad to hear, though, actually. So the guy from the Philippines got a house, 200 grand, an engineering education, and a bunch of free stuff like Feed for Life. So what did he win into? What did the Philippine athlete actually win? What sport was it? I was going to say francs would be. I was wondering why francs wasn't making sense to me. It's euros, isn't it? Several other, yeah, the swam in the river and one, yeah, because it did. I mean, I know it's a wonderful idea, but you know, there ain't no one swimming in the river fucking Thames, not unless they've had a fucking fistful of fucking Guinness fucking the half hour before, right? You'd have to be literally fucking mad. You'd be more likely to walk across the Thames like a second coming of Jesus motherfucking Christ than swimming in it. Yeah, you know when you said francs, what did they used to use? Was it francs and what was the lower denomination? Was it francs and cents, or is that the euros and cents? Because I was in France at one point when it was still francs. It was the French franc, and that would be like the same as the British pound, wouldn't it? Francs and pounds. What was the lower denomination in francs? I can't remember now, mate. I wonder if Cascal remembers. I saw swimmers puking after swimming. They made it seem the river was right. But the thing is, all major cities' rivers are probably not wise to swim in, right? So, my question is, why the fuck did they do it? There's a fucking perfectly good fucking swimming pool for this shit, dude. Another reason why it's a fucking joke, innit? They use the cisterns as the sewer, so after heavy rain, the tank. Yeah, but it's like I said though, Grant. I don't think any of us would really want to go into a river. I mean, I know, isn't there one in Sweden where they actually commute? Is it Sweden or Switzerland or somewhere? Where like, during the hot months, yeah? Instead of getting on the bus or the train, yeah? They get you can walk into a shop, right? And you buy like these plastic bags, these sealable plastic bags. And you go down to the waterfront and you take all your clothes off apart from your swimming trunks and you throw your work clothes into the plastic bag and you can hook it over your shoulder and you leap into the fucking river. And the river's current takes you to work. It's fucking cool as fuck. Son teams, that was it. Franks and Son teams, also known as Sense. Yeah, I forgot about that, mate. Holy shit. They spent 1.4 billion euros. I wonder who paid for that. I think cleaning of the river. They do. They swim with their clothes in bags. It's so cool for. So in the hot weather, instead of catching the bus or fucking about with aircon, they just literally throw themselves into the river and bob around with their little plastic bag of clothes as like a little bit of buoyancy and merrily make their way. How cool is that? I mean, that's high society, that is, bro. Right, okay, let's go and have a look. What do you want to do, doll? What haven't we done today, bro? Should we start down in the bottom left-hand corner, dude? I don't even know what this one is. 1.4 billion euros trying to clean a river, man. Crazy. So where's the 2028 Olympics? Where is that being held? Because you know, it's normally like a good few years. When didn't we have the Olympics in England a while back? Well, we did, didn't we? It's the Swiss, is it? I was gonna say, I'm sure it's the Swiss where else? That Sweden or Switzerland? I couldn't remember. How's everyone for? How's the fam all getting on, mate? What's that? Hollywood, Los Angeles. Oh, well, really? Oh, that's going to be fucking awesome. Oh, that will be fucking cool. Oh, they ain't going to fuck about in America with the... Oh, it's going to be proper bombastic, innit? Especially in Los Angeles. Holy shit. Now, that'll be one to watch. That will be fucking awesome. They've been working on cleaning and renovating the Seine and side rivers for many years. The 1.4 billion is not an honest number. Yeah, it's just one of those convenient statistics, isn't it? But either way, the point is they obviously spent a lot of money trying to clean it, whether it is part of an ongoing campaign or, you know, an additional increment of money during or the lead up to the Olympics, and yet still, you know, people possibly, I don't know, I'm not read whether it's fact, you know, got ill from swimming in it. I mean, it just goes to show, doesn't it? I would never set foot in a major, I'm talking about major city's fucking river, not in a million fucking years, dude. All sorts of shit gets dumped in rivers, mate. I wouldn't want to be swimming in it. It just sounds like a really bad idea, dude. You know what I mean? And as an Olympic athlete, I think I'd be very against swimming in a fucking river. Especially having watched the film about sharks swimming in the Seine. Oh no, rat bats at the... Oh no! Oh my god, oh no. All the shit I've given that poor little dog over the years. His trachea collapsed and he has a big lump in his tummy. Oh, mate. Oh. Don't let him know, whatever you do. Don't let him know I've got sympathy for him. But I don't want to ruin the relationship, yeah? But that's awful to hear for. Oh. So when you say his trachea collapsed, that sounds like really bad, man. Like really fucking bad. What's caused that then? Is that something that kind of happens to little woofers, or it's not like been in an accident or anything, no fool? Yeah, exactly, Scully. You know, the 1.4, but it's just one of those nice things that makes for a great headline, doesn't it, on the internet? Yeah, exactly. But the point being, you know, they're clearly trying to. I mean, let's put it this way: you've got to assume it's a lot better than it was. You know, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? No matter how much money's been poured into it. Hopefully, you know, it's a lot better than it was. I mean, it's like you said, maybe the whole infrastructure over the years with, you know, storm drains overflowing and human excrement, you know, getting in places where it shouldn't really be. I mean, France is a big fucking place, right? Well, sorry, Paris. You're a bit hot today. You're right, Taloy. Has little ones. The day started heatwave 30. It's actually, it's not bad here today, actually, Taloy. It's like 20 odd degrees, but the humidity's dropped off a little bit. We've had a couple of sort of reasonably dry days. So it's a bit on and off yesterday, but it's quite common with the little doggies. You would have to wear a little neck brace. Oh, so it's something they can kind of fix then. Oh, hang on. I'm not the leader, am I? Hang on. Am I the leader? Oh yeah. Oh wait. I remember LA had one of the first jetpack demonstrations at the opening. Oh really? I tell you what, I've seen Smithers, and they do look really fucking cool. Have you seen the jetpacks that are actually just high pressure water? Oh, they look so fun, dude. Oh, they really do, man. So it's nothing fancy. It's basically just like a sort of pack you have on your back, isn't it? And like a big fireman's mega hose. Oh, it looks so cool, dude. It really does, man. 60% humidity here. So yeah, it was a pretty rough weekend, bro. And I thought yesterday was pretty bad, but it's a lot better today, mate. A lot better. It's quite pleasant actually here, to be honest. Quite a nice day. we were talking about deodorant and just general hygiene earlier tonight. It's horrible, isn't it, when you're all hot and sweaty, mate? It just don't make you feel nice, does it? But this will be it for us in England now. I think we've had, like, what do you reckon? About 10 days of sunshine in the UK this year. So I reckon that's probably about... I reckon we're well over our quota. Are you still out there, Cask? I didn't want to bother you. I don't know how busy you are, man. I'm ever so sorry to hear you've been in hospital, man. That sounds fucking awful. I'd like to know the story. Yeah, you got so dehydrated though, man. Just not been looking after yourself, bruh. Just not, you know, because it's a change to the routine. And all the heat and things, you know, you've not just like, you know, part of your normal routine. Well, I suppose you don't go to the office that often, do you, mate? Stress, Caskell. Stress. It's this new UK government, bro. Bing bong, bingly bong. If I go the wrong way, Darth, you might have to shout out, dude, because I think I always go. Oh, hang on. You know what? I'm not even sure what the boss is in here, mate. Oh, hang on. This is the stop-start traffic light one, isn't it? Is that right? I really need to win the lottery and start game production on these two ideas we've got. I feel like we're onto something, you know. Silo thing. I can do it next if you want, Grant, because I'm just sort of like plodding along, getting plenty of mods in the hope they'll be useful for PvP builds next season, really, dude. So yeah, can do, mate, if you want to, right? I'm kind of not. The only one I really would like to get is maybe. Oh, I was about to say I'm in a really bad spot there, aren't I? Bad shooting. God, those hounds are so good as crowd control, aren't they? I really need to remember how good these things are, man. I just wish there was a way to reduce the cooldown on these sorts of things, because they really are so much fun, aren't they? But get a triple stack on him and hope for the best, dude. I love the fire from your gun, dude. That's so cool. Be nice if I'd got like an electric build to go with your fire build. That would look freaking awesome. Oh no, is that what the lump is for? What, you just found out? It's all over his body. Oh, no, not at all, Ford. Don't. We're always here to lending it. Give my love to everyone, mate. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible news. That is really awful. All the best, for all the best. Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? I tell you what, I didn't realise how old Cody was getting. To be honest, he's always been a bit like an old dog, but he's definitely aging very differently to Toby. No doubt about it, man. Considering they're only like 1 year difference. Genetics, man. Fucking nightmare, isn't it? I think it's just through here, right? Did I miss any? Did I miss loot or? Excuse me. What's your plans today, Taloy? Are you up to anything, dude? I've been beaten at Starfield, Taloy. I'm doing a bit of a Starfield mod pack. Nothing fancy, dude, but got a game looking pretty nice. I'm gonna have a bash with a mod called Astrogate if I get a chance at the weekend. Which kind of adds in like an Elite Dangerous style super cruise. So you can actually travel from like one planet to a moon in the same system rather than just going through loading screens. Be interesting to see, you know, after all the hoo-ha, whether or not that actually is a good thing. You know, does it actually... So let me take some food as well. I feel like... up the DPS a bit. My dog's not come out. Why my dog's not? What the fuck? Gutted. Didn't quite get it. Right, that's the spawn I want. Yeah. Well, I've always said Starfield to me, right? Look, you've got to bear in mind, okay? No matter what we say about Starfield, it's a bit like a conversation earlier. It depends on your perspective, right? But I think no matter how we score it, what we have to remember is that were we mad or were we just playing a fair game? What I could argue both sides of what I'm about to say, right? Starfield was a Bethesda game. Alright, Starfield was now under the umbrella of Microsoft and they were given an additional 1 year extension, weren't they? Which I don't think they would have had before things were kicking off. Regardless, moot point really. The point is, it's Bethesda, right? Potentially, and one could argue, an almost limitless budget to Starfield. Game's been in production, if you listen to them, for close to 7, 8, 9, 10 years, depending on which source you listen to. Again, all whatever. But it's Bethesda. They've had a long time to work on Starfield, right? Do we therefore acknowledge the fact that we could potentially be scoring it a little bit different? You know, that they are the magnum opus for many people of moddable games, aren't they? You know, Skyrim, you know, it came out, it was a pretty big shit show, right? It performed very badly on console, for example. But it's one of the most played games of all time, right? It never seems to disappear, or it remains relevant due to the modding community in many ways and all the various updates and all the platforms it's been available. So, are we judging Starfield because we were expecting a genuine masterpiece? Or Even if we say, well, look, it's Bethesda, they've not got the best track record, I still think, the way I looked at it, look, I did expect something quite special. And I actually felt I got something that really was surprisingly bad in terms of, like, for example, the loading screen issues. It really takes away from my immersive experience. I could have forgiven bugs. I could have forgiven bad story. But you know, like when the actual immersive nature of the game is unlike any of the other games. I don't know. I felt like it was a big letdown. But, you know, I still feel like I scored it fairly. It's not a bad game. But it is also not even remotely on par with some of their other games. You know? But again, am I judging, you know, a heavily modded Starfield? You know, it's very hard to go back and remember what it was like when I played Skyrim for the first time on PlayStation 3. You know, I was playing Starfield on a big, nice, sexy pants PC, you know? Was I being harsh? Was I being more than fair? You know, I genuinely don't really know. Oh my god, dude. I thought he was dead. That's not good, bro. I could only see the big fat one. Oh my god, dog, you're right in the way, mate. You're right in the way, bro. I can't get a shot on him because there we go. That's a bit better. Sorry, man. I didn't realise the spit. I just heard the boom, 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 boom. I thought, fuck, the volley's back. Just in the size of the tablets, I'm terrible with tablets, mate. I think it's one of the reasons I don't take any pills for anything, dude. you know, seriously, I'm not even fucking. This is straight up, honest to God, 100% legit, right, Caskell? If I have to take paracetamol, yeah, even today, right, I have been known to divide each tablet into 4. I do not do pills, dude. Now, to be fair, most of the time I just split them in half, but I still split them in half, mate. I remember once I was absolutely gutted. The only tablets I take are a multivitamin. And I got some, is it Holland and Barrett multivitamins many years ago? Fuck me, dude. They were the size of like a cola bottle, bro. Needless to say, I never took them. Snort them. I'd be up for it. I hate swallow. I can't do it. The girlfriend thinks it's hysterical. I even sometimes have to hold my nose with my fingers while I have the mouthful of water. And I'm like, after 3, 1, 2, 3, and I can't do it. I just can't swallow like that, bro. I'm terrible with tablets, mate. Starfield, an exploration gameplay says good things is amazingly good, but Starfield as the game they market is not. I mean, that's interesting you say it's like, because that's one of the criticisms I've heard, is that actually there is no exploration, because it's just the same POIs over and over and over and over again. Like, it's a really small pool, and as such, the exploration feels really lackluster. But I don't think I ever got deep enough to really criticise that, so I don't know, dude. Interesting to see, wouldn't it? Yeah, you've got Starfield installed on your old Xbox. I think my save game is like New Game plus 3 or 4. So, I mean, how many hours is that automated? I mean, how many hours have you got into it to have got to New Game plus 3 or 4? Presumably, you've enjoyed the game, right? You've had good times with it, yeah? It's like I said, I think I just wanted... Look, no matter how much you try not to get hyped for a game, right? It's Bethesda, and it's Starfield, and I've been itching for a spacefaring game for years and years and years. You know, the closest I ever got was like probably Mass Effect, right? And it's an old game, man. Now, the idea of a moddable Starfield, you know, where modders could add their own points of interest and details to 1,000 planets, it was like, dude, how can I not get excited, man? But I think I was more let down by the technical issues the game had. You know, everything was a loading screen. Everything was fast travel. The very thing that I hate about any playthrough of Skyrim. I can't watch people play Skyrim if they're fast travel everywhere. I want to be immersed in the world. You know, the journey from A to B. That's what I like, you know. The loading screens when I walk into a tavern or a dungeon is not a problem. In fact, if anything, it's almost like turning the page of a book for the next big adventure, you know. Starfield, I just felt like I couldn't get into it because like everything I did involved like a black screen, a fade to black, and it was so hard. But you know, this time around I'll know that. I know there's nothing I can do to really change it. So I think I'll have a better time. I'll be a little bit desensitized to the overall package's failings. I think maybe I can enjoy it for what it is. I'm hoping anyway. I'm not ready yet. I'm still humming and ahhing, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's some half decent mods, and obviously the creation kit. The trouble is, there's not a lot of modders left. Most of them have just said, "Fuck it, it's not worth the hassle." Gone back to Skyrim. That's people like Wookie would, you know, if he was interested in it, you can make a right name for yourself at the moment on the Starfield Nexus, because there's so few guys left, man. There really are. No Elite Dangerous. Well, I have thought about it. Slice. Straight up legit. I saw the tweet. Oh no, we didn't mean to show you this. With the hanger. So, you know, I would consider it if I thought there was even a glimmer of hope that they've listened to the community and David Braben's gone and fucked off to Barbados for a month. Oh my god. Are we even doing any damage? Still bad for me to hit the weak. Oh shit, no we're not. We gotta do these stuff. Sorry, I always forget this bit. We gotta knock the lightning things out. We're on pro mode. Sorry, Matt. We've been doing what's that? We've got to make our weapons shoot all these electric things. Otherwise, I was going to say that there's no way our DPS is that bad. It's because our DPS is basically 0. Because we've got to. It's yellow, isn't he? So when it's yellow, just hang tight, kill the trash mobs, and we'll make our way up. Got a short course of antibiotics and some vitamins. So what happened, Castle? I'm sorry if you've answered it, dude, and obviously if you don't want to answer, I totally appreciate it. Just kind of, just didn't drink enough and it's been hot weather, mate. Just that simple, yeah. That's awful, man. That's really, really bad, man. I've always been quite lucky with hydration. I've always been a big drinker. I like to get fluids down me, you know. Drink a lot of sort of like tonic water or even just water, really. I used to love, it's too expensive for me to drink now. Ribena? I used to love Ribena. Oh, Elite Dangerous is a good game, yeah. I mean, I'd have no problems playing Elite Dangerous. I've played it many times, bro, but, are we okay to move? I went straight from Star Citizen to Starfield. Yeah, it would have been bad. And again, you know, I'm willing to... I still feel like I was fair. That it's not a bad game. Starfield, to me, an okay game is a 5 out of 10, right? And I think I can honestly give Starfield... I've always said, like, of course it's a 5 out of 10. Of course it is. Now, I don't subscribe to the belief that, you know, a 7 out of 10 is an okay game. To me, a 5 out of 10 is an okay game. And anything above that, you know, it's got things that are really worthy of mention, right? And I think I could easily nudge it to a 6 out of 10. You know, now things have calmed down a bit. I mean, already the fact that they've added DLSS, you know, straight away, you know, 9 months, 10 months later, I am happily going to score Starfield a 6 out of 10. Easily a 6 out of 10. So I would now like to go and experience it without the technical issues. Oh, fuck. Was that white thing just killed us? Or did I... Oh, shit, my microphone's in the way. Hang on, let me move my mic, because I can't see my health. Shit, was I already low on health? Or did I just fuck up taking it? Have we still got one to get, haven't we? What the fuck? He knew. There we go, that's a bit better. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping at the very least it's easily going to pull a 7 out of 10. I would have thought, as long as there's no game-breaking bugs. And, you know, who knows? You know, with some extra... oh, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Oh, please tell me I brought one. Oh, no. I haven't got any all-purpose hands. I thought I'd got one left. Oh, shit. Darth, we got a problem, mate. I haven't got a gun, dude. Hang on, it's immune. Why is it immune? We got another blue. Did I just miss? I'm actually missing. But yeah, they just brought out a tweet, didn't they, for Elite Dangerous, which shows like a new shit. My god, those dogs are crazy, man. Jesus, those dogs are madly good. Yeah, I fucked up here, Darth. I do apologise, mate. You got it rotting on your wish list. Did you try it when it came out, Sven? Or waiting for the big sale and then maybe mod it? Oh, sorry, you've not bought it yet, sorry. Yeah, well, apparently there is, I mean, the rumours are that it was deliberately leaked again. The whole community around Starfield's full of shit, I find, so I'm not reading into it. Oh, shit, we've got to destroy these things again, haven't we? But yeah, apparently there is a... I've got no reason to doubt this. Obviously only the element where it was like a deliberate leak. But we are getting a, well, apparently ground vehicle, like a rover, which should be coming fairly soon, as in even this month, I've heard. So, great news if it is. I mean, whether or not it itself is any good, or whether or not it's simply another... I can't eat or drink or anything. Is that right? Clusterfuck, this one's done. In fact, really though, it's probably the best fight I've had in here. I feel like we're actually up against it a bit, dude. Can't believe... Oh my god, really? Have you got anything to get this trash off my back, Darth? Because I'm fucked otherwise. I just haven't got anything to kill him. My dogs are about back up. Oh shit. I'll get rid of the Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm coming back around. Shit, I'm gonna be fucked. I'm fucked, dude. So you lost all feeling and that on your tongue and then spread to my left-hand face. Oh my god, I bet you thought you were having a cardiac incident. I thought I was having a stroke. They did tests over the phone to prove it most likely wasn't, then got you to hospital, where I spent hours delirious. It sounds like you were really badly dehydrated, Castle. Like, really badly dehydrated. Jesus, man. It's fucking dangerous, isn't it, dude? I take it full recovery, yeah? Bit of bed rest and lots of vitamins and minerals and all those essential salts back in the system and you'll be right as rain, yeah? And these hit me if I sort of wait there. I think these one-shot me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, just got behind it. Just got behind it. Elite Dangerous is amazing. Well, Elite Dangerous is one of those games that it's as wide as an ocean, dude, but it's as deep as a puddle, bro. It really is, mate. There's just like fuck all to really do in it, man, to be honest, mate. It really is a very dead-end experience for the vast majority of people that they just want to sit there jumping. I mean, how anyone can just sit there jumping over and over and pretend that somehow this is fun gameplay is utterly beyond me. I'll never understand that. You know, I need something to do, or at least an immersive way to do things, but... You know, I feel like Elite is, like I said, wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. But it's a fun game, and it's a very good-looking game at times, and it runs very well, and it's got a wonderful... I'm losing the will to live here, Darth, because I just can't do anything, mate, and it don't look like you've got the DPS to do anything, does it? I just can't do anything, mate. No, normally, this boss is dead in like 20 seconds, but my gun's breaking, so I literally can't do shit. I don't think I've ever had... I think the longest this has ever lasted. It's not, you know, it's not your fault, Darth. It's my fault for coming in with that without my weapons being fixed. I've never had to shoot so many of the whatsits. There we go. We've got it, man. We've got it. Goes to show, though, doesn't it, how weak my my sniper rifle is with this build. It really is there just for bullseye, man. It just does fuck all, man. I do miss my sniper build. I really do. Can I come around? Because I don't know if that's red or not. Well played, Darth. Well played. It's quite a good dungeon, to be honest. I like the idea of the traffic lights and things. It's actually pretty cool. But yeah, I honestly thought I'd got an all-purpose hand. I must have used 2 yesterday. When I lost faith in Starfield when I found out there was no atmospheric flight. Yeah. I mean, it's a huge issue. It really is. It's a huge issue. The thing is, Starfield was kind of like a death by 1,000 cuts because, like, one, you've not got atmospheric flight. You could argue, well, you know, we can get around it maybe. But the repetition of the points of interest was apparently a big problem. I don't think I really played long enough to necessarily feel like that had hit, and you know, I don't know. I'd have to play again to see if that is a real issue. But it's a very common negative brought up about Starfield. Quality of life was terrible as well, wasn't it? You know, like inventory management was absolutely abhorrent. Even the shipbuilding was pretty glitchy. And of course, we got a lot of mods to fix all that sort of stuff, haven't we? You only played Elite way back before you could leave your ship and walk around a space station. Way back before. Oh yeah, but it's before all that. It's still that's the armor player. Yeah. Elite Dangerous always feels like you are the starship. I think it's the best way to describe it. It's a bit like Everspace. You know, you become the starship. Elite, you become the starship. And even though you can now get out in very specific circumstances, such as the space stations and you know landing on some of the moons and getting out in the buggy and things like that, it's and some of the FPS stuff, it still feels like it's more a gimmick, you know, than an actual seamless universe, doesn't it? It's got a long way to go before it feels right, if that makes sense. Look at that, 53% of the damage, Darth. Well played, man. It's easier solo on pro. Yeah. It's not a difficult fight. I just didn't have my gun, dude. I literally didn't have my primary weapon. My whole build is around the Valor, so I just couldn't help Darth. It was all down to Darth, and you know, Darth's still putting his build together, so. That sounds really bad, that does, Casca. I was early on Skyrim after living the show. Yeah, I've often said I should go back and play a modded Oblivion, Sven, because I've only ever played it on the Xbox 360, dude. So I would imagine, you know, with a good mod overhaul, I would probably have quite a lot of fun of it with Oblivion. But you can never get into Skyrim the same. Really? Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly, single player. Yeah. You ever tried Elder Scrolls, Sven? You really dislike it, but I actually really like that one, Swazza. I honestly, I really like that whole silo. It's a pretty fun one. I like it, you know, a bit of Squid Games. I like the boss. You know, it's a nice DPS check with the ads. That definitely helps with the dog. But yeah, not a lot I could do there. Well played, Darth. Well played. Only found it yesterday you can save your builds by pressing H. Yeah, there's like almost like a loadout for everything, isn't there? Yeah, the game's pretty good on that front. Yeah, it's got some, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's got that, and yet it's got, you know, if I want to change my ammo type, which is fucking ridiculous. You know, I've got to come in here, you know, come into here, come into here. Come into here. It's, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes it's like two different teams. Like you've got a pain in the arse team, and then you've got the nice team. Yeah, you know they go. You know, how many games do not let you have a loadout manager? You know, this puts a big tick in a box where a lot of other games fail, and yet you can't even get things like basic ammo switching. Because I'd love to use my steel ammo in the lead up to the boss, and then switch to the tungsten for the boss. It makes fucking sense, doesn't it? But I just can't be arsed. I just can't be arsed to do those fucking clickety-click-click-clicks every fucking time, to be honest. There's no comparison between Starfield and Elite, though, is there, what, mate? They're just... It's like comparing, like, fucking golf to rugby, innit? They're two completely different experiences. All Elite is about, for the vast majority of players, is going to be the starship combat and the mining. And then for other players, they may add on the exploration, which I personally feel. You got like that trifecta, really, haven't you? Ship-to-ship combat, which is really well done. Got a nice flight model. You've got the mining, whether it be the deep space mining or the asteroid mining, whatever. And then you've got the idea of exploration, haven't you? Which I do personally find a little bit lacking in Elite. None of which Starfield have, apart from maybe the exploration. You know, I mean, one is a space simulator. Another is almost like an action role-playing game, isn't it? Is a melee build actually a valid option here? The bosses I've fought against were usually nasty at close distance. Melee's absolutely fucking awesome in this game. Like, some of the melee builds are absolutely hysterical to watch. They really are incredible. But a little bit like my early sniper build, kind of falls on its arse a bit when you're farming bosses, to be honest, dude. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's nothing to stop you having a really, really powerful melee build. The way I see it, I've got a build like for exploration and questing, you know, typically solo. And then I've got a build which is more for doing the boss fights, if that makes sense. Elite. Yeah, well, Elite was very empty, wasn't it? I mean, there wasn't a lot in Elite to discover. And there's a lot of clickety-click doing the same thing, you know. Travel through the stars, do a bit of scooping, get on to the next one, right? I mean, but it's not. It's a nice simulator. And the fact that it's got virtual reality support, at least in the cockpit, is really nice. It performs really well. It's got a wonderful implementation of multiplayer. You know, you can play solo. You can play almost like on a private server with friends. You can play on a more public server. You know, there's some fun ways to make money and what have you. And the sights can be quite breathtaking at times. And you do very much feel in control of the ship. So something that you never will feel in Starfield. Although I have found a really nice mod for Starfield, which introduces slow motion. It almost slows time to the point of standstill during power distribution to your various ships, ship components. Which is I can't even begin to describe how game changing it is to the enjoyment of starship combat. My ideal space game will give me the freedom to have a career as Han Solo. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and let's be honest, that's kind of what Star Citizen is, right? Star Citizen. Let's hope it gets there. It's the closest you're going to get. Up until then, you've got a single-player experience, maybe in Star Wars Outlaws, but is that going to be very narrative-focused? You know, how much content is there off the beaten track? You know, and is there a reason to do it in a single-player game, automated, right? Yeah, Melee's really... Melee looks great, Slice. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've seen some really fun Melee builds on YouTube. Yeah, the pike, yeah, the fish. Yeah, definitely Slice, yeah. Yeah. But like I said, how it feels against bosses, dude, that I can't tell you, mate. But you've got more than enough Starcrom to make 2 builds, dude. Like, easily got enough Starcrom for 2 builds. So, you know, even you might find a build where, you know, melee most of the time, but a perfectly good and an adequate DPS combination, you know. Why is my... Oh, God, so everything's gone a little bit non-responsive. Yeah, well, I was about to mention engineering, which is really like... See, I like the engineering, but so many people I've spoken to... I don't know if Buck Rabbit's in chat. I would say the vast majority of people I've spoken to about engineering, Grant, they fucking hate it. They find it the worst part of Elite Dangerous. It was the one thing I actually really enjoyed. So it's interesting you say that. So they've lowered the costs, which was well needed. And they've also started selling ships for... Yeah, I saw the ships for cash. Yeah. I wouldn't mind buying a ship if I'd got internals. You know, if they'd gone to... I will never buy a ship in Elite Dangerous. Never. 100%. Never going to happen. I would consider, and I have bought the, what was it, the C8R in Star Citizen. But I will never buy a ship that I can't walk around in. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, see, I like a grind though, Grant. And what was interesting for me, you have to bear in mind, for me, it had been so long since I last played, that what engineering was doing was, engineering was enabling me, because I needed to get materials for the engineering. I was learning the other gameplay mechanics, you see. So for me, it actually worked really well. Replace calibration attributes. I'm still fumbling on my... So calibration attributes are if you have a weapon such as one of these dropped weapons, yeah? And you haven't used it. I'm not sure about that part. I was told if you used it, you couldn't then destroy it and get a calibration, but your mileage may vary on that. So say you've got a weapon that has dropped, yeah? You'll get this like little blue icon. It'll say dropped gear, yeah? So if I say take, I haven't actually got an assault rifle, sadly, but let's say I take this, okay? And I decide to scrap it. I'm going to get what's known as a recalibration blueprint. You can see it here, look. Yeah. So let me do it. Let me disassemble that and get it, yeah? So now in my inventory, I have... sorry, backpack. I have that recalibration blueprint. Now, if I go to the workbench here, yeah, I can calibrate it with this. So this is my Valor, yeah? I can replace the calibration attributes with something I've got in my backpack. So I could change it to this. So I could go precision. This would probably be better for me, to be honest. So I could go for the precision style, attack plus 25, range plus 40, fire rate minus 10% with the crit damage and the crit rate. And that would replace my rapid shot style with reload speed, crit damage, and crit damage on it. So it's a way to fundamentally change how your gun operates. So, for example, some of them will massively increase your magazine size for the LMG. Others will be precision style. Increasing your crit damage or whatever it's going to be, like we've just shown. Reload speed and things like that. So, in a way, you could, for example, have a fast gunner equivalent one, which might turn your sniper rifle into more like, say, a gun, like a handgun, with a much rapider fire rate and things. So it's really like... It's the first thing you want to tie in on the weapon once you... I mean, obviously the first thing you do is calibrate it to level 10, right, once you've got tier 5. But then you can choose, like, you know, where you go. I've tried all sorts on my gun there. I still cap out about 30,000 DPS for some reason. Your lad wanted to try the wish machine, said yes, but one whack-a-mole, 9,000 cromlech. so that was 18 whacks, was it? You're right, Tongi. Switch the channel I was watching this one to some dude I've never seen it started playing ads. Oh dear, too. You see? This is where all the viewers are going. This is why we're hemorrhaging subs, bro. Oh, is that what it is? It means you were watching another channel before that raided that surprise channel. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is that what it is, Mikios? Is that what happens? Yeah. So it's nothing like, it's not a glitch in the Matrix. It's actually working sort of almost, one could argue, as intended. The new event Blockade was on P2 and Star Citizen. Yeah, but Star Citizen's not working at the minute, is it? Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, I did a bit of digging around after Bob's sort of game. I always trust Bob's summary. He didn't sound particularly complimentary. Maybe the word I'm thinking of. He didn't sound particularly favourable in his sort of discussion around the game in its current state. But I was starting to have serious doubts about Star Citizen. Serious fucking doubts, man. And I don't mean serious doubts as in, like, you know, whether it's ever going to happen, but serious doubts whether it's going to happen in the time frame where I think someone else isn't just going to come along and go, you know, an off-the-shelf fucking engine's going to do half of this fucking shit. Or do it at a scale that I don't care about. I don't need... I've always said I don't care about Star Citizen being, you know, a relatively seamless universe. You know, all this server meshing tech which seems to be holding everything up. I really don't give a fuck. I would be literally, if they said, like, here is a private server, Grub, it's going to cost you £50 a month, right? And 50 of your friends can play on that server at any time. But more importantly, everything's going to play really nicely, yeah? I would stop everything and I'd be playing Star Citizen tomorrow, dude. I'm quite happy with the content in the game. I'm happy with the ships in the game. I'm happy with everything in the game. I just want to be able to play a game that actually runs well, where I can group up with my friends and fly around in a ship and not have them chucked out in the middle of hyperspace or whatever it's called, and, you know, to try and take a ship out of a hangar and have it spontaneously explode after 45 minutes of equipping it and getting gear on it. I want to be able to go out in Darth's Carrack and you know, actually have a day out and not have all our little, what are the little ships called? What are the little dinky ones? The little TIE fighter looking things, but they're not like a TIE fighter. What are they called? Well, there's really little dinky ones. We used to get loads in Darth's Carrack. You know, and have a day out in space. And maybe get arrested, do a bit of PvP. Could go out in the Vulture or Tombs or wherever it is. I'm not sure if it's Tombs or... Who's the other guy who had the Killer? I haven't seen Killer for ages. Yeah, Killer's Reclaimer or something. But it don't work, dude. I'd rather just have like a vertical slice of the large-scale MMO they keep promising and then just say, fuck it. But I don't think it's ever going to happen, mate. And I think by the time they eventually do get all that working, I'm not sure someone won't just come along and say, you know what, fucking Unreal Engine does half of this shit. We just won't make it the big MMO equivalent, you know? I don't know, dude. I've just given up on it, mate, to be honest. I'm tired of hoping. I'm just going to wait now until something significant does happen. I'm sure I'll jump back and have a whale of a time with it, but... a new feature, it also does not work. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like every time they add something, I mean, all they're trying to do is add a fucking hangar, right? A fucking hangar. That's fucking it. It's not even going to fundamentally change that much about the game, right? Because, you know, still the ship combat's going to have shitty lag and desync, and still all the bunkers are going to have, like, and probably fucking even worse, because, you know, the toll that the hangars will have and physicalized everything will probably cause the servers to be even worse. So, you know, I'll probably still not have things spawning where they're supposed to, so I won't be able to complete missions. I probably still won't be able to deliver a parcel from A to B without something going wrong. So they can add all the shit they want. I'm still not going to get a game that's any more playable, right? I'm just going to have more things that don't work. I mean, that really is Star Citizen in a nutshell. Every update is just more things that probably won't work all the time. And you know, I can't, I just, you know, I don't need to stress about it, man. You know, I've put a little bit of money down with my original whatever it was. I've got my little C8R. I'm quite happy. And I can bounce back whenever I want. It's not going to cost me anything. They don't know Mikios. I'm sorry, mate, but they don't fundamentally change the game. I'm sorry, but that's exactly what's wrong with the copium. Yeah, they're gonna be great, but it doesn't change anything in terms of playing the content. It's just another layer of immersion. It's like I said, the real fun in Star Citizen is the getting out and doing things. The hangar itself isn't a fundamental change to the gameplay mechanics. It's just another level of immersion. So no, you're wrong. It doesn't fundamentally change what we're going to get out of the game. It will be great when all the other things work and that immersion mission becomes a fun part. It'll probably be another barrier to getting your ship out. It will probably be something else that will be a fail state before we get out and we do ship-to-ship combat, before we go out salvaging, before we go out mining, before we go out and do bunker runs. It doesn't fundamentally change shit. End of story, dude. It's something that I absolutely think is brilliant. I'm not trying to belittle what it is, but even if it works flawlessly, which we know it won't, it doesn't suddenly make everything else work. What we need is server meshing. And until that happens, we're fucked. You're right, Buck. How are you, mate? How's things? But yeah, you know, we'll wait. You know, I'm sure over time we'll get there. You know, the project, they got enough money. Well, I hope they got enough money. If they're running out of money, we got a fucking problem. But I think they got more than enough money to finish it. And you know, I'll just take it as it is. You know, when there's a good update and Bobble someone tells me that it's working well, you know, I'll jump back there. I know, because I you know, as long as I can fly around in my ship, I'm quite happy, mate. I really am. Which is the silo where when you go to the teleport, you fly down and around to the left to get to the silo, because that's the one where I can farm my blue piece. It's the one with the clown room. Which silo is that, guys? Does anyone know? Is it this one? Ah, it's this one. It's got to be Sigma, right? I think if I run that on normal mode, I get blue chest drops, don't I? You're right, Tongi. You got big hopes for Star Citizen? I still have, dude. I still have huge hopes for Star Citizen, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it, man. It's another one just to lay to rest and then see what happens. A bit like Enshrouded. You know, Enshrouded looks like a great game, and I'll just wait until, you know, it's a finished product. And I'll jump in and have a cracking amount of fun with it, man. Star Citizen's the same. You know, I've done my little bit. I've played the betas. You know, the broken builds. You know, I've live streamed a ton of it. We've learnt a lot. We've provided feedback. I've done everything I can right now. There's nothing left for me to see. There's nothing new to see in the game. Hangars will be great, like I said, but once the novelty of the hangar's done, because it will be cool, right? You know, I'll be able to summon my, I don't know, what's it called? The ROC in my hangar and drive it into the back of my Cutty Black without heading down to Daymar. And yeah, that will be fucking great, right? But it's not going to solve the problem that when I then do get to Daymar and all the nodes don't work, or my rock no longer powers the laser up, or I can't sell any of the minerals or gems that I've just fucking managed to mine. You see my point? It doesn't really change anything, because there is no way all those existing bugs are magically gonna fixed because they've added hangars. You'd have to be fucking mad to think that hangars are gonna fix the desync and the other issues that the servers have. There's only one fix to that, and that is either making much smaller manageable servers, which is not part of the directive of the game, or we get server meshing, dynamic server meshing, which still looks like it's a long way off, right? I mean, how long have they been telling us Pyro's ready to roll out? Well, I ain't fucking seen Pyro, bruh. Pyro don't look like it's fucking anywhere to be fucking seen. Another year later, you know? We were all expecting Pyro to be out fucking last year, let alone fucking this year. So, like I say, you know, it's not a problem. You know, I'm not angry about it. I'm gutted that, you know, it seems to be taking so long to get anywhere. But, you know, let's be honest. Until Squadron 42 launches, we ain't seeing shit. You know, Star Citizen isn't the focus. If you know, if they're telling us the truth, and sometimes I genuinely wonder if they are. You know, Squadron 42, you know, is it, you know, what was it last year, this time last year? In 2 months, we're into September, October, aren't we? Which is around Citizen Con 2023. That was whatever they called it, right? And they were saying that Squadron 42 was feature complete. So a year later, you're thinking, okay, good year worth of polish. You know, you're getting a lot of stuff tied down. You know, are we going to get a launch date for this year or next year or even 2026? Are they actually going to give us a tentative launch date? I'm starting to doubt we will this year. Another year slipped by, right? SE, Star Citizen scope creep. Yeah, well, I think the problem is because they're just trying to sell more and more ships, aren't they? So if we've got an idea, it's like that fucking, what was that thing? The SRV thing, the tow truck. I mean, why put a tow truck in the game if there's nothing to fucking tow? Right. What the fuck were they thinking? I don't fucking get them. I just don't get them at all. But it doesn't matter because they make so much money. Clearly, it works. Don't matter if it makes sense, does it? Everything is held back by server mesh and not working fully. Yeah, it is, once they get over that. But we've been hearing that for 10 years, Mikios. We've been hearing it for 10 fucking years, mate. Server meshing, the holy grail, dynamic server meshing. They can't even get a fucking hanger to work, bro. No, the replication layer. You know, persistent entity streaming. It's always fucking something, mate, isn't it? It's always something. When are we actually going to get to see it all? And you know, that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm not doubting it will happen, but will it doubt in a time frame where it's even going to seem special? You know, look at Unreal Engine 5 and some of the crazy shit that's doing now, you know? It's, you know, Star Citizen to me is almost like the holy grail because it does feel like it's the only thing in the gaming industry that is trying to do something really special. You know, really is at a technical level trying to do something that is going to be, wow, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the next big thing. But man, it's taken a long time. It is taking a really fucking long time, man. You know, how can I expect, you know, it's no wonder people are like, you know, a little bit sort of jaded. And, you know, I think the best thing you can do for, you know, we don't hate them. We're not angry with them. We just like, you know, let us know when you actually have something that fucking works, you know? I think, to be honest, mate, for the first time ever, and someone tell me if this is possible, if I really did think about this because I was speaking to someone, and I won't mention it here. Let's say, hypothetically, I had an account in Star Citizen, right? And let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I'd spend, I don't know, £500 on ships. Yeah? Is there a safe way for me, let's use me as the example, so no one can get in any trouble, right? Is there a safe way for me to sell my ships to someone? Is there a way to hand them over, but you know, but get some of my money back? Let's say you had invested in Star Citizen, £500, £1,000, £100, whatever, who cares? And you thought, fuck it, I'm out. I'm just out now. I'm just going to wait for the game to launch. But you know, I've got all this money invested in the game, and I just want to get out now. Can you do it? Is it possible to do it? I have heard there is like third-party ship resellers, but I don't really understand how it would work. Like, how would you hand your ship to someone else? I don't really get it. You can sell ships, but not in the account. So let's say I've got my. Let's put a highly simple scenario. I own a C8R, so I handed over to Robert Space Industries some money for my C8R. Yeah. If I wanted to sell that and get my like 40 quid back, how would I do it? How do I get that £40 back into my bank account? How would you do that, dude? Oh, so you can't, is what you're saying. Ah, right, okay. I don't know what, mate. This is what I'm saying. I don't understand how you even sell a ship. I can understand, like, maybe... I don't know. I don't know enough about it because I've never bought anything apart from... well, something 10 years ago, and then... what was it? The Pisces C8R, which is a ship I do truly love, actually. Yeah, hoping to bequeath your Star Citizen account in my will. Maybe my daughter will be able to see the launch. But will she give a fuck about Star Citizen? If you're like, what? This is the game. This is what you. This is your legacy, Dad. Fucking great. What a piece of shit. Could I have had some fucking cash? They got a nice help page for that. If it isn't working right now, I'd get the link. Internet search should work to find it too. Oh well, so that doesn't help me at all. My grandkids are gonna fly a javelin. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe fly. I don't know. I think you're reaching with a javelin, dude. Maybe your great grandkids. I don't know. I'm not sure the javelin. It's a bit like the what was that other one? The Banu thing. Oh, hang on. We haven't done the other. Hang on. Sorry, dude. Because I need to do this. This is on easy mode, dude. Because I need to see if I can get a blue thing. See, things that like, oh shit, did you get the reserve card? Oh. Oh, did we not pick it up from the dude? Shit. I'll go. Oh, what? Can you not go back in or? See, I don't know how would you even, you know, like, I don't see how I would say, okay, here is a ship that, I don't know. You know, like if you go and look at your hangar on your account page, I just don't see how you would hand that to someone else. I just don't see how it could be done. I really don't. I just can't, I can't sort of picture the steps you'd have to jump. Where the fuck is the card? Oh. Well, that makes no fucking sense. I've had this once before where I killed him and he fell through the wall, but that isn't what happened this time, is it? Should be a blue key card in here, dude. Oh, well, that's a shame. Not that it matters, but I can say last time that I saw this happen, it's because I think I shot him and he clipped through there, or it might have been over there. I think it was here, though. Sure it was. Star Citizen has that disclaimer in it about there's the melting thing, which is yeah, melting's different though, isn't it? I understand melting, but how would you get the cash back into your account, though, dude? Do you know what I mean? Isn't that really just like moving your cash to other options within the game, if that makes sense? You can gift your packages to other accounts. Oh, is that what it is? So you, hang on. So if you find someone interested, you could agree on a price and then trade the game package with the ship for the amount of real cash. Sadly, just how it works, it's insane. That's why they use the third-party resellers, though, right? Yeah, that's why they use trusted third parties, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I know there is a very highly regarded third-party sort of brokers thing for that, isn't there? Yeah, I definitely haven't got it, Darth. It was like just double check. Thanks for that, Slaw. So you can gift a ship package if you own it to someone. Oh yeah, because that makes sense. Because that's how, or at least unless he, because I assume. Who was the guy that gave me my Cutty Black? God, it's been so long since I saw any of them because we don't stream it anymore. What was the name of the guy that gave me the Cutty Black? It's on the tip of my tongue. Fuck. Shit. That's really embarrassing. But yeah, I bet that's what he did. Because he didn't buy me the Cutty Black. I think he had his own Cutty Black, didn't he? And he handed it to me. And I had to click a few things from an email and it became mine. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So basically it's fine. So you can do it. So if you've bought, I don't know, like a Javelin or whatever, a Pisces CAR, I could gift that to someone else and I would do it through a third party broker. And yeah, I get it. That makes sense. So, you know, you might not 10% off to the broker and 20% off to the buyer. You might be a few quid out of pocket, but, you know, if you want to get a few grand back, if you've splurged, you know, you ain't going to be worrying about a few hundred quid here and there, are you? Living the moo. It was living the moo. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. It was right. I just couldn't remember the first part, yeah. I couldn't remember the moo bit, but yeah, I still said living the moo, wasn't it? Did I get any blue armor things then? I've heard nothing but good things about the third-party reseller sites, Lawyer. So I wouldn't bat an eyelid, dude. I really wouldn't. I think most people using that are probably totally legit. I can't imagine there's any major comebacks. I've heard they're a very well regarded brokerage company. Whatever. I don't know how it works. I've never done it. I haven't got anything to sell, so it doesn't really bother me. But they've been around since the dawn of time, haven't they? I'm gonna run that again. Let me just see if I actually got any armor mods. Blue armor mods. Definitely no good. Melee. Weapon damage plus 9. Status damage plus 12. Crit plus 3. Absolute sack of shit. That's what I'm after. That's actually not bad, actually. Crit rate plus 2. Crit damage plus 12. Crit damage plus 6. That's actually not bad. I'm quite happy with that. I wonder if I can get a better one of them. Do you want to do another one, dude? This is the only way you can get crit damage stuff on your chest piece, by the way, Dar. Well, you can do loot crates as well, but... Yeah, they're quite good at giving gift packages away. Yeah. So they gifted someone. What were those little ships? I can't remember the name of. They're not a TIE fighter, but they're little tiny ships. What are they called? Furies. Yeah, I think some channel was gifted like 50 Furies to give away, weren't they? I actually thought there was a dude there for some reason. Oh yeah, take care, Laura. All the best with the dentist, dude. Let's see if we can get the card this time. There we go. We got it. Yeah, the blue mods, yeah. So I actually deleted a load of blue mods. It didn't really bother me at the time because they all would have been such low level from so many things, but you can guarantee that there'd been at least one of the good crit ones, can't you? I suppose the thing is, they don't really take up any space, but many of us have that kind of like, desire to have things clean in the inventory, right? And you don't want to be putting 40,000 blue mods into a container, really, do you? It's just, it's just not in the gaming DNA, is it, really? So yeah, I mean, I guess if you did want to bail on Star Citizen and you did think, you know what, guys, I'm really fucking, I'd rather have the cash. Like Lawyer said, you could either look into your circle of friends and say, oh, do you fancy, cutting me a deal on this? Or go through a third-party reseller. A bit of a loss to yourself, perhaps, for the brokerage fee. I think I would, dudes. The way I feel right now, I'm pretty sure I would. If I'd got even more than... to be honest, mate, even if I had like £400, I think I'd just sell the lot. Stick with the starter package and the C8R, which is what I've got. I'd just leave it at that. I'd rather have the money, to be honest. Yeah, for the armor, these things, isn't it? Armor. What is it? Armor and weapon? Armor mods? Weapon mods, yeah. I got more of those than I'll ever fucking need, I think. They get quite expensive, don't they? Upgrading the mods, but I haven't really got any good mods to bother with, so. Well, I have actually. I shouldn't say that. I've actually got some quite nice mods, to be honest. Not sure if we click the button, but I can see them coming out. Yeah, I mean, Star Citizen's gone from like a game I'm truly passionate about and genuinely have lost sleep over. The amount of times I've gone, fuck it, I'll go and watch a Star Citizen video, or even start looking at like new profiles. The first game ever, I've honestly thought like, shit, can I afford some joysticks? But I know I can't, so. But it didn't stop me wondering. Yeah, I wonder if, So definitely one of those games that has really tickled me. But I think over the last few months, since last year, really, I came out of that, stand the line, hold the line. You know, Chris Roberts nearly in tears at the end of it. And it's nearly 1 year later. And literally the game hasn't changed. It's the exact same fucking game as a year ago. You know, and I stand by that. You know, oh, you got a little bit of new animations when you EVA. Who gives a fuck? That's the kind of thing I could fucking mod in Skyrim or fucking Starfield, for fuck's sake. I don't give a shit, bro. That's the stuff that they can add after all the other shit sorted. And the game still doesn't fucking work. They're still just trying to sell me more ships that don't have anything to fucking do in them. You know, I rest my case. I've had my fun, and now I won't really worry about it until they actually can prove they've got a game. Which I'm hoping will come in CitizenCon this year, and we'll get a launch date for Squadron 42, and I will fucking be there day one. Day fucking one, the minute fucking that game can be played. I can't wait. But yeah, another fucking year, dude. And what have I honestly had? Just more opportunities to spend more money on more ships that I don't need. But damn, I love the fucking game. You know, I do. I really do love it. You know, when it's playing well, and even if I just go and do something that I know works, like sitting in my ship and looking around it and flying down to Daymar, you know, and having a walk around on a moon. Oh, it's so good, dude. It feels so fucking good, bro. But I've done that. I've done it 100 times, right? I now need something new. And we'll get there. We will get there. But I wouldn't. I feel like. I suppose I'd feel like a bit of crypto. It'd be like I'd invested in crypto or something. I think now is when I'd get out. I'd just say fuck it, cut any losses, get the fuck out, and just wait for the game to launch. You know. You all right, TM? How are you doing, mate? How's things? This is quite expensive using controllers on that. But it's not though, is it? They're still. You got to remember, they're still best in class. Oh, that's just sucks, dude. Oh, that literally sucks. That really does suck. Yeah, I agree with you, Mickey. But I just wouldn't. I don't know why anyone would buy virtual ships in a game that doesn't work. Is fucking beyond me anyway, mate. To me, it just removes the... see, to me, the one thing I can say is if they do add a new ship to the game and I really like the look of it, I've got a reason to go back because I can go and farm, can't I? I mean, I've had access to so many ships from them, you know, on loan, obviously. That's fucking awesome, right? You know, I can go and... I mean, who knows? Probably lost them all now, no doubt, because I've not played it for a while, But, you know, just give me one patch or one update where something fundamentally changes, an incentive to play the game. I'd love to go back to it. You know, I've always said I should play more, even if it was like an hour or two a week, just get the muscle memory in. You know what I mean? I'm going to do one more of these, Darth. Feel free not to join, by the way. But just see if I can get... It's even if I actually do get an armor drop. Not currently at work, so there's enough time to finish all the maintenance on machines that has to be done. So a bit of sort of reactive or non-reactive, should I say, maintenance thing. Just keep staying on top of things, TM, yeah. That's what I always said, Mickey. In fact, I probably wasn't really liked as a result of that, to be honest, mate. I always used to say, don't even buy a starter pack, mate. Wait for a free fly weekend, dude. You know, literally no reason to even buy a starter pack, dude. You know why? Play the game on your hardware during a free flight weekend. Just see if it even works, bro. You know, the game, even on the best of the best hardware, mate, can be a janky fucking experience, can't it? You know, it's a very strangely optimized game at the best of times. So yeah, just wait for a free fly weekend. See if you even like it, dude. You know, they have them very regularly, and then and only then consider buying, you know, and obviously we had many starter packs that I'd recommend to someone, because I still think the game's worth buying. I still 100% think the game in its current state, well, shouldn't say current state, when I last played it, the game was at least reasonably playable. It wasn't an absolute joke. You know, I could log in, I could do a few things, you know. Each day we'd log in, we'd try and do one of a few things, well, several things each day, wouldn't we? And most of the times we got the basics to work. And we had some cracking laughs with it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, I think if it tickles your pickle and you played Elite... I mean, what I'd say is play Elite Dangerous. See if you even like, you know, the 6 degrees of flight way of thinking. So some people fucking hate it. You know, move on to a free fly weekend in Star Citizen. You know, very different game, very different flight. Obviously, all the atmospheric stuff. And then and only then, buy a starter package at the absolute bare minimum of entry. And enjoy that early game, where every credit you get is a fun credit, you know? As a step in your journey to getting a vulture or a prospector or a cutty black or whatever it is that you're gonna use to begin, you know, the inevitable grind for income. And I wouldn't want to deter anyone from that sequential access to Star Citizen, if that makes sense. Just logged off work and onto Diablo 4. Well, so what are you doing? So are you in a new season, Sven, or? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Mikios, exactly, yeah. You know, there's no thing is, you're in no hurry with Star Citizen, dude. You know, it's not even a live game. At no point right now are you falling behind the curve. All you're doing is putting yourself through massive amounts of mental stress, to be honest, dude. You know, even the muscle memory you're building up will all be gone, no doubt, when they change the fucking flight model for the 14th fucking time. Well, when they decide master modes actually isn't fucking great and switch it back to something else, which no doubt will fucking happen. So yeah, you know, you're not missing out, man. You're really not. Cleaning heat exchangers for the pet MRI. They're only used in certain conditions, but they are filled with tap water on one side, so I see a little... It sounds very nice. Just a chance to get it all in tip-top condition, is it? I still think if you DPS those down, right, they shouldn't explode. I still don't get it. You know, yeah, you can DPS them down and they'll explode at great distance. But I think, I don't know. I mean, it works in your advantage sometimes, right? So if we pop in there and in there, you know, they will pop and hit other ones, won't they? So I suppose it depends how you look at it. But... Oh shit. Well spotted, Darth. I missed that fucker, dude. See, Darth, imagine if we could do this, having just come out of the ship in, imagine if, like, you know, this isn't the most, how can you put it? This isn't the most complex of combat, right? Imagine if bunkers felt a bit like this in Star Citizen, dude. It'd be fucking awesome, right? It'd be, like, so good, dude. Just having things spawn on cue, to actually get behind cover on cue, so to not desync and suddenly magically shoot through walls, you know? It'd be fucking awesome, wouldn't it? It'd be so good, bro. That is the job I did at interview for. I always did not like that. Have you done this before? Have you done the same sort of thing, have you, Mikios? That's kind of cool. Oh shit, that actually reminds me, I need to make an important phone call later. I totally forgot about that. Shit, my bad. I do hope we get a launch date for Squadron 42 though. Does anyone honestly feel that we'll get one this year? I don't, man. I don't think. I think we're going to get another bombastic Citizen Con, showing even more snippets of Squadron 42. But it'll all mean nothing if there's no launch date, man. You know, we need an announcement of the price and a launch date, don't we? Star Citizen coming to PC on August, blah, 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 2025. We got GTA 6 next year. Holy shit, I can't wait for that, bro. I am really excited for Grand Theft Auto. Can Rockstar, can they actually be, once again, one of the few companies pushing it? You know, Red Dead 2 was fucking phenomenal. Now, I get it. If you don't like that, you know, not everyone's going to like Western games, but I think even if you don't like the game itself, you can still look at it and think, man, that is fucking hell, dude. I mean, dude, it has horse penises in it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you like horse penises. The fact that they're even rendered in the game, mate, it's fucking incredible, right? Watching those dudes in that first town, like, slowly building that house, you know, the family with the two sons. The weird shit that went on late at night, you know, like the weird Scooby-Doo murder mystery thing. It was so fucking well done, dude. It was just like such an immersive, like, you know, like I've always said, experience more than a game. And then you've got Grand Theft Auto, which just, you know, still is a work of art to this day, isn't it, really? I mean, it's, when did that come out? How many years ago did Grand Theft Auto come out? And it's still one of the best sandbox games out there. Can they pull it off again, man? Let's be honest, what is a near infinite budget as far as the gaming world's concerned, isn't it? Horse penises don't make a game, no, but they make an amazing immersive game even better, dude. Let's be honest, games with horses and games with horses that have got penises, which one would you choose, dude? If they've got that attention to detail in the world, then what else is out there? And it was remarkable. After school and before university, I'd been drafted and dismissed from the military. 3 days after the university year had started, got a year to give a few jobs ago. Earned good money, did not have to pay taxes. Oof, the holy grail, bro. Darth, I'm not particularly bothered about running that again, to be honest, mate. I did not get a better one, I don't think. No, I got a 9%, and I think it's only that one. That's what I want, isn't it? The crit damage enhancement. I got a green one, which is just so rude. Now, if you go to... Hang on, that's actually an interesting point. I didn't think you could get... Oh, no, yeah, because it was normal, wasn't it? If we went too hard, would we just get purples? You didn't see the horse dongs. Well, I think you did actually have to look for it. I mean, obviously, most of the time you don't see horse penis, but you can certainly see horse balls quite easily. But it's like I said, obviously it's not about that. Well, unless you've got a weird fetish or something. But, you know, if they're willing to detail that kind of stuff onto the horses themselves, you know, what else is out there? And it was, like just taking shots at, like, cans on a wall. The world just felt like you were tangibly able to interact with everything. It was just so well done, dude. So you did Diablo 4 as well, Alarian. So ended up beating Diablo 4 and forgot how damn good this is what I keep saying. This is what I keep saying, Alarian. No one ever fucking listens to me. There is something amazing about Diablo 4. You know, if you go from Path of Exile to Diablo 4, there is something about how slick it feels. And people, oh, you're just taking up. No, what I'm trying to say is, imagine how fucking great. Get off your fucking high horse and your little pedestal that you put Path of Exile on, right? And listen to what I'm saying. Not you, obviously, Larry. This is what I'm looking forward to with Path of Exile 2. Diablo 4 only came out a year ago, right? It's taken advantage of all the awesome new shit in the render pipeline we've got access to. Imagine how great Path of Exile 2 is going to feel compared to Diablo 4. You know? It's going to be mad, isn't it? You know, the slickness of the animations, the responsiveness of the controls, the fact that we're going to have a Path of Exile with WASD controls, which we've never really had before. You know, an actual good controller scheme for people that want to play on a controller. Cross-platform play, you know? It's not about putting down Path of Exile. It's about bigging up Path of Exile 2, isn't it? Because at the moment, Diablo just feels so damn slick. It just feels good to play, doesn't it? You got your first 100 in the new season, pushing a WW. Oh, don't tell Swazzer. He's got a. He really likes Barb Swazzer. He should be. If you got any questions about the Barbarian builds, that's Swazzer. He loves them. He's got pictures of barbs all over his bedroom wall, mate. He loves them. He's really passionate about barbarians. So are you playing the season? So what is the Diablo season? So what is it you're doing in the season? You know, like Path of Exile, you've got this weird city builder thing, haven't you? Which actually looks really cool. Actually does look like it would be a lot of fun to explore that. I just can't play the game. That's Barbie's not. Oh wait, what the fuck happened then? I still occasionally, just every couple of days, Stark. I've still got Lord of the Rings installed at the moment, dude. It's still there. I've not actually uninstalled it yet. I still every now and again just think, shall I? I'll just make a character. Oh. I had so many fond memories of that game, man. So many fond memories. I don't think there's anything new coming out, is there? Again, I know we've mentioned it a couple of times, but all I can think about is Outlaws, which is later this month. I posted up Stalker 2 in Discord and on Twitter earlier, so we got the Stalker 2 dev diary done yesterday, which you know, it's looking pretty tasty, isn't it? It looks like it could be a lot of fun, but we need to see a lot more, really, don't we? But I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time in the making. You know, UE5 and, you know, a studio that has made some really good games in the past. Not much better budget. You know, you can see the layers of polish already, can't you? So, oh shit! And I leave my headlights on. I didn't know you could do that. Is that actually a thing? Yeah. I cast a shadow. Holy shit! Oh, that's kind of cool. Next week, Lord of the Rings online stream. I'll stream anything at the minute, dude. I'm easy. I might do a Starfield stream. I might just have a little look at some of the mods, see if anybody else is playing about on the mod scene. Trouble is, so many of them are like, they were like early, so I've had to modify loads of them myself. They just don't work. You know, because there's been updates. So of course, like that was always, you know, the problem, wasn't it, with Skyrim? If the game updated, you know, and you wanted to take advantage of the new updates, you know, you did have to upgrade the base game, which then invariably would break a load of mods, wouldn't it? But so many really good mods that the mod authors have long since left. Just said, yeah, we'll do whatever you want with it, mate. And some of them have just disappeared, you know, so you can't get permission to, you know, modify and re-upload or anything, so. You're right, Lemon. So gameplay, I guess, just spam Helltides and dungeons and I hope for better loot. Is there anything I'm missing? It's an ARPG, dude. That's literally what you do, dude. Just replace Helltides and dungeons with just some generic shit. So gameplay-wise, I just spam buttons to kill shit to get better loot. Is there anything I'm missing? No. You've just literally destroyed textbook definition of an ARPG. That's all you do. Brainlessly, endlessly, over and over and over. And you've only reached the end game where there's so many minions on the screen, right? With so many numbers that you actually can't see the loot that's dropped. And you're dropping frames. And then and only then can you say, okay, I've had enough of playing this while I've been watching Netflix. And actually, Boys Season 4 was really good. Yeah. So no, you're not. You're not missing anything, man. Yeah, take heads off. Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, I mean, I happily run more if you want to, dude, but probably save a few controllers in case anyone needs a last spurt in the next couple of days. Yeah, are you new to AI? Exactly, Sven, yeah. You do that and then occasionally go die to like Uber Lilith and go back to get stronger. So is that what you do? Sorry, so we add a little caveat. So then you go in like attack Uber Lilith and she'll give you a bit of a slap just to put you back in your place. So you realise that you're not, just because you've been destroying 4 million minions every second, you're not actually quite as powerful as you thought. So you get like a little reality check. And it puts you back on, you know, it's like you careered off the, you got a little bit too big for your boots, right? And you careered off the train track. So now you're back on the rails of the grind. And then you've got to go and kill Uber Lilith. Yeah, it's not. It's a dungeons bosses outside. Basically, it's all exactly the same. Yeah, exactly the same. You spam the same buttons to kill the same fucking mobs that you can't see. To get the same loot you've already got 45 versions of, yeah. I don't need anything else, that's why I love Diablo. Yeah, I think that's what I like about it, dude. Exactly what I've just described. You know, I'm not even taking the piss. It's just mindless fun, isn't it? And it does. I think this is why I'm saying. Because it just plays so damn slickly, dude, you know? There was something about leaping about with the barbarian. Oh, fucking hell, it felt good, dude. It really did feel fucking awesome, man. I'm just looking forward to going back to that, and I'll probably beat up Diablo a bit closer to Path of Exile. So hang on, when do we get access to Path of Exile 2? When do we actually get the beta, which is apparently open to anyone and everyone, isn't it? When does that happen? Is it like, you know, Q4? Have we got, you know, an approximate date on it, or? I don't think we have we? Or maybe you guys know. I didn't even know there was a Path of Exile 2 website until recently. I thought it was all being done through the original website. The Uber Boober Lilith, that's the one. I can just vaguely remember the Lilith fight. Just sort of vaguely. Sort of the arena. The fight arena. Not in any massive detail, but I do remember it. It's a good fucking game, man. When's the expansion come out? I mean, will the expansion come out at a similar time to when Path of Exile launches there? Launches into... Is Path of Exile getting like a beta and then early access next year? Or is it coming into early access this year? So October the 8th, is it? So that's not that far away, is it? Probably around the same time as Citizen Con. That's it. Diablo tomorrow then, boys. Bit of Diablo 4, what do you reckon? You can build my build for me. You can, Twitch chat creates Sorceress build. Got the sense of being conned. I mean, I know you're only joking, Tonga, but sometimes I do wonder about some of the money. The amount of money some people have spent on that game. I do wonder. Like, even with all the money in the world, do they sometimes think, yeah, maybe I should have waited? I mean, the thing is, it's like I said, people get butthurt because other people have bought really cool ships, but it's just because they're richer than you. Now, if you're buying a ship in Star Citizen, you're probably not struggling to put food on the table. You know, you've probably paid your mortgage or whatever it is, or, you know, you've got a nice disposable income. And, you know, to you, buying a digital ship in Star Citizen is no different to someone else, I don't know, treating themselves to, like, 20 pints on a Friday night, because that ain't fucking cheap in the UK anymore, is it? So I've never had an issue with ships. I still think the community hurts itself by buying concept ships. I think if as a community everyone said, okay, we're putting our foot down, none of us are ever putting any money down on a concept ship again until it's playable in-game. And then by all means we'll come and jump in. And I think it would just be a better way of doing it. But for some reason people, I don't know why they do it, man. I've heard all the fucking excuses, but none of it actually makes any sense why you buy a concept ship. I just don't get it. Because it's clearly not limited. You know, that was, you know, the fear of missing out. I mean, fuck me. They say if you want to buy a javelin, you can buy a javelin every fucking year. I've never seen anyone that wanted to buy a javelin have a problem getting one. Or whatever it is, the hammerhead. I think they just like to create this artificial fear of missing out, to be honest. Perfect Soul invites to the closed beta have gone out. Oh, are you kidding me? That means I haven't got one then, dude? Shit, I would really like to have played that. Play a hardcore Diablo character. Is hardcore one where, like, once it's dead, it dies? Or does it just go back to, like, your legacy things? So you don't lose it. I'd be up for that, dude, yeah. The only thing is, I might, you know, because you're streaming, he might die without... You know, he might die for all the wrong reasons. You know what I mean? Still off tomorrow, Castle. What would you play? It's the same. If you had charge of like stream. Oh, actually, I'm not sure I can stream tomorrow, guys. Yeah, good point. Actually, in fact, I'm not sure I can stream tomorrow or Thursday. I got we got some big bills this month, so and we're still trying to sort out the missus's car. So, and I have a feeling I've got. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. I'll probably know about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So sadly, I can't really tell you right now. Yeah, but there's a good chance we might have to take a couple of days out this week. Get some pennies in. Get some pennies in. Keep the girlfriend happy, boys. So you got to sign off, Castle. So, I mean... Oh, hang on. Oh, shit, because you've been back at work, haven't you? I thought you were still off this week. Sorry, Castle. That's why I've got confused. You had 2 weeks off, didn't you? And this week was your return. Yeah. That makes more sense now, bro. You'll be right as rain, dude. Just got to get yourself... Why don't you get yourself a nice takeout or something tonight, bro? You know, like with some, like... I don't know what you like to drink, but, you know, something that you normally wouldn't. You know, like a really nice, expensive, like J2Os or... For me, it'd be like probably... I don't really drink energy drinks, but every now and again, I quite like a Monster. You know, I probably have a couple of 3 each year. Treat myself to an ice-cold Monster from Radges. I've always liked Lucozade. I've always had a bit of a... You know, the original vanilla, not the orange. The, whatever they... I've always loved an ice-cold Lucozade out of the bottle, man. A sushi roll. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think I'm a sushi kind of guy, dude. Is that good for dehydration, though? Is that because of, like, salts and sea salts with the fishy bits or something? What's a boba tea? I don't know what a boba tea is. What? What's that? Whoa! That's the scarecrow, isn't it? Oh, I wonder what the hell that was then. Actually, this is a really good place to get saved. Booby tea. What the hell is booby tea, bro? Fucking booby tea. Shit, also, oh God, I've got to cook as well tonight. Fucking, I've got so much to do tonight. But it's nice having a day out from it all, I must admit. I didn't like it, so I don't like having off days. Off days suck, man. Yeah, so what is boba tea? Boba has little tapioca. Fuck off. Fuck off. Tapioca. What, are you taking the piss? Why the fuck would you want to drink that shit? I swear to God, there is a point where I think the world's gone fuck. Why would you want to drink tea with little balls of shit in it? What's the matter with just a nice cup of tea? What? Yeah, just have a tea and a hobnob. Why are you putting tapioca balls in your tea? It just sounds like one of those pretentious things you do just to like pretend you're posh, you know what I mean? I'll have a nice Earl Grey boba. Ooh, have you got any tapioca balls to put in it? It's like when they do cup of sips, they stick some croutons in it. You know, you got actually some sustenance, so that they can actually put some like fucking actual ingredients and nutritional information on the packet. It's so, yeah, I was about to say, it's such like one of these like boomer fucking things, isn't it? Perfectly good cup of tea, stick some tapioca balls in it. pretend like it's something. Oh, well, it's very cultural. Yes, it's a heralds from their ancient Japanese heritage. Oh, it's very nice. What a load of wank. Lemon and lime chiaseed water. What the fuck is the matter with you people? Just have a glass of fucking water and a fucking cigarette and a cup of coffee. What a bunch of fucking pussies. Well, fucking B&H, glass of water just to rehydrate, and a fucking cup of coffee, mate. And then a nice English breakfast as well. Yeah, rather white. Yeah, that's the one I like. That's the one I like. Badass. I like the white monster one. It's a really posh tin as well. Or can, should I say, isn't it? Because it's got like ripply bits in it, right? So it feels like if it's ice cold, it feels like there's condensation bits on the outside. Yeah, they are not. They do a watermelon one. I had a little bit of that the other week. It was quite nice actually. I'm not really into energy drinks, but they actually taste very nice. You get like zero sugar one, and as long as it's ice cold, they're actually quite nice. Is that I don't know what's the difference between a zoomer and a boomer? Apart from they're both clearly fucking idiots. Fucking tapioca. What the fuck even is tapioca? Whenever I think of tapioca, right, I always think of wallpaper paste. So, what the fuck even is it? You always buy the 4-pack when I get it in the last few days. Yeah. Raj makes a killing on monster drinks. They're like really popular. Probably like, in fact, yeah, I was gonna say 1/4. I was gonna say it's more than that. I'd say like 1/3 of one of his main refrigeration shelves, like the long ones, not the ones in the big stand-up units. He's got the horizontal long ones as well. I'd say like 1/3 of one of those shelves is all monster. It's insane, dude. Absolutely crazy, man. But I've always liked, so the only reason I've ever had those, I actually really like Red Bull. I actually really like the taste of Red Bull. It's one of those like weird flavors, right? I kind of like strange flavors. There's a sort of medicinal element to it. I don't know, maybe it elds back to, I don't know, medicine. And like your mom trying to make you feel better or something. But Red Bull and vodka used to be so cheap in the clubs, man. You remember that Red Bull and vodka picture? It'd probably have like, you know, 1 shot of fucking vodka in a litre fucking jug, but it didn't really matter, to be honest. But yeah. Red Bull and vodka, man. I used to love that shit. So tapioca is a starch extracted from the tubers of the cassava plant, a species native to the north and northeast regions of Brazil, whose use is now spread through South America. It is a perennial shrub adapted to the hot conditions of tropical lowlands. Doesn't really help me imagine what it is. And what does it float in your tea? Why would you want floaty bits of shit in your tea? And unless it was bits of hobnob. The mighty hobnob biscuit. I haven't had a hobnob in it. I had an OT. I've had an OT, but not a hobnob for a long time. The girlfriend had a whole packet of hobnobs. I was mortified. She took them to fucking work. She forgot that she'd put them in. She bought some milk and some hobnobs to bring home. And she forgot about the hobnobs, so she took them to work. And all her work friends ate the fucking hobnobs. I've still not forgiven her for that. Oh, it sinks to the bottom. That's even fucking worse. Oh, fucking hell, dude. So you drink a cup of tea, now you got all bits of tapioca stuck lurking in the bottom. Like some nasty ass swamp ass. Oh, dude, what the fuck, bro? This is like heathen, man. That's like worse, like your rich tea biscuit falls apart in your hand and all the bits sink to the bottom and you got like the tea slurry. Oh, dude. What the fuck, bro? Jesus, why'd you make life so fucking complicated? Just have a nice cup of tea and a biscuit. You alright, Mario? How are you, bro? How's things? Yeah, Mario, do you drink tea, mate? I got a great new recipe. You put some balls of wallpaper paste and they sink to the bottom, dude, and then you eat it. Pretend you're a boomer, bro. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus, fuck, man. Life's too fucking short for this shit. When I was younger, I was Red Bull and Red Bull and Pro Plus. Oh, hang on, what was Pro Plus? Was that shit? Was that caffeine pills? Oh shit, I remember that. Was that stuff in the blue and the red packet? Pro Plus. It was just like pills of like caffeine and summer, and you used to like take it as a student if you were pretending to study, but then you go, ah, fuck it, I'm off to the student union. Completely off your rocker on too much caffeine. I think I vaguely remember that, badass. Yeah. there was a guy that used to take, what was that stuff as well? What's it called for hay fever? Begins with a P. Shit. And apparently, you know, obviously because I would never have done it. And apparently, if you get your mate to sell them to Piriton, that was it. If you could get your mate who had really bad hay fever, and you could get him to sell you some Piriton, and you'd have like a couple of beers with some Piriton, and if you were really in it to win it, a couple of Pro Plus as well. And here we go. Or you can have a nice cup of tea with some tapioca in it. Oh my god. Life used to be so much more fun than this shit world that I now live in, man. We've gone from fucking Red Bull, Prozac and Piriton to fucking a nice cup of char with tapioca. Oh my god. Tonight, bloody, you get drunk a lot quicker. But this is you doing a good deed. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I like the idea of that. Yeah, to drain some blood, you know? Let it hit the system quicker, right? God, what was the old rule? You used to have like, have a glass of milk before you go out on the piss. So it coats your stomach. There ain't no amount of milk, right, that is going to sort out the fucking shit you have from drinking 20 pints of Carlin, right? You can pretend all you fucking want, mate. 20 pints of Carlin, a couple of fucking tequila chasers, and 3 litres of fucking Red Bull and vodka, right? Yeah? All the milk in the world ain't going to make you feel any better later on, mate. It ain't happening, dude. Yeah, so oh, yeah, a little bit of bread and milk. It'll help you soak up the alcohol like a sponge, mate. And then like, you know, it'll like slowly disperse. It was like that when you were a kid. It's like, oh, I've eaten an apple, so you eat an apple's gonna grate your ass, mate. Oh, dear me. Yeah. The only golden rule of drinking alcohol, the only golden rule, was always leave 10 B&H on the kitchen top, so when you stumble in, completely pissed out your face at 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd still got a smoke. You'd still got a nicotine hit before you went to bed. That's the only golden rule, dude. That's all you needed to do. That was it, mate. All the other things, total nonsense, mate. No one ever got home from a night out on the lash, right? And went, oh, I'll drink a nice pint of water. If you've got room to drink a pint of water after you've been out on the lash, yeah, then you're clearly doing your fucking nights out wrong, mate. Because on the way home, you've had cheesy chips with mayo, yeah? A big doner kebab and a Dr. Pepper, mate. You've already drunk 20 pints of Carlin, 3 litres of fucking Red Bull and a couple of tequila chasers. You're in no state to start drinking a pint of water, mate. Made the suit look like Weetabix. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's just worse to clean up, right? I remember the scenes where I just turned about 24. You used to say I could drink myself sober. I drink so much. Yeah, but you could. That was the whole point, wasn't it? You'd wake up feeling like absolute shit. You'd hear a knock on the door. It's like you're coming down the pub, mate. It's like, yeah, fuck it, go on. And you'd have a pint. You'd be instantaneously. It'd be like you had kryptonite around your neck, and now someone had removed it, wasn't it? It was like just a hair of the dog, right? A hair of the dog that bit you. It was just like you just stayed perpetually pissed from Thursday to Sunday. There was no hangover then. You just got a hangover like in the middle of the week, didn't you? When I got home, I would eat 800 milligrams of Motrin and a big glass of water through the night tomorrow without... Hang on, what's Motrin? God, you sound so, like, dull automated. When you're tapioca tea, what's this? What the fuck is Motrin, dude? What? It sounds like you're taking all the fun out of getting pissed here, bro. What the fuck, mate? Don't you last £5 on a night out? Beer, oh, God, do you remember? No, dude, the amount of times we walked home. And, of course, walking home was great because one of you would never make it. So someone would have to give someone a piggyback, right? Or someone would need a shit in a bush halfway home and you'd have to sort of, like, stand around looking, like, totally not conspicuous, wouldn't you? If you saw two lads sort of like, oh, we're not doing anything, we're not looking suspicious, you knew there was a third bloke having a shit in a bush. Guaranteed, dude. It was ibuprofen. Well, he used to do that. Isn't that dangerous, taking ibuprofen and alcohol? Because like you're still swimming around. Isn't that a bad idea, dude? God, you're taking all the fun out of it, dude. You really are, mate. Don't stop. Like I said, just 10 B&H when you get home. This is my old home, look. I kind of miss this little spot. But yeah, the amount of times you couldn't afford a taxi home. Or it was a taxi home or a doner kebab. Couldn't have both. Doner kebab every time, mate. Because you eat the doner kebab on the way home, wouldn't you? The little bit of trail of doner kebab and gherkins all the way back to your house, mate. Little drizzles of fucking chili sauce all the way home on the pavement, yeah? Come on, so where did I go last night? We'll follow the kebab trail. I just checked, said at least walked home 6 miles while pissed from the club to the home. Yeah. Or you get home and you realise you fucking left your fucking house keys, like either at the pub or you gave them to your mate who went home early, yeah? So now you've got to break into your own house. Pissed. While trying to do it quietly because your missus is asleep. Not that I've ever done that, obviously. Cheese sandwich before going out drinking. Oh, God, nah, man. I couldn't have done it. I got home, had 2 hours sleep, then had to get up for work on Saturday. God, yeah, worked as a waitress. Had to get Pro Plus Red Bull to make it through the day. Then at lunchtime. What was it, a Pro Plus? Was it really just caffeine, or was there something else in it? Or was it like a paracetamol? It wasn't paracetamol, was it? Yeah, how many big lads? We regularly, I mean, seriously, we used to regularly go in, I can't remember the name. I'm not very bad with cars, but one of the guys had a car. Because most of us, at this one place that we work, most of us kind of either walked or got public transport there, man. And one of the guys always drove to work on a Friday. So he'd drive us, or we'd knock off, I think it was 3 o'clock on a Friday. And so he would drive us into town. And nearly, I'd say like most weeks someone would be in the boot. It was relatively common for someone to go in the boot in the car. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous thing to do, dude. But, you know, young lads being fucking idiots, as you do. I mean, if it would ever been rear-ended, I dread to think what would have happened, but I suppose he always took his time. We never did have any hiccups. I mean, there were a couple of times where he might slam the brakes on deliberately, but... Talking about an easy way to lose your fucking license, though, right? But yeah, we used to have a few. We go down. I can't even remember the name of the pub, man. But we'd go in there. We'd sit down, have a pint together, and then some of us would fuck off just for like 20 minutes, like maybe to go and buy. I mean, I used to like to buy a DVD or something, you know, for the weekend, or even a top. I used to like buying like a shirt to go out on that evening. And then we'd about 20 minutes later, we'd all make sure we were back. We'd have another couple of pints, and then we'd all fuck off home. Get changed out the work clothes, you know, get a nice shower or whatever it was, and then we'd be back down the same pub, normally by 6 or 7 o'clock, depending, mate. Good old days, mate. No fucking tea and no fucking tapioca in sight, alright? Pro Plus Ultra contains a unique blend of performance ingredients, including B6 and B12. Oh, so it's kind of like, it's basically caffeine in a pill with some other shit to pretend it's good. Yeah. You can be confident that Pro Plus Ultra will help you feel more energized throughout your entire work day or night. So basically, it's a tablet form of what an energy drink is, really, yeah? To be honest. It was just like back before energy drinks probably existed, yeah? You've hit many stone walls in your... Oh, what, do you mean like the dry stone walls? Those things are solid, bro. Pub golf is always my downfall. Pub golf? I've never had... Hang on, what do you mean by pub golf? What's pub golf? What's your definition of pub golf? We used to play all sorts of silly things in the pub, but I'm not sure what pub golf is, dude. Too much caffeine can cause a heart attack. But you'd have to take a ridiculous amount of caffeine, though, right? It would be very hard to get that amount of caffeine in you unless you're being a bit of a prat, right? I mean, tea and like normal run-of-the-mill coffee. Obviously, if you were to eat a shitload of Pro Plus and take like 10 energy drinks, you'd probably have a problem. I know this, Tongi, because I once made really strong coffee. It was a new bean. And a new coffee machine, and I probably put like 10 times the amount of fucking beans in than I should have done, right? For the volume of liquid I put through it. And I was buzzing my tits off, mate. And I do remember buying, Raj used to sell, it was Red Bull, but it was only 39p. It was like a knockoff Red Bull. And I used to really like the flavour of them, mate. And I used to buy a big bag of 10, dude. And I even on stream, I'd have one or two that I used to think they tasted gorgeous, dude. And I remember the one day, I can't remember what had happened. I'd had a couple more than I normally did. It was off the stream. And I was buzzing my tits off, bro. I really was, mate. So it made me realise that, even though you think, oh, it's probably just a marketing gimmick, so some of these energy drinks do pack quite a punch, bro. And coffee definitely can. Obviously, if you're drinking Nescafe, I think it's probably not even humanly possible to drink enough Nescafe instant coffee, is it? To ever get near a dangerous amount of caffeine. Oh, pub golf's the 18 holes where you do... Oh, no, that's not what I was thinking. So pub golf is 18 holes, drinks each hole had a gulp moment. So a par 3, you had to stand the drink in 3 gulps. Oh, no, I've never played that, dude. No, I didn't know that. Oh, right. All 18 holes are different drinks. What? And it was a preset. It wasn't just randomised, Starkey. So like your first hole might be a pint of Carling, par 6. Something like that. Just an easy one to set off with, yeah? Dude, that sounds brilliant. What are you doing tonight, mate? I've never heard of that. That sounds fucking awesome. And this was like a set thing. So like round 4 or hole 4 could be like tequila par 1, yeah? And you just have to down a shot of tequila and move on to hole 5. Dude, that sounds like a lot of fun, dude. You studied biology and did testing with caffeine, just trying to find the stats. Yeah, I've always wondered, because there was a weird thing going around a long time ago, wasn't there? That tea actually had more caffeine in it. Like a Thai food tea bag or a PG Tips tea bag had more caffeine in it than a spoon of Nescafe instant. Which, as far as I remember, was absolute fucking nonsense, right? But I do remember the energy drinks, man. And I definitely felt it. And that coffee, I was actually a little bit worried about that. Because my head was like really racing, dude. Like really racing. It wasn't so much about palpitations or increased heart, but I could feel it, man. I felt so, literally energized, you know. My woo, yeah, you know. And that was just strong coffee, dude. Like I said, probably 10 times the power once I realised the mistake I'd made. Ground up a load of beans and just hardly any water, man. Stupid mistake. I don't know what I thought I was doing. New coffee machine, they say. Used to grind it up. You press the button, it ground it up inside the coffee machine. You didn't have to grind it separately, then add it like to the filter part. We even so you could even get the course from the barmaid. That is so cool, dude. I've never heard of that before. I thought you meant like as in a game. Like one of the pub table games, you know, with coins and fingers and cigarettes and all the silly things and Zippo lighters that you do, like table football and stuff. TVR, tequila, vodka and Red Bull. Tequila, vodka. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think... Oh, Jesus. Already that sounds a bit weird. Just tequila and Red Bull sounds weird, to be honest. Drinking caffeine promotes the release of noradrenaline and norepinephrine, which can increase heart rate and blood pressure in some individuals. Lethal doses are usually over 10 grams. Energy drinks can have as much as 250. So again, you would have to drink quite a lot. You know, I mean, even if you got to remember, 4 energy drinks, like a Monster's like 500 ml, innit? So you have to drink 2 litres. You know what I mean? Even if Monster does have 250 milligrams. So, you know, most people are probably not going to get that close to that, are they? Just bear with me 1 second, guys. Yeah, so you know, even having I mean, let's assume Monster, whatever it is 250 milligrams. You know, you'd have to get a lot, wouldn't you? And it's getting that amount of liquid down you, isn't it? I used to work as a barrister for a few years, and when I did, I basically stopped caffeine consumption except for days on day. I mean, I don't know how much caffeine's in the Tassimos, but I mean, like for example, today I've had like 2 cups of coffee all day. You know what I mean? I don't drink as much as people probably think, and I might have one later on. There are days, you know, when I will drink more, but I don't drink a huge amount of coffee, to be honest. Yeah, between 80 and 200, yeah. Well, I wonder how much is in a Kenko Americano Tassimo. There's probably a way for me to look that up. It'd be interesting just to know. I mean, it's not going to change my drinking habits. But anyway, look, ladies and gents, it's 3:30. We've overstayed our welcome just a little bit. To everyone that's joined us today, massive thank you to Darth just for doing some basic dungeon runs. It's nice just taking my mind off everything today, guys. It's been a really long week, and we are sort of struggling this end a little bit. So, I mean, sadly, I doubt very much I'll be able to get on tomorrow, guys. And it could very well be the same for Thursday, but that's just the way things are spinning at a minute. I really can't turn down work, so but we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to fall into place, and I've still got work tonight as well. So for now, to everyone that's joined us, thanks for a cracking chinwag. I had a really fun day, guys. Just, you know, it's like being around the fucking, anything that's missing is the tequila and the tea and the tapioca and the Red Bulls and lager. It's just like being down the pub, really. So to everyone that pops along and has a chinwag, thank you all very, very much. Don't take it too seriously, boys. Slice, thank you so much, dude. Thank you very, very much. Scully, thank you for the 8. And Mr. Bad Habits, thank you as well, guys. What are we on? I mean, in fact, I'm not even going to look. It just depresses me. To everyone... to everyone that has supported the stream, and whether you're here having a chat or lurking out there or dropping subs and things and bits, thank you very much. Shades, thank you for the bits as well. To everyone out there, thank you very, very much for the support. It's hugely appreciated, and I wish I could do more with it. I will endeavour to try and be on tomorrow, as always, but the things are busy at the minute. So everyone, stay safe, have a wonderful evening. Whatever you're up to, I look forward to seeing some of you soon. Stay safe. Thanks for watching.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. A simple the masses, melt the plastic, carbine, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Divide with the power, with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors blinking in the streets with cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, combine, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, pick back the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution,